Me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
They shouldn't have given you ashy blokes YouTube.
Cursed be the ground for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we were taken, for the dust we are. And to the dust we shall return.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
All right, good people. This is just a hangout session. It's nothing special. So we're going to dispense with the usual pleasantries, and we're just going to invite people up. If y'all want to come up, you can. If not, we'll find something else to do until we get ready to bounce. So that's all this is. I haven't done this in a while, so there you go. I just flew from Atlanta to Detroit. Oh boy. From Detroit to Atlanta to hell is a local call, as they say. Shannon Green, you're back. Where'd you go?
North to south, huh?
North to south, huh?
Well, yeah, whatever. Was watching Dr. Neil earlier.
Yeah, I saw some of it. Talking about the Native Land podcast.
The Three Minstrel Stooges.
Yeah,
Three Minstrel Stooges.
I don't know, man. It's just when they get off of broadcast TV, they lose something. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's it's not the same. I think in social media you have to have a personality, and I don't know if they have one.
Yeah. Well, to Tiffany Cross's credit, she pretty much confirmed to us that she's a bitch.
How did she? Oh, she said that.
She said she don't take out the trash. She doesn't do all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And she said she has a mouth on her. I was like, oh, okay. So you
she's
confirmed what we always thought about you.
She's a typical gynocrat. Yeah. That's how come she got to make the money.
Then
is she married?
No.
Oh, that makes sense.
And Lesson Tomato on the side came in right behind her, like, but I got attitude too. I get attitude with black men and white men, and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, but that white woman took their little finger up in the air and shook you the fuck
I
up.
still got that picture.
She still put that one little bony finger up in the air. And she shut the fuck up like a little girl. I said, Beaches, what are your thoughts on all of a sudden you have all these action movies playing black female presidents? That's been a while, man. They started doing that a while back. That's not new.
Yeah, I've briefly started on Adolescence. I'm on the first episode. They just arrested the boy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. The first episode.
The first episode, yeah.
Yeah. Because I saw the first episode, and one is it's slow. I understand you want to follow the camera around, but come on, man, you could have got to the point why he got arrested in the first place. You didn't have to wait all the way.
Yeah, that
take a whole hour.
I was like, this is kind of long-winded, man.
It is long-winded.
Can you at least tell the parents why he got arrested?
Yeah.
Because that's a hell of a way to come in somebody's house like that, especially when you busting somebody's house like that.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's kind of
supposed to be overseers or something.
It's kind of strong arm for a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come in like he's a terrorist or something like that. It's kind of really strong arm.
Was that supposed to take place overseas or something?
It's UK. Yeah, it's in Great Britain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I noticed the accents.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's London. Yeah.
Okay. Uh,
Anybody have any investment ideas right now? And as far as what, man, there's always investments. It depends on what skill level are you looking at. You could if you're into the markets, you'd be playing the downside right now. You'd be buying shorts.
hmm
You'd be shorting your cryptos. You'd probably be shorting your stocks. So if you're playing the downside, that's the hottest investment right now is going short. So I don't know. I don't know what kind. The thing is, what is your skill level? Because people say in the investment ideas, there's all kinds of ideas. The thing is,
hmm
um, basically, what's your skill level? I can give you a ton of ideas. Okay, buying gold, because gold's at a premium. There's shorting crypto,
hmm
shorting stocks. Well, real estate's too iffy right now, so I wouldn't even fuck with real estate. But I
Yeah.
don't know. Depends. It depends. Depends on what you talk about. It depends on your risk. Depends on your knowledge level. Depends on what you're comfortable with.
Oh, have you seen the Kamala Harris sighting?
No, I haven't seen her. I mean, I'm not looking for her. So, I mean, she's not really hidden. I mean, has she gone ultra public or what? She give an interview or what?
She gave a speech.
No. Okay. Where in front of a class?
I forget what they said was at, but she said she was surprised she lost the election.
Oh, okay. I guess she was.
Oh boy.
I mean, if I'm in it to win it, I'd be surprised too. So,
Yeah, I guess.
and if I'm winning almost $3 billion, I guess I'd be surprised too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It was almost $3 billion. 2.6. That's about right.
Yeah, they've had female presidents.
Yeah.
Acting female presidents. It's not new.
Well, technically, Harris has assumed the role for a brief hour or two because Biden
Oh,
had surgery.
having surgery, yeah. So I don't. That's not unusual. You can go back and you can go back a ways and find female presidents. I can't remember. There's a bunch of them. I can't remember exactly all of them, but there's a bunch of them where we had a female president. What's up, MS Delta? Appreciate you.
Shout out to MSL too.
Okay, I guess nobody. I guess no. Now 9 times out of 10, if if it's a regular day, I drop the link. Everybody want to rush up,
Hmm
but it's Friday, so who knows?
Yeah, I got 1,000 last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
You got 1,000 views or 1,000 people?
1,000 views.
Oh, okay,
On last night's stream. Good
okay,
job.
yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
That's not the first time you got 1,000, is it?
No,
You
but
got 1,000 before.
it's not.
But it's not your normal Saturday.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know. I don't get 1,000. I usually get 1,000 on Saturday, but
Okay,
that's high for a Thursday.
okay. Well, you had a hot topic, so
Yeah,
the
I
black
felt it needed to
toxic
be talking
masculine.
about, and as I said at the beginning of the stream, I didn't have the name for the Mohawk conference, but
Mm-hmm.
this stuff about black boys and education is not new.
Uh, because some weirdo, I call him a weirdo. Some weirdo that calls himself a journalist says some shit like that. Okay, and all of a sudden it's hot news. They've been talking about this forever.
Oh, Tor, you talking about Torre?
Yeah. What's his name? Torre? What's his what is that's his name? What's his whole name?
He posts about
Uh, I don't know his whole name, but
Oh, they call him Torre because I when I look him up is
I've seen him over the years, but I don't know his whole name.
okay.
he started off on BET and he's been moving everywhere ever since.
Okay.
He's like a contributor of social media slash hip hop
Okay.
slash political. He puts his foot in everything.
Okay.
He dips his toe in everything.
Okay. Well, I don't know why this is so viral. Okay. And about how many black boys go to college. They've been talking about that forever.
Yeah,
So I don't get it.
something for black women to cry about, but
I think it's more of a thing because of because of the last political cycle.
Yeah,
And black women
they're
kind of,
trying to get us back in line. Good luck.
yeah, they're trying to fix it, as they say. Yeah, why the last man did have a female POTUS. Yeah, it's not the first time.
Yeah, there have been female presidents. That's not a new concept.
Yeah, yeah. I
Female
thought
presidents, what, corporations, companies? Never the presidency.
no, no, I'm talking about vice. I mean, on TV, there's been
Oh
female
yeah, there's been plenty of
president.
female presidents on
Yeah,
TV.
TV and movies and shit like that. So
What was the name of that movie? Don't Look Up.
yeah, yeah, she was. Yeah, sure was. She was female president. Yeah,
Kind of painted in the vein of Kamala Harris in a way, but
yeah, kind of. More like Hillary Clinton more than anything else. Yeah, she kind of. I mean, Hillary Clinton.
That's funny as hell when she got eaten though. I'm sorry, I was cracking my ass.
When she got eaten.
Yeah, because remember they went to that planet and that dude had predicted she was gonna get eaten by some kind of
Oh yeah, yeah,
animal.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
that's
funny.
yeah. So I don't know. So a woman playing a president is not unusual. This girl power.
Nah.
I guess they're trying to spend all the rest of the money
Oh,
because
did you
the
see their
ESG money's drying up. Go
they're
ahead.
gonna do another Naked Gun?
Okay. I mean, is what's his name still alive?
No,
Leslie
no.
Nielsen. I think he's
Leslie.
Leslie Nielsen been dead. He died back
Okay.
in the early 2000s.
Okay.
OJ dead. What George Kennedy dead.
Yes,
So who's gonna be the star of the Naked Gun?
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson? He's not a
Yes.
comedian.
I'm upset they're about to put out another Friday. He ain't gonna be in it.
Liam
he
Neeson's
gonna
not a
let his
comedian.
he's gonna let his son play him, I guess.
No, classic 10-hour streams are not back because I'm going to be a couple hours, and it seems slow anyway, so it's not that big a
Hmm.
deal. Unless Dr. Reefer shows up.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, then it'll be 4 hours
And
or
then
more.
it'll be 4 hours or more. You know, that's the only reason. No, we don't. No, the old man can't do 10-hour streams no more. Would y'all think that more countries will join the BRICS as a counter to all? Yeah, the thing is, the original BRICS was 5, and with 3 observers, I think they're up to what 10, 10 or 12
Hmm.
now, and you got
Yeah,
40 more waiting to get in. So it's just a matter of them applying and them accepting. So
it
it's
may
not.
go up down depending on what Trump does, but you know.
No, no, they're not. What is it? What does he say? We ain't going back.
Oh well, yeah,
What's her name? Kamala Harris said that we're
yeah. We're
not
not
going
going
back. Going
back.
back? Yeah, they're not going back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to compete.
The tariff stuff had nothing to do with it. Okay, this
Hmm.
happened because of Biden messing with the currency sanctions against Russia, and
Yeah.
then threatening sanctions against other countries. So they decided to make their own economic system. So that's going on now.
I
Hey,
was
MB.
talking to Louis before the stream. He said
Hmm.
some of your imported goods might go up
A
with
lot of
the
them, a lot of them will. So it is what it is. People. That's why tariffs are very tricky. You know, I understand people get excited about tariffs and stuff like
yeah.
that. Tariffs are extremely tricky. Okay, they always have been. Tariffs are not new. They go all the way back. Your original tariff fight was the British in the revolutionaries with the tea tax. Okay,
Yeah, the colonial. Yeah.
colonials. Yeah, that's the original. Those are the original tariff fights.
Hmm.
I'm just saying.
AB, not to go on a tangent, but I'm glad
Well,
that
we get ready to go on a tangent, but go ahead, man.
no, no, I'm not. I'm just glad that because AB just witnessed this. I'm glad that BGS did not review the native podcast show that because he would you probably go off on them
I mean,
compared to
I watched it. I watched most of it, and um, basically, I wouldn't go off on because they are
Yeah,
like
but I
Dennis Chris
expect out of
said.
them anyway.
They are who we thought they were. What
Yeah.
did they say? What did they say different than they haven't said? The thing is that you have two or three contrary black women and two gay black men.
Hmm.
Can you find a
Yeah,
straight black man to go on your podcast?
yeah,
Yeah,
because
man.
I was just listening to Doc's review of it. It was pretty insightful.
Yeah, I mean it's just pretty upfront. Just like the only part that got me that I might have talked about was in Tiffany Cross talked about that black people got behind Barack Obama and how come we couldn't get behind Kamala Harris just like we got behind Barack
Because she
Obama
wasn't qualified.
because she wasn't qualified. But they don't want to talk about that because to them she was
Hmm.
qualified. We're supposed to get behind her because she was black and she's female.
And Black Girl Magic. Y'all
Yeah,
supposed to
we're supposed to do black women a solid.
yeah.
Bullshit. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, boss, let me ask you a question right quick.
Hmm.
I just kind of snuck in. Did y'all touch or elaborate on the Dow Jones plunge in the day over the last 2 days? Did y'all
It's
touch on
they're taking the air out of it. The stock market has way too much air. Okay, and um, the profits are going to go down with when if you start imposing tariffs, right? Because a lot of these companies depend on Chinese manufacturers for their supply chain. So the price is going to go down. Basically the prices on the goods are going to go up, and you already have people that are you just laid off a bunch of people, and people are afraid of their jobs. They're not going to spend. So the stock market is going to go down, and Trump is not going to spend money to support it to keep it up in the air. So I mean, it's way too high anyway. Okay, they should have. The last correction was under COVID, and they spent money to push it back up. They ain't got no
Hmm.
money no more. Okay,
No more road.
no more road for the can. So I'm not
2P?
surprised. Yeah. So I'm not
Yeah.
shocked. I mean, nobody should be shocked. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
um,
not
t-
shocked.
tariffs raise prices, and prices are not good for profits, especially during a job recession because you're going to have a job recession. So there's going to be a whole bunch of goofy stuff that's got to get straightened out because I don't know who planned this economy over the past 15 years, but they are starting to bite them in the ass because none of that shit's going to come. None of that shit's going to come true. Okay, most of that shit is fall flat. Like your 5G. In fact, Sparker was talking about that they spent $50 billion to wire to bring internet to every house, right? Over the past 5 6 years, right? She said none of them houses got wired. So where'd the money go?
Ooh,
Oh shit.
real talk.
Yeah,
That's a lot of houses y'all claim y'all was gonna be winding up. So y'all
that's
know
what he
that
said.
all the
So
money that was stolen.
yeah, so everybody's buying what is it? Star nets, okay, satellites. They said fuck waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way the money's spent, and then your lawmakers are supposed to be lawmakers that sit around and let this shit go by, and nobody says anything. That's why they're more minstrels than they are politicians.
Speaking of
Yeah.
Starlink, I'm
So
Bunch
what?
of
surprised that
kickbacks and back doors.
So what?
A bunch of kickbacks and back doors.
Oh, that
It's a
what
big.
the kickbacks are not. That's straight up theft. She ain't kickbacks. These are
No, I'm
straight
saying
up
from
theft.
them. I'm saying they gave for the money, and then they get kickbacks and they back doors. Like they get paid through
They gave who
that.
the money?
What Stacy? What?
This is something else. Okay, this
Or
wasn't
something else?
Stacey.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
Stacey. They gave Stacey money to actually build solar panels and Green New Deal,
It's
all that kind of
something
crap.
like
Yeah, something
fishing
like that.
stoves or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, something like that. They never did. She hasn't produced
Power
any evidence for it.
America.
But I'm talking about. He was talking about that. He's talking about. Schweiker was talking about the internet. They
Oh,
gave some. They distributed almost $50 billion to wire up every house in America, and this shit never happened.
oh yeah.
This
Oh
kind of shit
yeah.
happens. Yeah.
Some
Yeah. How does $50 billion disappear?
Oh, easy.
some heads. Yeah, yeah. Some heads
Apparently
need to
so.
roll.
Ask USAID how $50 billion disappears.
Uh,
Okay.
Ooh, that's why they getting shut down.
Ask the Social Security system how the $50 billion
yeah.
disappears, or the Small Business Administration. Okay.
Yeah. You used to be upset like when your pencil disappeared in grade school. Like my paper went missing. It
Hmm.
was like teacher, my paper gone. I guess I can't get graded on this test. Like okay.
Yeah, and not unless you get a teacher that goes womp womp.
Yeah.
Womp
All of a
womp.
sudden that paper, come back up. Like, yay, hey, it's here now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, when some jail time start getting thrown around, and
Mm-hmm.
we'll start seeing some of this money mysteriously. Like, oh, there's a paper trail. Who knew?
Well, the thing is, this is like what Musk is doing and Doge is doing is not new. The Chinese did this 15 years ago. Okay,
Yeah,
they know
but we will not roll heads though.
uh,
BTS.
I don't know.
okay. What would you do, man? Okay, put yourself in their shoes, right? Okay, if 70% of your Congress is guilty of something, you gonna send them all to jail?
Well, I mean, you got to triage it. I mean, who did the most? Who stole the most? Honestly,
Are you going to send them all to jail?
you can't do that. I
Why?
know you can't do that because
Why?
your government will collapse and you fall
The
into
government will
anarchy.
collapse and fall in anarchy. That's why you're not going to do it. Okay. I
Yeah,
mean, what you do is you release slowly but leak their indiscretions out. Okay, and let the midterms take care of 'em.
you don't pop the hot air balloon. You just let the air out and let it fall to the
Yeah,
ground.
if you 10,000 feet up, you're not going to pop the balloon, are you?
No.
No. That's why. Okay. That's why he hasn't done it. Nobody's stupid. That's like the Chinese hasn't cut your dollar. Okay. You're too big to fail.
Hmm.
Everybody, it would take everybody with us. Our hot air balloon is connected to every other hot air balloon, and we're the biggest hot air balloon.
It's worse than that. Basically, you're a big ocean liner
Hindenburg.
connected to all the boats. Yeah. And what
Oh
happens
yeah.
if you sink? Gonna drag everybody down with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's why.
What's up,
Yeah.
gents?
What up?
What up?
Yay.
What up?
Rare Friday night off for me, I should say.
You supposed to be? Oh, that's right. The games ended early, right? So
Yeah,
UCLA got. My sister said UCLA was gonna get waxed.
UCLA got.
Yeah, she said that. My sister
Let
said
me
that.
see. What is the proper adjective? What's the proper verb I can use? I'll use the phrase. They got sliced to pieces.
We used to call it bikini wax. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on now. Yeah.
Considering the fact
They got
that
And
wax.
it's a
Okay.
girls basketball
But
team.
but
That's crazy.
but
that
my
fits,
my
considering the fact they're playing in Tampa.
my sister is a former player. She said she had went to the first UCLA game, right? Not the first one, but the first NCAA game with UCLA, right? And she
Mm-hmm.
said they're not gonna make it. I said, how you know? And she said they ain't gonna make it, and she was right.
It's always this way with UCLA, and the thing is, UCLA was voted the number one overall seed over South Carolina.
Yeah, well, it's regular season.
Everybody. Well, when I did my women's bracket, I picked Connecticut,
Okay.
and so far they won. Connecticut's won every single game by double digits.
Yeah, yeah.
And they took UCLA to the hope.
With women, it's kind of funky, is because um, you can't trust how they vote women in because
Right.
there's too much emotion in it. With men, it's pretty straightforward. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With women, it's not straightforward.
Yeah.
My sister eyeballed UCLA. Said, nah, they don't have it. He said,
Well,
Because they only got that one girl. They only got what's her name?
Lauren Betts.
The light
Lauren,
skinned girl.
Lauren Betts.
yeah.
Snowman. Did the Gaghorns? Did the Lady Gaghorns win tonight?
No, they did not. They got waxed too.
As usual, knew it.
Bikini
Been
wax.
shit
They
since
got
Jody
they got
Conrad.
waxed. They got waxed too. So it's UConn and South Carolina
Oh, back
for all the
again,
marbles
huh?
on Sunday.
Okay.
And to answer a question, BGS, that you asked earlier, I am covering the WNBA draft on the 14th. I'm
Okay.
doing that one live. In fact,
Okay, cool.
I just wrote it on my schedule,
Okay.
and I'm making sure I get it out there.
Hey Snow, when's the men's game? How you doing, by the way?
I'm good, man.
Good.
It's always Monday night, isn't it?
Final
Yeah.
four for the men is tomorrow. The championship is Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, championship's Monday night.
Yeah. The
I had
women
planned to
aren't.
do it, but Columbus East has a home baseball game, and
Okay.
they want me there. They want me there to do it because what's going to wind up happening, as long as it takes for my wife to get her doctorate done,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be at Columbus East and possibly Indiana University Columbus. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to hear back from them. So I'm nailing down some assignments while we're here.
What's
Nice.
what's you getting a doctorate in?
Education.
Okay.
Yep. Educational organization is what the what the doctorate is.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard ESPN's not covering baseball anymore. You might want to cover some MLB too.
Way
Who
ahead of your partner. I got Wednesday night baseball on the docket.
who's
Okay.
picking?
Heck
I had
yeah.
to, I
Who,
had to
who's
switch it from Monday night, considering most of Columbus East early games are on Monday night, so I had to switch my schedule around.
so
Okay.
so so who's picking up their games if ESPN's not doing it
Fox.
anymore?
They're going to go
Fox.
direct to consumer.
Oh, okay. Really? Okay.
The Sun, I might stick my toe into Sunday night baseball. It depends.
Okay.
Most of that is schedule dependent because there are some nights that I got to hit the sack early and help my wife get out early when she does her community outreach for her job.
Okay.
Okay.
So you saying baseball going straight to streaming, like YouTube TV and all of that stuff?
So
Well,
they're going.
Apple TV's already got their foot in the water.
Okay. So
No, I'm saying
they're going.
YouTube TV.
They're going. So MLB's going to have an app like the NBA and the NFL.
Oh,
They got the app already. The
Okay.
direct to consumer is going to be it's going to have the face of the regional networks like they had with NBC Sports,
Mm-hmm.
formerly Comcast
okay.
Sportsnet and Fox Sports,
Mm-hmm.
or when I was growing up, Sports Channel.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it that way, but it's gonna be more regionalized
Okay.
because I looked at some of the games today through MLB, and I'm seeing the different graphics that they have
Oh,
for the
okay.
Pirates, for the Colorado Rockies. The Dodgers and the Yankees were the first to pioneer it. This is for as long as I've been watching baseball,
Mm-hmm.
because in '02 the Yes Network got the Yankee games
Yeah.
because they were split. They were split on two different networks.
Yeah.
Then SNY
Mm-hmm.
wound up getting the Mets games. So both those teams are covered. Um, Los Angeles had Prime for the longest time,
Yeah.
and now it's morphed into Spectrum
Spectrum.
Sportsnet.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's it's uh it's morphed into Spectrum Sportsnet. Johnny, I'll tell you exactly why ESPN is not covering baseball. It's too
Money.
expensive for them.
Yeah. It's money. Yeah.
It's
No,
too
yeah.
it's too expensive because when they started doing Sunday night baseball way back in 1990, it wasn't that expensive, wasn't that big of a price, and everybody watched it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But that was because of the announce team, John Miller and Joe Morgan.
Mm.
The year they got rid of John Miller and Joe Morgan, they were
Mhm.
done.
Okay.
They were done with baseball because the popularity sunk.
Aren't those guys in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
John Miller got voted in, I want to say 10 years ago.
yeah.
He's now the voice of the San Francisco Giants.
Ah,
Yeah, he's now the voice of the Giants. He was the voice of the Orioles, the radio voice of the Orioles for the longest time.
hmm
What's trying to happen now is they're trying to bring back the old simulcast era, especially with I learned about it with basketball with Jim Durham and Johnny Kerr calling Bulls games.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
They split the call up until 85. WGN had the Bulls games up until the 85-86 season. Then they moved it to WFLD for the quote unquote free TV games.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happened was Jim Durham and Johnny Kerr called all the games on the radio, but then Sports Channel would split some of the games with WFLD, and the more popular the Bulls got, the more games WFLD got.
Mm-hmm.
They did most of the West Coast games because it was after the 9 o'clock. I'm speaking Central Time here. 9 o'clock news. Most of them were after the 9 o'clock news. So let's say if they play the Portland Trailblazers, the Lakers, or the Clippers, except for the Lakers, they always kept those on Sports Channel. FLD got the Supersonic, the game where they go to Seattle, they go to Los Angeles to play the Clippers, and they go to Portland. When they broke up the simulcast in 1991 and Jim Durham was fired, They brought in Neil Funk and split the call up again. And it's been all this time to mix reviews. And it took teams a long time to come away from the simulcast era.
Okay.
They're trying to bring it back now with the advent of digital broadcasting.
Yeah, they're trying to figure it out.
Especially with digital video.
Yeah.
What they don't realize is that some teams have already figured it out. I figured this shit out a long time ago. It just took me a while to get the materials and the equipment I needed to put it into practice. And some guy back in 2017 tried to steal my idea. And what pissed him off so much is that when I did baseball for News Now Du Bois County down in Jasper, Indiana, the sound that my former boss wanted was when the ball hit the mitt.
Okay.
I had a little trick up my sleeve, which was basically a crowd mic.
Okay.
And every time the ball hit the mitt, I would turn it up, and he kept wondering for months. He's like, "Man, how do you keep doing that?" I just keep thinking, "You'll figure it out and know what you always tell me." I'm not going to give away all my old school secrets. No, thank you. But yeah, this is the 21st century simulcast era that teams are trying to do now. The Kings picked it up early. The Athletics picked it up early. Now everybody else is trying to follow the pattern and figure it out. And the problem
it's going to vary from market to market. So
it's going to vary because a lot of teams weren't prepared for the regional networks to go kablooey.
Yeah,
they weren't prepared, especially when Fox Sports blew up. Now Fox Sports was fine when they had just football.
Yeah,
and they had the game of the week with baseball, offering it on their free Fox Sports stations, like just Fox Sports on the regular television.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Where they fucked it up is they tried to move it to cable.
Yeah.
And basically put it behind a paywall, which spurred the growth of all of the regional networks. The biggest move that happened is I want to say it was 1997 when Sports Channel was bought out by Fox Sports Net.
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah, Fox Sports showed up in 1997, and Fox Sports Net was born in 1998, and they were almost immediately losing money. They were almost immediately losing money because they put it behind a paywall. Number one, and number two, whatever your cable company carrier was, what were they doing? Since we're talking about money. What were they doing for people to get
rates?
Exactly.
Yeah, which is a problem nowadays because you got all these cord cutters.
Yep, and that's why ESPN lost Sunday Night Baseball. That's why ESPN they didn't lose Sunday Night Baseball; they dropped them.
Yeah, because it's not profitable anymore. Yeah.
Nope.
Cord
cutters? Too many cord cutters. Yeah.
Snowman, I'm gonna switch on you real quick. I need to know something. Hold on, sorry. Hold on. I gotta get this out. Then you can.
Well, get it out, man. Get it out.
I'm gonna get it out because the question goes to you too, old man, Snowman. What's your take on tomorrow's game between Duke and the Cougs? Who you got? I believe I know what you want to go because you and me talked earlier in the back chat on BGS.
I haven't even watched them, so I couldn't even tell you. I'm not even.
To be perfectly honest,
I haven't watched them.
If Houston can hold Duke to under 70 points, they'll win. Because in terms of scoring average, Houston's the number one team in the nation, and they've been the number one team in this tournament. If Cooper Flag gets going early,
I'm about to say
it's over.
That white boy, he get out there, he scored 35.
If he drops 20 in the first half, adios amigos.
Oh yeah,
Duke's playing Monday night.
Does
But
he
if
does he have, does
Houston's
he have
team,
any
if Houston,
sidekicks to help him?
say it
Does
again.
Cooper Flag have any
It- it-
sidekicks that
it-
can help him?
those kind of players, if they're on, they're on. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
If Cooper Flag
You hope
gets,
he's human that day. That's what you
you
hope.
hope he
Yeah.
has, you hope that you got to hope that Flag has an off night, and
Yeah.
if he has an off night, then
Yeah.
Houston's defense can take advantage and surround him,
Yeah.
or it's an
And they better hit
overrun,
that ankle.
I'm
That's
or
all
it's
I'm
figuring
an,
saying.
Houston. I'm
They
figuring
Uh,
better tap that
Houston.
ankle.
I'm literally figuring
but
Houston can do
that's
him.
not if a cat
Houston can,
if a cat is on. I remember Isaiah scored 51 points on a bad ankle against the Lakers. If the
yeah.
cat's
game
on, he's on.
6,
Yeah.
1988. He scored
Yeah.
25 in the third quarter,
This
Yeah.
is what
and
I'm
he injured
figuring.
that ankle in the third quarter, midway
This is
through.
this is what I'm figuring, fellas. If
Hmm.
he's just a one-man band, he doesn't have any help. Houston can treat him like Michigan State treated Larry Bird in '79. We're gonna gang up on you. We're gonna
Hmm.
outplay you with our athleticism, and we're gonna make you try to
Yeah.
beat us by
Hmm.
yourself.
We're
We
gonna
don't have
let Cooper Flag get his, but stop everyone else.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
everyone pass.
but Duke normally recruits too many good players for that to happen.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Proctor can
Duke is
ball.
usually
yeah,
Duke is usually
Proctor can
loaded
ball. That
they're
other white
usually
boy they got.
loaded. Yeah,
Isn't
That other white boy's
Krzyzewski's
close too.
Krzyzewski's retired, right?
Yeah.
for 5 years.
yeah.
Good. So no Krzyzewski. No, I'm pushing
It's
for Houston. That
it's called.
mystique
Here's
is
the
gone.
thing.
Yeah, they still
Here's
have
the
a
thing.
name
I
brand. Okay.
do know
You have to have a
Duke's.
name
I
with
am
the coach.
very.
Otherwise, otherwise they would have gotten flag.
Here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the thing, Al. Like BGS just said, first of all, the culture is already established at Duke. Krzyzewski
Yeah.
made
He won a
sure.
championship there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Championships. He won
Ships,
multiple
yeah,
championships.
multiple championships. Yeah.
But this new coach
Here's
has how many ships does he have?
not.
It,
He hasn't
it,
won.
He's got
I don't
two.
care
I
about
will
your
add
prestige.
He's got two
it,
cups that he won in
does,
place.
What the big
it,
number be late?
it doesn't
Well-
matter. Okay. They have a name. Okay.
I will add a keyword to AL's sentence because I am very familiar with Duke's coach, former Glenbrook North sharpshooter John Shire. I watched him play.
Yes, sir.
I
Mhm.
talked to him many times. He is that guy. I can
He
bring
was
him a
that
champ.
ball when he played.
He was that guy because I saw him play in a holiday tournament, basically 1-on-5,
Mhm.
and Glenbrook North was supposed to get blown to smithereens. 52 points later, they're playing overtime.
Mhm.
So he's got the backing. He's got the he's got the tools. This is his first Final Four. Everybody that has won championships had to learn through their first Final Four.
Mhm.
All right, Krzyzewski, Dean Smith, Roy Williams,
Mhm.
John Thompson, a familiar name for AL, Guy V. Lewis.
Mhm.
Everybody has to go through their first Final Four. The biggest question for me outside of Cooper Flag is going to be how will John Shire, who is a rookie as far as the Final Four goes, make adjustments should Houston come out hot early?
Yeah.
If Houston comes out hot early, how will Shire make adjustments? That's the key.
Houston being coached by Kelvin Sampson, the old
Kelvin
Oklahoma.
Kelvin
Yeah.
Sam- yes. Kelvin Sampson.
The old
Kelvin
Cal
Sampson
Cal
has
coach.
more experience than this new coach.
Yeah,
He has more experience. He's gonna lead them to victory.
Kelvin Sampson.
I'll say it. I'll say it again.
Sampson has never been nobody's slouch, BGS.
AB. Kelvin Sampson used to coach Cal. Okay, I know about Kelvin Sampson.
Listen, he's no slouch.
When he first started,
Kelvin Sampson is no slouch. No.
But yeah, he's not slouch, but he's not a superstar coach. Okay.
And this is Houston's first Final Four since 2021, since everything was in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You mean AL? I wasn't speaking.
They got everything back to normal now. And here's another thing that you got to think about.
Mm-hmm.
In 21, after COVID and everything, they moved everything to one city, which was Indianapolis, which means they were splitting time between Gainbridge Fieldhouse, Lucas Oil Stadium,
Mm-hmm.
and like three other places in the city.
Mm-hmm.
3 or 4 other places in the city. Everything was played in Indianapolis on a rotating schedule. Now everything is back to normal. The
Mm-hmm.
first 4 was in Dayton. You have your um, regional sites, and then you have your main regional sites. There's another thing that you have to wonder if Houston is
Yeah.
ready for. I expect both Houston and Duke to be ready. Duke still has the name. Duke still has the experience.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that I see with Houston, as far as the Cougars go with their defense, you gotta bump everybody, and you gotta get in their head. And on top of that, money cash, thank you. This is basically a home game for Houston because they're down the way in San Antonio at the Alamo Dome.
Mm-hmm.
It's still how everything being open and them being in the Alamo Dome. How is all that going to play a part in this for Houston? Because my pick is Houston to win Saturday night,
Mm-hmm.
but it's going to be a game of adjustments for Shire and for Kelvin Sampson. You don't
Yeah.
want Kelvin Sampson as a coach to shrink after he finally gets the Cougars back to the Final Four.
The thing is, it comes down to does Flag have a regular game or does he have a superstar game? Have a
Mhm.
superstar game, it's over.
If he takes over early, put it in the book.
Put in the book, okay?
Put it in the book.
He's one of those kind of players.
If Flag is slowed down
Mm-hmm.
and Houston's defense is allowed to press them,
Mm-hmm.
is allowed to
How,
shut him down,
how has he played so far in the tournament?
he's got
Incredible.
the Flag.
It's over.
Do I need to say?
It's
Do I
over.
need to say anything else?
It's over.
He's
Yeah.
been playing like a dog, man.
Listen,
And you forgot they got that 7 foot tall African dude too, who's no
mhm,
slouch.
they are.
So
Duke has the length.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
That's the problem that Houston has to compete with.
from
Duke
3,
has-
4, and 5.
So in other words, Houston's going to have to light it up from the
they're
three.
gonna have to hit. They're gonna have
They
to
have to
turn
hit the
from Villanova
threes.
from 85.
Yeah, they have
As
to hit
my
those
folks
threes.
say, it's a tough road to hoe.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You're gonna have to hit the
Yep.
threes because
You're gonna have to turn into Villanova from 85 and how they beat Georgetown, beat them from the perimeter.
Yeah. Basically, you have to
You beat them from 18 feet out.
or you do NC State where you shot 90%.
Mm-hmm. Oh, NC State and Villanova did. I think Villanova still holds the record for a championship, but that was a championship game, not a Final Four game.
Yeah,
I think Villanova still holds the record at 78% for shooting for a championship game. I believe that to be true. But this tournament,
mm-hmm.
I have not been turned on by it at all because there have not been upsets. There has not been all 4 number 1 seeds got to the Final Four. There has not been that one team like North Carolina State last year or Loyola Chicago in 2018 or North Carolina State of 83. There's not been that one team with the survive and advance mentality. When everyone played a higher seed, except for the first round, it's like, oh, we're playing the higher seed now. We can just give up.
I think you'll probably see it next year because basketball has not been, as portal friendly as football has. Okay, but I think there's a lot of people in basketball. I see it with the women already. The women started to hit that portal. So I think
Olivia Miles was the first to hit it.
So I think next year see something different is because a lot of these cats that they're on the bench, they're good, but they're on the bench are going to start hitting that portal. And you're going to see a big shift.
Yeah, Olivia Miles was the first big name to hit the women's portal. She's leaving Notre Dame. And there's speculation of where she's going to go. Some are saying Tennessee, some are saying South Carolina. We don't know.
The thing, I haven't even seen them play, but I'm assuming just by the way you describe the teams, Houston's got to hit their threes. Okay, if they come out hot from 3, then they probably will win. But they're gonna have to hit their.
They got to be hot, and
they got to be hot. Yeah.
They got to be hot from. They have to be hot from distance. They have to.
Yeah,
Villanova, they got a
and,
Villanova this game.
They got hope. They had the hope flag is human.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
If
my
he
own
hasn't been
lane says,
human, if he hasn't been human, he's probably not going to be human in this game either. So they're going to have to hit their threes.
my own lane says y'all sleeping on Auburn. No, Auburn's going to get a wake up call.
Mm.
Auburn's the overall #1 seed, yes, and they have not been challenged in this tournament either. But the Gators may chop them down to size.
No, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm doing more of the women's tournament anyway because I haven't been impressed with the men's tournament.
You know what? The thing is, the men, the NCAA men follow the lead of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they're playing pretty much the same style, with lesser players.
Yep.
So basically, it's small ball with a lot of threes. So
yeah.
So
it's positionless.
Yes, positionless. Yeah.
And we got a final coming in right now from the Bay. Final score: Warriors 118, Nuggets 104.
Okay.
And that's with the Joker.
So the Nuggets. I mean, so the Warriors are finding their groove.
Oh, man, that trade paid off because before that trade, it was like at the bottom of the.
They were
Western Conference
Warriors. The Warriors were in the 10th spot before the Jimmy Butler move.
Yeah, they needed that one player because to go along with with Curry.
Steph.
Yeah, with
I haven't been watching, but I just randomly I think it was one of the recent games. I looked at the highlights. I think Steph sold like 52 points or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I went and looked at the standings. I was like, God damn.
You need somebody to take the pressure off of Steph. So so that's what Jimmy Butler does. Yeah.
And also Jimmy Butler gets to the free throw line.
Yeah.
Snowman.
Yes, sir.
So what are the bigs looking like for you? Actually, like 6'7", 6'8", no more than 6'9"?
No more than 6'9".
It's not a 6'10" or above dude over there they got.
No.
So
Warriors?
What y'all was saying? No,
University of Houston.
Houston.
That's why you were stressing they have to be 18 feet out from the
exactly.
Yeah,
they have no bigs to fight. And
I met the reference.
This flag was like 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah, I forget which team it was. Where there was a team basically doing basically the same thing Houston needs to do, right? Basically, they're playing a much bigger team, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of inside players. And what the thing is, the Cats had to hit their threes, and they were hitting their threes.
That's why I bring up the example of Villanova from '85 because the big bad giant was Georgetown.
Yes,
they're coming off a national championship.
Yeah,
they get all the way back to the national championship game.
Yeah.
First half, they were doing great. Michael Graham and of course Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
Reggie Williams was 6'7". I mean, they were sharing the ball like crazy. So Villanova pulled their bigs out.
Yeah.
They pulled Michael Graham and Patrick Ewing out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And once they did that, I forget the name of that sharpshooter for Villanova. I'm trying to remember. There's a fellow, look up the name Harold Plansky from Villanova. Hit 6 shots in the second half and didn't miss.
Yeah.
Plansky?
Harold Plansky. I believe he wore number 31 for Villanova.
We talking basketball here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, if you're hitting threes, yes. If you're hitting shots, yes.
From the Lakers, if we talking about the Lakers, I'll give you this. No,
we talk about the NCAA. Okay, we're talking now.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, but the name that sticks in my mind because I remember my mom, dad, and I watching that national championship and recording it was Harold Plansky from Villanova. Even though Ed Pinckney wound up getting the most outstanding player because of his defense on Patrick Ewing, Harold Plansky started that rally. And Villanova won the game 66-64. This was pre-3-point shot.
What? And he was world's greatest accountant after that.
Yeah. Yeah. With a ring and a story to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. And they beat Georgetown in one of the more popular houses, Rupp Arena.
Yeah.
They beat him in Rupp Arena in Lexington.
Immortalized forever.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody was happier than the Cardinals in a sense. But hey, I know
Man,
that rivalry.
man, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how happy the Villanova fans were. I knew a few of my friends that I went to school with were Villanova fans.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they let me have it. As well they should have.
Hey,
They let
they
me have it. But it was all right because we remain friends to this day and we talk basketball all the time. But that's the attack, guys. That's the path, I should say, that I see Houston taking to get to Monday. They got a Villanova this game. They have to be on their P's and Q's from the outside, and it's got to start early. You can't
leave it
try
late.
to
You
come back
can't.
in the second half because by that time Cooper Flag and company may have already established the rhythm of the game.
Hey, you got slow start. This is like in combat sports. You know, you got some people who start right off from the bat. Others slow starters.
You can't afford that slow start against them, though.
You sure can't.
You don't want Cooper Flag to pull a Bill Walton. Okay.
No.
You got to shut him down right from the get go.
Yeah, you got to get him from the get go.
Because if you don't, and he gets started, he's not stopping until he cuts the nets on Monday night.
Put it back in MMA terms. If he's Francis Ngannou, he hits you in the mouth and you don't block,
you don't get
or
up.
you don't duck, it's over for you. You don't come back. You don't come back from those hits.
You don't.
Nah, nigga, ain't no blocking, my nigga. You just need to get out the way with Francis. Ain't no blocking. Because even if you block, if it lands flush, it just may break your block. To be honest with you, it still may connect. It don't even matter. So
yeah, but
going right to sleep.
Exactly. Well, that's Cooper Flag.
Hey, BGS, your sister-in-law says hi.
Hey, tell that black woman I said hello. I'm start calling her Miss Reparations.
You better not show my dirty ass house.
Hey, BGS, beat you to it. Beat you to it.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
You wanna hear something crazy that happened today? Let me tell you this. I've been bigging up Temu and China and shit, you feel me? Because you know what I'm saying, with these, third party retailers and stuff like that, certain things that beats out Amazon.
Yeah.
So I was playing with my drone today, and for some reason, I don't know what happened. The thing was just programmed, it was just like miscalibrated or something. Tell me why the thing just started flying to the guys. The shit was just going to Mount Olympus.
What you talking about? You talking about your drone?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
The shit was in the stratosphere like in 10 seconds. Like it was nothing I could do.
It's a programming bug. Got the computer in there.
Yeah.
Somebody mistake.
That was the replacement drone.
It could have picked up a different signal. Could have been a bunch of different things. Anything on a remote, you got to. It depends on where you are. Was there other traffic around? Is there somebody with similar remote? It's hard to say. Did it come? Did you get it back? Did you get it back?
Nah, Jesus got it. It's up there chilling with the disciples and shit.
Okay, maybe
Jesus.
maybe an AI got it and joined the army. Okay.
Yeah.
Unscripted.
Join the army.
Yeah, join us.
Join
one of us.
We want you.
Be all you can be, right?
I was like, what the hell? What kind of shit is this?
Yeah, well, it happens. How much did it cost you?
I ain't gonna lie, it was $15. But hey,
you get what you pay for, son. Get what you pay for, son.
A car remote, a remote start on a car could overtake that thing.
Yeah.
That's one of those That's one of those testers.
I mean, I didn't want to just go all in and just drop like 120 on a drone that just gets taken away by the wind. So I just wanted to dip my little feet. I'm like, damn. That was the replacement drone. Like the first one, you know what I'm saying? After like 3 days, the wing broke. So I had to send that back and shit. You feel me? So they sent me the replacement, gave me a refund. And then I just got this one. And the shit just want to I don't even know.
Somebody was starting.
I can't even be mad at it.
Somebody was remote starting their car and took it. It was like, let it right on top of the car. I'm like, oops.
I know, right? I was looking at it. It was just going in one solid direction. I'm like, hold on, somebody hacked my shit? They recalled the drone. They recalled the drone from China and shit. You know, China hit the satellite real quick. It was like, you know what I'm saying? That nigga T, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? He too American for us. He too liberal, you feel me? He fucking around with this Timu shit. And yeah, we just can't have that. So we need to recall them drones. And yeah, that's just what it was. I was just like,
You the old saying, if it's if basically if it's price is too low to believe, it probably is. Okay.
Have you had inventory?
My wife and I took a trip. My wife and I took a trip like the first year we were married, and we rented a car. It was a Hyundai Tucson. So both Jody and I tried to Bluetooth our phones into the car, and Jody said, "Use my phone and call somebody." Didn't hear a thing.
Okay.
I'm like, what the hell? Found out why.
Why is that? Why?
Somehow the circuits got crossed with a car like 20 feet away from us in another parking spot.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
And the lady, bless her heart, rolled down her window and says, "Are you Jody Snow?" And she says, "Yes." And I said, I figured out what happened. And I'm sitting there laughing. And Jody figured it out, and we all just sat there and talked for a good 20 minutes. We were just all cracking up.
Yeah, that's how that Bluetooth
Technology in the 21st century, right?
Well, the thing is, you know, there's good and there's bad, right? Okay.
This was plain hilarious.
It was bad. It was, you know, bad tech. Okay.
It was bad tech. We figured it out after we got it out of the garage, but there were so many similar systems that it hooked into the car next. It hooked into the car next to us. In fact, I'm inclined to think it was the same system.
It's supposed to have different radio signals and digital signals.
I think this time there were a few different. The specs were a little different, but it was the same system.
No, what I'm saying is it's just like a computer. It's supposed to have its own address, so it shouldn't be able to do that. But the thing is, just that's what they call it, quality control.
Sometimes it should.
Yeah, sometimes it'll randomly match something else.
Yeah,
a similar model and make.
No, it's called bad quality control. That's like you can be in a room full of people using Bluetooth, so it doesn't interfere with each other because they have different addresses. Okay, so this is bad quality control. This shouldn't have happened.
Pairing and everything.
So the shit just trash. That's what you saying, BDS?
Huh?
You saying the shit just trash?
It's whatever happened, man. I don't know exactly what happened because you have to go back and
well, as I said, it got figured out when we left the garage.
Oh yeah, once you got out of the range.
We got out of the garage and we got out of
then you're fine.
Range. Yeah, then we were fine. We were fine when we brought it
If
back.
somebody has a high a louder, quote unquote, louder signal, that can happen too.
Yeah.
Hey, should I call? You think I should call like air traffic control or some shit? Because I mean, it had a full charge.
No. For $15, I'm gonna tell you, go
look. Just
good luck.
It's like you said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want it to like interfere with like a plane in this. It went pretty high up in the sky. Like
it won't.
You feel me? Like
no.
Okay.
Not for 15. It won't. Not for $15.
No. The charge on it won't get it that high.
Do you know how high 30,000 feet is on $15 propellers? No.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Ain't no
I mean, them shits was made of plastic. Ain't no way. I ain't gonna lie.
No, not at all.
If it gets 300 feet in the air for $15, you maybe have something. But 30,000 feet in the air, not a chance.
If it gets 30,000 feet in the air, then that's military specs, man.
Yeah.
It was definitely 300 feet in the air though. I ain't gonna lie. It was up there.
Okay. That's about right.
Yeah.
And then it wobbled and then died.
And then
it didn't even wobble. It was just gone. Like
I mean, if that bad boy and that little battery is still flying this long, then you need to buy you another one because that's a deal. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good quality drone, right? That's what I'm saying.
Or you're inadvertently stopped in China.
One of them little drones got how was it? Maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes of fly time.
Yeah.
Hey,
No,
BGS,
I mean,
he's now a Chinese
depending,
spy. At this point, if that drone do that, it's he Chinese spy. You don't know it yet, but you a spy for the
what you
Chinese.
say?
You a Chinese spy now, bro.
Most
Type
drones like
shit.
that are that small, especially the amount that you paid for it. Okay, that battery's only going to be good for like 15, 20 minutes at best. Okay,
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
best.
you're right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I be keeping it on like 30%, and like I said, it was on like 30% when it went all the way up there and
Yeah,
stuff like
it'll
that. You
go
know,
up
in terms
there.
of power.
It will go up there. It won't, but it won't stay.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's probably why you lost it. It probably died.
It was like the battery was like,
No,
no.
what
It
you
got out
mean
of
died?
got
BG?
it
The
got
shit was
it probably died, man.
Died in midair,
this.
probably.
Died
How this
midair.
shit? How this shit gonna die when this shit just went AWOL? This shit just go
It
start
it
getting
it
higher
went
than the
it went AWOL once it got out of sight. Afterward, how long did it fly before you
Got
lost
out of
sight of
sight
it?
and said, "It
How
got out of
how long?
sight."
shit.
Where the hell am I?
How long?
It was gone. BGS like shit
How,
beyond 300.
how long did you have eyeballs on it before it got out of sight?
Like I see about 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, yeah. The reason it got out of sight because the battery died, it started falling.
Oh damn.
It lost signal. It was like, oh no.
Yeah, but I don't want nobody to get hit in the head by it or nothing like that. You feel me?
How big is the drone?
I mean, it's not that. I mean, it's probably like this size.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With the wings outstretched, it's probably like a little bit bigger than that. But
You know,
I mean, still like
it made out of plastic. Yeah, it's probably gonna do cartwheels in the air. If you get hit by it, you're gonna say, "What the fuck was that?" Okay.
Yeah, you might. If it hits a baby, for sure, we're worried. But like, if it hits
Yeah,
an
the
adult, you're
no,
fine.
you're fine. Yeah,
You
made
stupid.
out of plastic.
No, if it hits a hemophilac, though, if it
Hey,
hits a hemophilac, check him out.
hey. In other words, like so many places. What the fuck was that? What the fuck
well,
was
look, my nigga,
Hey, you seen
I'm
them
gonna have to
TikToks
figure out what the hell.
about the little people? You
that?
seen them TikToks about the little people throwing stuff and
Wait,
it's like grape?
I gotta
That's
do
what it's
this.
gonna be.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Hey, BGS, you know what it's asking? I gotta do this. I haven't had a chance to do this all week.
What in the all types of blue hell?
What's that?
Boom. Type
Yeah,
shit. That's
yeah.
what I was thinking though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, now when you get hit, like you hear, just, what is that?
Or,
Something in your head.
it could be. It could
But
be
I don't know. I
asking
don't.
this. It could be asking this.
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
Oh God.
That was the funniest part of the movie, man. When he screwed up that the hit
Oh,
attempt.
I got a story for you, BGS. My wife used that coming in one day from like a busy day. She was on the way home. She called me. She asked, "You want me to pick up some dinner?" I said, "Yeah, I'll go ahead." She picked up some dinner and had to turn around because they got her order wrong.
Okay.
And she says, "I'm going to be a few minutes." And she says, "What was that line you always play?" I said, "Oh," and I had the phone up to my earphones and I just played it and she says, "Yeah, I'm going to ask him that." I'm like,
Oh
"Okay."
man,
My wife is going to use a movie line to get back in line. She got back in line. She called me back. She says, "Okay, everything's good, but I did ask him that." I fell out laughing.
No man.
But the best part of that,
Yeah.
everybody in the store fell out laughing because they recognized where it came from.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Speaking of which, Snowman, I'm sure she should have followed up with that line that Bill Duke used from Menace to Society.
you don't fucked up.
You don't fucked up, right? You don't fucked up.
Yeah,
no. You don't fucked up.
Yeah, you know you don't fucked up. Bro.
I'm
You
finding
know what the
that
story of
next.
that line? You know what the history of that line is?
What's
The
that?
story of that line? It started when he was a kid, because one time, like when he was a kid growing up in Poughkeepsie. That's upstate New York, folks. But he was in Poughkeepsie. Where that? That's upstate New York, motherfuckers. Anyway, so I had to use the Richard Pryor. Well, it's BGS's fault. He introduced me to that line. Anyway, one time him and his sister were riding their bikes, and this is in the 50s. They were riding their bikes on the street instead of on the sidewalk. One of their neighbors saw them, a certain lady, called them over, had them sit down in the living room, called their father, Bill Sr., and said, Bill, I saw them riding their bikes on the street, sat on the sidewalk. Said, I'll be there in an hour. She called his job and he said, I'll be there in an hour. So Bill Senior just looked at them and said, "So you want to tell me what happened?" They plead their cases. They were trying to be slick.
Oh, of course.
So Daddy looked at him and said, that's interesting. Now I want you to understand.
The Joker scored 33, so it's not really that bad, okay?
Yeah.
ain't like he dogged the
It
game.
wasn't like Joker was scoreless tonight.
No, he scored 33 points.
Nico, hell no. Nico, don't play around. Don't let his
Nicola doesn't play. Nicola doesn't play around.
Yeah, Nico don't. Nicola, yeah. Nico is
Curry light skinned ass, but Curry light skinned ass, but to keep this shit up for the playoffs. I'll tell you, when Luka wakes up, man. When Luka wakes up, y'all gonna know.
Well, Curry, it depends on how.
Okay, let me answer.
Playoff basketball is different from regular season basketball, okay?
Yep.
Because they allow you to get way more handsy. So we'll see.
Oh, indeed.
It's also a lot of it's like a war of attrition.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
Okay. I'm a gym rat, okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. Unless you, how long did you play basketball?
I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
No. How long did you play basketball? I'm getting ready to explain it to you. You're telling me shit that I know, that I coached, okay? There's a difference in playoff basketball than regular season basketball because the referees let you put your hands on the players more. It's much Curry. That's like on Curry. It took him 5 years to actually get used to it, okay? He wasn't strong enough. So in other words, you have to see what Curry's going to do in the playoffs is because now they let you get up into the body. Now they let you put that arm bar on you. Now they let you they hit you a little bit more. Okay.
Your light skinned ass can't come off that screen no more, nigga.
Yeah, they do hit you off that screen. So basically, it's more old school. Yeah. Way more.
They don't let him just run on. Also, his off-ball movement, which is generally crazy, they don't let him get all that crazy off-ball movement.
No, they let you. You get checked on that
off-ball.
You
touch them ribs, nigga.
You circle around to that key. You're gonna have a forearm in your ribs.
You getting hit by like 2 or 3 dudes because you running through zones.
Yeah,
you run through zone, they tap him here. You run through another one, they tap him there.
But the biggest thing is, because they really don't allow you to put your whole hand. What they allow you to do is put that forearm on somebody's hip. Okay, it slows you down.
They hit the hand checking.
They don't really. Okay, legally you can't really hand check like that. Okay, so where you used to be able to put that hand on somebody's hip or butt. Okay, and kind of ride them a little bit. Okay, they don't let you do. What they do let you do, especially the playoffs, right? They let you put their forearm. So when you get close, let you put their forearm and slow them down.
Yeah, frame off there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I say, remember for a lot of people, like Steph Curry likes to do a lot of runarounds to pick and pop. So what they do is when he runs through there, what they do is they nudge him as he runs through that area. Versus during the regular season, they don't let him do that.
Yeah,
because they'll call out a foul on the defense, but they'll let him. So he's getting elbowed, every possession he's getting elbowed at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And by the time the third quarter comes around, you kind of beat up because you get beat up by by guys who are 20, 30 pounds heavier.
And the difference is, say you're beating somebody off the dribble, right? Okay. The difference between somebody being able to put their forearm on you, slow you down, is like a step, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And Steph is not the fastest person in the world, okay? So his step back, basically, he's within a few inches of getting that shot off, okay? But the thing is, the difference between him getting that shot off and him going to the hole, okay, is that forearm. It slows you down just enough to where you can't get away. Yeah.
You can still get closed out just fast enough to contest it.
He releasing so quick though. That's what saves him.
That's if you have time, okay? If you slow the player down and he can't get away from you as much as he used to, because normally you just step back, whatever you can get away from the guy, right? But if the guy's can put that forearm on you and keep contact, you can't get away like that, okay?
Right.
Can't even set your feet.
Okay, the first thing, okay, you play ball, right? Okay. Your first thing is to keep the guy from going by you, right? So you try to get as close to the guy as you can without him going by you, right? You can't touch the guy. You have to basically you have to step back a step, okay? Because you don't want him to get by you, right? But if you can touch the guy, put a bow on him or put a hand on him, right? He's not gonna get you by you as easily, okay? And plus you can recover, okay? It's real easy because say I get a guy, say I close out on a guy, he's getting ready to get a blow by. Okay, if I can't touch him, it's hard. But if I can put a bow on him or I can put a hand on him to slow his ass down, I can keep up with him. He's not gonna get by me. So
Because when you
Have a
can't
two-way
touch
go.
him,
yeah,
that's a true. When you can't touch somebody and you can still stay in front of them, that's a
yeah.
true testament to your footwork and defensive IQ and capability right there.
I mean, if you got the reflexes to close out on a guy and stay in front of him, especially a guy that's fairly quick, you got the reflexes of a cat. Okay, and
Yeah.
most people don't. Okay.
But that's what makes Jimmy Butler
Oh
so
man.
crazy is Jimmy Butler, it don't matter. He can play through that contact. He's got like that
He's
arsenal.
strong. He's
Which
strong.
is going to
He's
be
strong and his footwork is so polished. His
Yep.
footwork is immaculate.
Jimmy Butler is strong, so like I said, Jimmy Butler can play through that contact. Jimmy Strong is stronger than
which
most of
is
the cats he's
which is going
playing.
to be huge for the
Yeah,
Warriors in the playoffs because that is the one piece the last couple of years that they've
yeah,
missed
yeah,
and have needed. Now they
That
have
physicality.
now they have that piece. They have that
yeah.
physical piece that they're looking for. And another
Because it
thing,
was
Don't
KD.
another player that you have to look out for with Golden State showed his ass last night. That is Brandon Pajemski.
Oh yeah, Pajinski, he saved y'all ass. He saved y'all ass because Luca having a bad night and present. And hold on, Luca having a bad night. Y'all getting some favorable calls at Lakers home stadium,
Yeah.
and Pajinski shooting lights out saved y'all ass. Y'all won by fucking 7 points, and you gonna tell me that when Luca gets going, you ain't gonna have a problem?
You
Like
got
this Lakers team this Lakers team only needs a 3 point specialist and a big. It don't even got to be the greatest big of all time. They just need a big.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if they would have had it big if LeBron could have gotten along with Howard.
Let me play a sound here. I think y'all know it.
Now that's some bullshit.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all,
Lakers need.
if y'all want to bring up something else, y'all can. Okay, we don't have to talk about sports all night. So
Yeah.
Snowman.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Snowman.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a new soundbite you're gonna need maybe,
And that is.
and I know it's basically Coach Prime going no.
I got it. Already got it.
You already got it.
I already got it.
Okay.
I just have to edit it and master it before I can put it in the sound base. And BGS, you gave me that sound. I looked it up and now I'm like remixing it. Yep.
Look,
Okay.
you know what?
It's a sound that you play.
Oh, okay. You believe now? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you believe now? You
So I
believe
have
now?
that.
No.
So I
You believe now? You believe now, don't you?
I have that entire sequence and I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut it into 2 separate sounds and then I'm going to have a sound that's the full sequence. I just have to put it through the master before I upload it. Let me do this before I get out of here. I didn't get a chance to do it Saturday night. Or I did for a little bit. I got another funny story for y'all and there are bells waiting. It goes like this. Wife and I went to Applebee's one afternoon. Just sitting there having fun, just talking shit. All right, being us.
Here we go.
And
Oh goodness.
I won't even say the gynocracy walk in. I'll be even more specific. The weaves walked in.
Oh my gosh.
Clutching your pearls.
I'm just glad I was sitting. I was sitting with my back to them because Jody's eyes got wide, quick, and she said, "Honey, do you really want dessert?" And at that point, I turned around. I saw them come in, and I said, "No, let's get a couple boxes and get the hell out of here." Now, as we walked out, you know the question. I don't even have to say it, but I'll say it. What do you think? What do you think these weave down to their ass, talon nail having gynocracy members were thinking? What do you think? And there's a ton of answers out there. They were thinking when they saw me and Jody.
Oh, he playing in the snow.
That's good.
You know he with her because she got good credit.
Is she with? If he's with his parole officer?
Oh, who hurt you? Who hurt you?
I'm gonna get out for BTS. He got his reparations.
Oh, his mama black. He don't like his mama.
That's true. That's true. That's a good one.
He must hate himself.
I'm gonna be thinking of that.
That brother doesn't understand the history of the Black American people. Brothers and sisters, we must not congregate with the white devil.
You know he can't handle a strong black
Wait a
woman.
minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
He
Every
not a
time,
real man.
a
every
real
time we
man.
go, every
Oh,
time,
he ain't got no game. He can't talk to black women.
every time we go out BGS, I'm just gonna think of that reparations joke, and in my head, back my ass off every time.
With every weird stare you get, just know you got your 40 acres and a white woman.
Oh God!
Sleep well
And
at
I know exactly what you talking about, Snowman. That's hilarious, bro. Like, damn, you think you stole somebody lunch money or some shit? These niggas is giving you dirty looks in the movie theater. I can't even go to the restroom. I feel like I'm gonna get jumped at the urinal or some shit by a group of white heathens.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Jody and I, as of this summer, would have been together 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
People have seen us. We still get those damn dirty looks.
Snowman like homeboy down. Who's homeboy down in Columbia? That always be like coming through with the Cheshire cat grin.
That would be my ass.
How much did
Considering my
they pay for
family.
ConcuServe?
Say again, AB.
How much did they pay for my ConcuServe?
When he get on, he need your ass for a white girl.
That's white she devil.
What Franklin say from Grand Theft Auto? Nigga.
Nah, what he may say from the Boston Celtics. That's my pussy.
You know
I
what?
got one for you.
Wait. You know what? That's the look I got when I first did this game. I told the story where Jody and I went to cookout when we were living down in North Carolina. That's the look I got.
I got one for you, Snowman.
What you got for me?
Well, to quote Deion Sanders with regards to Shannon Sharp, he ain't no good. He ain't no good. He ain't no good. You know you're good, but sometimes you're no good.
I'll ring that one several times because that's a look we both get and we laugh at their asses.
Yo, you gotta get that audio of him going like, you know you ain't no good, man.
The first time BGS made that reparations joke, Jody was I heard it first. So I'm sitting there cracking up. One Saturday night, Jody was here with me. She was heading to bed. She heard the joke and we haven't stopped laughing.
Oh, speaking of which, excuse me, BJS. Here's your shoe back. You know, I know it was wedged up my ass a little too deep, but I thoroughly cleaned it, and I want you to have it back.
The thing is, if you're gonna interrupt me when I'm trying to make a point about basketball, you should know more than I do. Okay?
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was wrong.
Hey, look. I always listen to coaches. They've been in the game a lot longer than I, and they offer a different perspective. I'm seeing it from the perspective of a broadcaster / fan. They're seeing it from the perspective of their players and what they do more behind the scenes. I mean, the last 15 years I've covered basketball, I've been able to get behind the scenes more and see their practices and see how they get after their players and everything, because I thought one thing, and then Marquette Catholic invited me into seeing their practices, and I got a whole different perspective now.
It's so tedious. It's so tedious.
It is, man, because I saw it at Whitney Young with Corey Irvin when I was up in Chicago. I saw it with Marquette Catholic down in Michigan City. I saw it at Indiana Northwest, and these are the schools that like allowed me to get allow me access, because there are certain rules in place for media, not just broadcasting, but media, that sometimes you can look in practices and sometimes you cannot. Just depends on the point of the season, and depends on the federation, Illinois High School Association, Indiana High School Athletic Association, that administers it. But when I started seeing these practices and see how these teams get ready, man, it gave me a better perspective.
It's a job, yeah.
When everybody says, that's what I love, like with what I do, where people say, "Oh man, this guy sucks. He's bad." I'm like, you clearly don't know basketball. You clearly don't know
Exactly.
sports in general. You say, "Oh, he just sucks. He doesn't belong here." I
Yeah.
like you're like, first of all, these guys have regular lives. Like they're doing a bunch of other shit. They got pop baby mamas, wives, kids, agents, other business ventures. All that shit matters. But like people don't think about it, like their job gets affected by their life, just like
Right.
your job gets affected by your life. If something's happening at home,
Yeah.
your production's down, same thing happens. It just happens to be magnified to literally a million
Well,
fold because a million people are seeing you.
and your margin of error is pretty slim. So
Yeah, you
Very
don't have
much
that.
so. Very much so.
It's not surprising
It
how
just
fickle. Oh, go ahead.
it just gave me such a better
21 years
perspective.
military, 13 years over. 1994. Who's that? All the white men I knew during my service military with black baby mamas would never put on child support. Explain this reality, black woman. No, they got their reparations, a mixed baby and a white dude, right? They got their reparations, a mixed baby and a white dude, right? They got their reparations, a mixed baby and a white dude, right? They got their reparations, a mixed baby and a white dude, right? All right, okay.
Oh, I thought you were talking. My bad.
About the
What I
reparations.
wanted to say was,
I think that's what they were talking about.
yeah. What I wanted to say was also, you can also you'd be surprised the level of fickleness within fans at times.
Yes.
Especially, I mean, in my case, because like growing up watching soccer and everything, it's not surprising. Like especially certain teams when they're like struggling.
Yeah.
You'll see recently signed coach get his his severance pay, get sacked and go and everything within a matter of days. By the way,
Europeans are
BGS.
brutal.
Oh, it's even worse in South America. It's even worse in South America. But BGS,
Yeah.
next time I get out of line, just picture a soccer player trying to plead his case against the referee from getting a booking.
I mean, I don't mind people's opinion, but the thing is, don't give your opinion right in the middle of. Don't butt me if you don't know what you're talking about. If you know what you're talking about, you can butt me. Okay, if you played and you coached and you've been on the floor with these people, okay, it's like we had this argument about Bronny James. Bronny James don't belong on the floor. I said, have you ever been on the floor with these players?
No.
Okay. If he wasn't a decent player, you would know it instantly. Okay, he couldn't stay on the floor more than a minute because they go right to him. Okay, you got the weak link. They start passing the ball to him. Go get him. Okay,
They just run him right over pretty much and victimize him.
They will run right over him. Right, if he's guarding you, you guarding him. They go right to you. Okay,
They're gonna be like whoever guarding him, they're gonna be like, go ahead, take his ankles, just pull it, we'll live with it. Just pull it. Don't even matter.
First they say weak link. Okay.
Yeah.
They would pull him. Okay, that's why you have to have a certain level of ability to actually be on the floor, and basically after that was said, right? Bronny James went out. I think he scored 17 points or something like that in the NBA game. You got to be able to play, man. Okay, people don't realize how good these players actually are.
Yeah,
even the ones sitting on the bench.
Yeah, the thing I would say.
Go ahead.
If I may.
First.
If I may. The thing I would say was like considering what happened at USC when he had the cardiac arrest. What are the chances he could have like a similar incident on the court?
I think I'm hearing rumors that this is gonna, after Dad goes, he's gonna hang it up. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, because
I think he's playing because Dad wants him to play. I don't know if he's playing because he wants to play.
Yeah,
I think this is.
Bronny?
Yes.
Yes.
I think this is.
Here's what you got to remember. Here's what you got to remember. This experiments. These people who want to talk about players and haven't played. This experiment's already been ran. A bunch of dudes decided to challenge a dude that was ranked the lowest.
Oh yeah. What's his name? Yeah, because from USC. Yeah.
And got demolished.
I've been on the floor with these players, man. You can't believe how big and fast these cats actually are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Client of mine was in the NBA for 12 years. Motherfucker was 6'9", 230, 240.
Yeah,
that's a horse.
And quick
Jump
as a
out
cat.
the gym.
And quick as a cat too.
Jump out the gym, man. 36-inch vert,
Yeah,
crazy.
the leaping is not the thing that if you've been on the court with them. The leaping is not it. It's how quick and fast they actually are. Okay.
And he can jump off both feet, either foot, one foot.
I'm telling you, the biggest thing is not the leaping ability. It's not the strength. It's the speed and quickness that they have.
No, I'm saying even lateral quickness. Like some guys like they may be quicker going to the left or to the right.
Yeah.
These guys are like lightning quick, going
Joe?
left or right, going back, going forward.
I mean, if you've been on the floor with them, right, and you
Yeah.
like with a regular player, you get on the floor with an NBA player, right? You blink and they're gone. Okay, that's how fast they are. Okay?
They're right.
Some guys,
yeah.
I would say so. Some guys, like when you work with even like high school guys or even some like lower college guys, you can and you can get past them. With NBA guys, you can he as much as you want.
Yeah.
You're not going to. They're not going anywhere.
He's gonna look at you. Okay.
He's like, okay. He to the left. He's right there. He to the right. He's right there. He across the whole floor.
The thing is, far away, it looks like they're not moving that fast. We get out in the middle of them, man. It's like, God damn, these motherfuckers.
Blowing right by. They're blowing right by you.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I have a brother.
My brother because you got that.
One time. Who's first?
I was saying, I have a brother who's 6'8".
Mm-hmm.
With an average wingspan at 6'8", and playing backyard basketball with him was impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And he was an average athlete.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So and then working with actual pro guys, like, okay, all right, y'all got it.
I mean, well, the thing is, if you might not can do it now. If you ever get a chance, man, just play a pickup game with him. And then try to guard one and see.
I watched the video. Joe Johnson went to a park run. Dude was trying to hem him up.
You can see it on video. Well, I'm saying actually get there and put the guy in front of you, and you can actually.
Yeah, I want the problems.
No. It's not. You're not gonna beat him. That's the point. The thing is, you can't believe how fast and quick these people actually are.
I'll tell you,
even in their mid-30s.
Yeah,
they don't matter.
I'll tell you the first ever player that got to the NBA that I covered, who was everything that his sister, who I went to high school with, and her brother, now her late brother, were telling me, because they kind of figured like by my junior year I'd get into sportscasting. Does the name Quentin Richardson mean anything to you?
Yes.
Oh snap.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Michelle was telling me about Q in high school.
Yeah.
Okay. And she says, when you see in I want to say 95, my first year was his sophomore year at Whitney Young. She got a hold of me and said, you better be around when my brother plays. Really? And she said, yep, I know you're going to love covering him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not on right.
Yeah.
Because I had such a thrill covering Quentin for 2 years.
I remember that time I tried to guard Kiki Vandeweghe back in the day.
Man, what the hell you doing?
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Up, right?
Wait, whoa. BGS.
Yeah.
Come here. Give me this. Look at this sound here.
What all types of blue hell
were you doing?
Just for a couple of plays, man. You see him swoop to the hole and dunk on you. It's okay. That's enough of that.
Again.
Hey, your coach, tap that head.
We're wearing sweatpants, okay?
I'm tapping that head. You tapping that head like, hey, coach. Hey,
I'll give you a bonus.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Yeah.
Man, even
I don't see how.
Like I said, my first sport I ever loved and tried to play was baseball. But I knew about Kiki Vandeweghe because my dad and I used to watch the old Nuggets.
Yeah.
And then for a time before he went to Denver, he was with the Portland Trail Blazers.
Yeah. He was at UCLA when I saw him.
Okay.
The fuck were you doing trying to guard Kiki Vandeweghe?
It's pickup game, and they say,
right,
go get him.
Hey, you a one guard or two guard, BGS?
Huh?
You a one guard or two guard?
I'm a one guard, man. I'm
Okay.
6'1".
All right.
BGS, it could have been worse.
Kiki's 6'8". Kiki's 6'8",
Kiki's
okay?
6'1", trying to guard 6'8".
Yes. Hey, and he's quick as a cat and jumps out the gym, okay?
Oh, man.
Good luck, nigga.
He was fun. He was fun.
And Kiki could glide to the hole. He was smooth, though.
Easy.
He could actually glide, yeah. Easy glide, yeah.
Hey,
What's Steve Smith say? Ice up.
I tried it before one time. I ain't gonna lie, BGS. So like I said, you know, my cousin, he played in the CBA and shit. So I went out to one of his runs and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know, this nigga old, like he like 35 and shit.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, he gonna be strong. I'm gonna get him up out the way. You know, that's what the mentality was.
He's Uncle Drew, huh? Like my son. That's why I call my son Uncle
No,
Drew.
he ain't even, bro. He ain't even. It's not even like that. You feel me? Because he ain't even. He a big man. He's 6. I'll tell you, I tried it. You feel me? He was 6'8". I think like 260, 270.
Okay.
So like when this dude, like, you know, they passed him the rock and shit. I'm like, you know, I switched on. I'm like, all right, I should be good. Like we at the elbow. Like I swear to God, man, when this man got low and he put his body into my chest, it took every ounce of strength in my entire soul to not go backwards. I'm like, I'm leaning into this Negro and I'm still moving back. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a strong nigga. I was holding him at that elbow for hella long, but I got tired, bro. And he backed my ass down. And he dumped that shit right on my dome piece. I was like, man.
Oh, he was trying to prove a point. Yeah.
That's
had me flopping and shit.
I'll give you this image. That's a Chris Dudley trying to guard Shaquille O'Neal, and Shaquille's backing him down.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I had scored on him that play before. I took his ass to the rack real quick. Because I got the little first step. But
and as you know, with the game of basketball, and he got even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
and I was out the game. It was over with. Sent me to the canvas. I your boy down for the count. I'm looking at him. I'm looking up at him like I'll be looking up at the lights or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Like you looking up to see God or something. I'm like, hold on.
Yeah. He's up there. He's up there near the square. You looking down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this nigga too strong. Like, God damn. I need to get my little ass to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was big man too.
And he probably looked down and you start going, huh.
He was talking about some. Like, nigga, I didn't even foul you, bro. Fuck out of here, nigga. That was all offensive, nigga. No reason for all that.
I can't stand big men crying like that. Oh, man, where you foul me, man? Shut the fuck up.
BGS, it could have been a whole lot worse. I mean, you remember Chris Bosh when he cried after the Mavericks beat the Heat?
Yeah.
Wait. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
I was laughing my ass off when that happened.
Man, he was ugly.
I ain't gonna lie, LeBron did sell.
When they cry.
It was a Mavericks year anyway, man.
Yeah, they were on one.
They were due. Yeah, they were due.
It was, but that nigga LeBron definitely still sold that series. I ain't gonna lie.
Look, they swept the defending champions in the West semifinals in 4 games.
Yeah.
It was over.
If you want to jump in, Mookie, you can.
Dirk, but you know what I'm saying? Okay. Dirk didn't play good that whole series though. That's the thing though.
He didn't have.
He played good up to that point. He didn't have to. You're right. He played good up to that point. But in that series, he was struggling.
He didn't have to beat Dirk, man. He didn't have to beat Dirk.
That was their year, man. The
whole team gelled. They had a supporting cast out of this world.
Yeah.
And in the 4th game they played against the Lakers in the West semifinals, which was the clincher.
Yeah.
They hit 21 3-point field goals.
Yes.
Jet was crazy.
It was dropping them.
Yeah.
Jet, JJ Barea.
I mean, the
Terry.
Yeah, the whole team raised up their level one notch, man. So not much you can do about that.
With each game, when they won the first game at Staples, I said, the Lakers are in trouble. And in games 2, 3, and 4, as BGS just said, they raised their level up a notch. In game 4, when they delivered the knockout punch, 21 3-point goals.
Yeah, when JJ Barrera is killing you, you know it's over.
It's done.
It's
over.
It's over.
Juan.
That's just like Draymond making threes. When Draymond starts making 3-point shots, you're cooked, my nigga. You are done. That's how you know the Warriors is going to win. Y'all had Y'all had the whole Avengers out there playing for y'all that night. Fucking the refs was paid off. What's his name? Curly hair shooting all them threes. Draymond black ass shooting them open brick ass broken ass shot. You feel me? From three, knocking it down. Curry was going crazy, and Luka didn't even have a good game, and y'all niggas won by 7 points, man. AR-15 was out there giving y'all work. Don't lie.
But you know the best part.
LeBron was out there cooking.
Do you know the best part about that entire menu you just laid before me? You still came up 7 points short.
Yeah, but y'all can't do that every night, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all cooked in the playoffs.
We didn't do it tonight. Well, actually,
we'll see.
With tonight's game, the Warriors were down a dozen in the first half, and then crept back in the game and got the lead before halftime.
Look, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna leave it alone. This is LeBron's year this year. I don't care what nobody say. The Lakers are the dark horse for the chip in the NBA, and LeBron is the dark horse for the MVP. At the end of the day, LeBron, one of the greatest of all time. Curry is not on his level. He will not be on his level. He was never on his level. That's just what it is. You feel me? Curry has been on stacked teams damn near his entire career. He is not like that. You know what I'm saying? He's doing his little thing. You feel me? They're going to get to the playoffs, and they're going to get bounced. You know what I'm saying? They need somebody more urgent, more assertive under that rim. They need a big. They've been needed a big. You feel me? They haven't had one. They got Jimmy Beasley. They got clutch time points, but that ain't going to be enough. You feel me? That's not going to be enough. I'm telling you. Because for Luka to have a game the way he did, you know what I'm saying? For the Lakers to basically just be LeBron, and he didn't even play good in the first quarter. For the Lakers to basically just have a half broken down LeBron, you know what I'm saying, and still push y'all to 7 points under. You feel me? Y'all not going. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all give me the Jeopardy is good, but you know, so you don't fucking. LeBron is the GOAT. LeBron is the motherfucking GOAT. He the GOAT.
His opium dealer.
He the GOAT.
Why is LeBron the GOAT, man?
Why? You know, we want to know why. Because LeBron can elevate a whack ass player like Mo Williams into the finals. That's why he the GOAT.
How many championships?
Jordan ain't doing that
LeBron
shit.
Have? How many championships does LeBron have?
LeBron got. Oh my God, we not doing this, bro. Look, all right, I'm gonna leave it alone, BGS. But it is what it is.
Championships does LeBron have? I saw LeBron.
4 from 10.
I saw LeBron shrink against Dallas. I saw him shrink against San Antonio too. So.
He didn't shrink against the Warriors, though. He didn't shrink against 73 and 9.
Not the first time, but yeah, I've seen him shrink before. Okay.
He should have beat that team. He should have beat that team 2-3 times.
I seen him shrink in when he was with the Cavs the first time, right in the
2007.
Yes,
in the finals.
I've seen.
We
him
got ads,
before,
folks.
Okay.
Excuse me, but we have ads.
Listen.
Well, Jordan never came back from 3-1.
He didn't have
what it is.
He never played.
So what? He did though.
How many championships did LeBron have? Okay.
Look, fuck that nigga Michael Jordan. I'm gonna just say that. That's how many he got.
I don't care. I don't care, youngin. Okay. Either you had a receipt or you don't. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I got
look. Fuck it don't even matter. Charles Barkley ain't even got a ring. He in the Hall of Fame. So we're not gonna act like niggas can't be the GOAT.
And Charles Barkley never said he was the GOAT either, did he?
Nope.
Yeah, fuck him too. LeBron's the GOAT.
He's not.
LeBron's the GOAT.
He's not even the discussion.
Let me say this. Charles Barkley said and has continued to say that the GOAT is Michael Jeffrey Jordan. And the other player, I offer an argument in the GOAT conversation, war number 33 for the Lakers. His name, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Bullshit. Chamberlain's better than both of them.
Well, yeah, fuck out of Kareem. Kareem definitely not the GOAT.
Wait. Well, let me qualify that from the time I've been watching.
Hold it.
I never got a chance.
Oh, hey, calm. Hey, if y'all gonna do this, man, I'm gonna end it. Okay.
I never got a chance. I never got a chance.
Look, I understand that you guys think this is just an online call, right? But people are listening. You cannot scream over each other like that. Okay.
Yeah, right. I never got a chance to see, and from my perspective and my perspective only, because I never got a chance to see
How many
Russell play.
players
I
have
wasn't
scored
born.
100 points in a game?
Only one, and that's Chamberlain.
Only one. Exactly.
So you gotta
Only one.
compare one 100-point game versus 3 high school state championships, 3 national championships, and 6 world championships.
Yes.
Cut the
Yes.
shit off,
Yes.
man.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
No comparison.
Yes.
Your
Yes.
boy
Yes.
will only have 2 rings.
Yes.
2
It
one
doesn't
with
matter.
the
Okay.
Warriors and
Well,
one
but
with
still, nigga.
it. That's the same equation the youngster was trying to equate
How?
LeBron is under 500 championships
What is
versus
Michael? What is Michael Jordan's highest point game?
63.
69.
63, huh? 69, right?
63
Okay.
versus 63 versus the
Guess
Celtics.
did Michael Jordan ever average 50 points a game for the whole season?
And 20
Nope.
And 23 rebounds.
Nope.
Times.
He scored on the Cavaliers back in the 90s.
Chamberlain has led the league in scoring, block shots, rebounding, and assists. Has Jordan done
And
that?
when it came championship time, that other man, number 6, kept kicking his ass. He's got what 11 of them? 11 of them?
How long?
You can't help it. Your teammates are trash.
Basically, what had to happen for Michael Jordan to start winning championships?
He had to get a team built around him.
No, the Lakers and the Celtics and the Pistons had to get old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then Magic Johnson retired early in his prime.
In the 80s, he like Isaiah Thomas always says, I owned Michael Jordan.
Bullshit.
He owned him in the 80s.
Bullshit.
No, that's
Isaiah Thomas.
Michael Jordan broke Isaiah Thomas, bro. Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan definitely broke Isaiah Thomas, bro. Let's keep it a buck. Like the way he be talking about him, bro. The way he be talking about Jordan, bro. In every book.
You wasn't even a seed in your father's nut.
Oh my God.
AL. Chamberlain still has records today, okay?
That will never be
60
broken.
later, it will never be broken, okay?
That will never be broken. And Michael's highest was 69.
Basically, Magic will tell you, okay? They were playing at UCLA at his pickup game, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Will Chamberlain was in the gym, and Magic was talking shit, right? Okay, he said, "Okay, talk shit. You're not gonna score another point."
Yeah, I remember that story. That's a true story.
That's a true story. And Magic told that story. See, guess what? We didn't score another point.
Here's the thing.
And guess how old the man was at the time?
But guess what, BGS?
How old was the man at the time?
Well, he was good 50 plus.
He was a 50 plus. Okay, that's why.
How the fuck you get beat by a senior citizen? A senior citizen out here telling you when you gonna score and whatnot. This is ridiculous. He delegating the rules of engagement to you on the court.
That senior citizen was 50 plus years old, 7'1", 250 plus.
Exactly.
50 years old. His fucking hips, if that nigga turn his hips the wrong way, them shit's gonna dissolve in the fucking dust. What are you talking about? Nigga, 50-year-old
That's why I don't like the GOAT. I don't like the GOAT shit. Okay.
Let me put a bow on it. Let me put a bow on it with this. Michael said himself he doesn't consider himself the greatest of all time, and the reason he said that, quote, it would be disrespectful to the players that came before me. Mm-hmm. Close quote. That was from Michael with a conversation he had on TNT with the late John Thompson.
Yeah, yeah.
Michael said himself he doesn't consider himself the GOAT. This has always been a very subjective conversation because there's so many players. And I didn't get here until 72, and I didn't start watching basketball until 80. So I can only offer a partial perspective.
True.
I can only offer a partial perspective from the players that I've seen, which is why I responded to BGS's statement from earlier. I never got a chance to see Wilt play live. I never got a chance to see Bill Russell play live. I only have the power of of film and the power of YouTube to compare it to what I saw when I started watching. Many consider MJ the greatest. He does not.
Yeah.
And the reason he doesn't, I'll say the quote again, quote, it would be disrespectful to the players who came before me, close quote.
Man.
Which include, and you'll never get a chance to find out how good MJ would be in a matchup against Jerry West. In a matchup against let me think, against oh man, I am blanking. John Havlicek. There we go. Players from that era. It's a cross era conversation, and it's about as unfair as it gets, because each era provided different players, different times, different perspectives for fans, and different different styles.
Yeah.
And
By the way,
different different situations.
By the
Very
way,
different. Yo.
No. I just want to say, first of all, a little preview of first of all, this entire segment we have here is just a preview to next Wednesday's LeBron Sexual Confessions featuring Pookie. And I have to also say, this moment of Bron Sexuals is brought to you by Bron Joy Juice. The joy juice of Bron Sexuals worldwide. Made
Fuck
with
Jordan whole body. Fuck Jordan whole soul.
My only thing about LeBron, and I'm gonna tell you about this, why I don't consider him the GOAT, is because LeBron could have been a better player than he is. Okay.
Yes.
In my opinion. Okay. Huh? Say what?
He would have very much so.
When he was young, well, LeBron was younger. He did not work hard enough. Okay.
And
if he
that's my opinion.
Coming into the game and being the second coming.
Kobe was 15 years old working his ass off, okay? LeBron was not that player when he came into the league, okay?
LeBron wasn't even, let me say this, and I know it's going to sound blasphemous as all get out, but this is from my eyes and what I've seen with LeBron. LeBron wasn't even that player at St. Vincent St. Mary.
And that's
I mean, LeBron. I think LeBron has got a better work ethic since he's gotten older, because he has to work harder to maintain his status, because he's gotten older. When LeBron was younger, he didn't work that hard, man. He didn't. You can tell.
He felt he didn't have to.
He felt he didn't have to, and that's what separates separates like a Kobe and a Michael Jordan and a Magic from LeBron. Okay.
Because they never tire of wanting to make their game better.
And LeBron, there's always now, because he's gotten older, okay, and he has to maintain, since he got, I think, 35 plus, since he has to maintain his skills, he has to work harder. But when he was young, he didn't work that hard, man. That's the issue I had with LeBron.
And I offer a player.
A lot of people had the issue with LeBron. Dude, you could actually be. You could have been the GOAT. I mean, the literal GOAT if you work hard enough. He didn't.
When he and the Cavaliers in 2008 pushed the Celtics to 7 games.
Yes.
You would think.
Yes, you would think.
At that time.
Yeah.
He'd get in the gym, start looking at tape.
Yeah.
And think, how can I make myself better? Here's the example I can draw from that. When Michael Jordan kept getting beat by the Detroit Pistons.
Yes.
88 East semifinals, 89 and 90 East finals.
Yeah.
What is going to finally get me over the hump?
Yes.
The other thing that the other thing that has upset me about LeBron, and I will say this until I go 6 feet under, which ain't going to be for a long time.
Yeah. The
unwillingness to be coached.
Yeah. The thing is, and that's the thing. I think what really turned LeBron around is when he got beat in San Antonio. Okay, because there's no way that San Antonio team should have beat Miami. Okay,
no
way,
and in 5 games, no less.
If that was Kobe, that was Shaq, if that was
that's a 7-game war.
Yeah, that's at best. Okay,
that's a 7-game. That's a 7-game war.
I remember the championship when Shaq fouled out. Kobe said, "I got you." Okay, that's when you know
2001
when you have a GOAT status. Okay,
no. Check that. That wasn't 2001. That was 2000.
Yes.
Game 4 in Indiana.
In Indiana.
They were in overtime, as a matter of fact, and Shaq was going completely off. He had 38 at the time that he fouled out.
Yeah.
Kobe said, "I got you," and took the Lakers across the finish line.
It took over. Yeah.
Took the Lakers across the finish line. That's the other thing about
the only time that I've seen LeBron do that, okay, is with the Warriors, okay. I knew it was there. I knew it was there, but the thing is, they turned on that switch. I said, "Oh shit!" I said, "I ain't never seen him like that before." They turned on that switch. I said, they gonna see what LeBron is actually capable of.
The first
he was angry. He was angry that whole season.
LeBron was. They wouldn't have been down 3-1 if he was angry the whole season, right? LeBron was doing his LeBron shit, okay, until what's the name tried to kick him in the nuts, and then that's what pissed him off.
And this is where I go back to MJ after repeatedly. He and the Bulls, after repeatedly getting kicked in the nuts by the Detroit Pistons,
Phil
Collins gets fired. Phil Jackson comes in. They still lose the East Finals in 7 games in 1990. Yeah. And look at the progression. Yeah. I want you to look at the progression. 88, they lose in 5 in the East semifinals. Get to the East Finals, losing 6 to the Detroit Pistons. Yeah. Following year, they meet again, losing 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Phil Jackson kept drilling into Michael Jordan's head that entire summer. Trust your teammates.
Yeah.
He kept drilling that into him the entire summer. Trust your teammates. When he began to trust his teammates as well as himself and the coaching he was getting, they were unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, when you win a championship, it takes a whole team. The Lakers found that out, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When they got Robert Horry, shit changed, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Robert Horry still has one of the greatest playoff shots I ever watched.
Oh yeah, big shot, Rob.
With that against Sacramento.
Yeah,
from the top of the key.
Yep.
Yeah, what a shot!
They were 1 second to win. Sacramento was 1 second away from taking a 3 games to 1 lead, and Divac tapped the ball. Horry right there, drilled.
Yep, and he knew it was in because he started dancing as soon as he put it up. He started dancing.
What a shot!
Yeah, but the thing is, man, I've been watching LeBron since he was 18 years old, man. Basically, and I always said, okay, if he had the same kind of fire that Michael Jordan had or Kobe had, he'd be unstoppable. He didn't have that fire.
Thank you.
Wilt also didn't have this. Wilt had the same problem, okay, because but Wilt was so much. And as an athlete, so much out of this world that nobody could actually contain him, right?
Right.
Wilt bench press 500 pounds. Okay. Wilt ran what is it? A 9.5, 9.6 100 yard dash. Okay. Wilt was a high jumper.
Confirm something for me, BGS, if you would. Did Wilt play at Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted that confirmed because I kept hearing it, and I kept saying it when people asked me where he played. I just wanted to be totally sure.
You got to remember, Wilt Chamberlain played point guard for the Globetrotters.
Yes, he did.
Oh,
yes, he did.
Wilt Chamberlain played point guard for the Globetrotters.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Okay, that's the kind of athlete he was. That's why I said he's probably the GOAT. LeBron is probably the second best athlete I've ever seen in the NBA. Okay, but the thing is, LeBron just never, he just never got there. I don't know why.
He got lazy.
He's a millennial.
After 2008,
there's a lot of guys like that have athletic skill and potential, but they don't have that engine,
that drive.
They don't have that dog. Yeah,
he needs it down.
Yep.
That's like when beginning of the WNBA season, right? I saw the workouts, right? I saw Caitlin Clark's workout. I said, "Oh shit, it's over." I saw her. She got too much dog.
She was on from minute 1 because she wanted to play basketball.
Yeah. When I saw one workout, I saw how hard she worked. I saw the drill she was on. I said, "It's over." Okay. I never seen a woman work out like that ever. Go ahead.
But I'm saying though, like Luka got that same. In my opinion, Luka Doncic got that same kind of. He cut from that Kobe cloth. That's where he come from. You feel me? Like he was taking that weak ass Mavericks team everywhere.
Well, Luka and Jokic kind of remind me of the same kind of player. Okay, Very skilled. They're big, but they're not as athletic. Okay, Kobe was more athletic than Luke is. Okay.
They're pace players.
Yeah.
They're heady players. They're smart players, and this kind of game that we play right now suits them. Okay, if you basically you put a center, not even Shaq type center, basically Jokic doesn't do very much. Okay, when you put Howard on Jokic didn't do shit. Okay,
No.
Ace in space.
because
Doncic
because you
is
don't have the athletic skill enough. But the thing is, you put him in this league where you'll have a whole bunch of bigs. Okay, the last time they played was Minnesota, right? Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
they put bigs on him. Guess what? He
Cooking.
shrank. Okay,
right.
okay.
Okay, I give you that with like Jokic and stuff like that. But Luka don't even really play like a big, so like I don't think that would be necessarily a problem for him because like some of these big dudes don't even play like bigs. So it's like
It's
you ain't even
okay.
gonna find them.
And Luka's a very good player. Okay, he's a very good player. Is he?
But
Is
Luka's
he?
not going.
No.
He's not going to take you to the rack off for like
No.
two dribbles and go. He's not going to Kyrie.
He'll give you 70 though. He'll give you 70 if he has to. He'll give you 40 if he has to, and you know he will.
Big.
Luka is one of those players. He's going to be a very good player. Okay, extremely good player. But the thing is, he's a heady player. He plays with his head. Okay, more than he does with his
Pace
body.
and space.
And space.
That
What things space and stuff like that. Basically, if you look at the way Jokic plays, the same way. Okay,
yeah,
with his head. Okay.
Yeah.
Very technical.
I'll tell you the
Very
name
technical. He's done it a million times. But Luka's not gonna go do a 360 spin and jam it on your head. That's not him. Okay?
That's not him.
Two is two, BGS, and you know it,
Excuse me,
and I know it.
Luka's not gonna break your ankles and drop you and spin around you just like what's his name? Okay.
Allen
Luka
Iverson.
got 20 inch.
No. What's his name? The other guard. Okay.
John Morant.
No. What's his name? Little guy.
What team?
Who?
I think he plays with. Is he play with Houston now? Or is it Dallas?
Talking about Jalen Green?
He used to play with Irving. Okay.
Kyrie.
You said
Kyrie Irving. Yeah, Irving, right? Basically, Luka's not that kind of guy. Okay, he's a European guy. But thing is, what Luka has, especially with this game, is he's smart. Okay, he's good enough to get to his spots. He's big enough to get to his spots. He's good enough to get a shot off. Okay, and he's very smart. He knows he's very skilled. That's how come he does it. But the thing is he going to be the next level player? No.
I'll tell you the name of a big who's playing. I'll tell you the name of a big who's playing right now. In the right system, he's really going to develop, especially because he does have a jump shot, but he also has a good-looking back-to-the-basket game. His name is Quentin Post, rookie out of Boston College.
Yeah. The generational player, if he stays healthy, is Wembanyama. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad I had a chance to see him play.
Yeah. If he
actually him too. Like he was sneaky in that third and fourth quarter. He was definitely sneaky.
His talent is overwhelming. You
His
can't guard
talent's
him.
off the charts.
He's 7'4". You shoot threes, but the thing is, you can jump out of the gym. You got big ends. You're quick. Okay, no.
Can his body hold up though?
I had a chance to see Wemby play in person when I worked a Spurs game with my buddy Bill Schoening, who was the play-by-play voice, who was retiring at the end of the season. And man, I'll tell you what, I was quite impressed. I was quite impressed with Wemby, but he's got to get stronger. That's my only thing.
Yeah, he got to shoot better.
No, he shoots fine.
Not even about it's not his shot is fine.
Yeah, but
his shot is fine.
But the thing is, one thing I did like about is I forget the guard's name, right? Basically, and when he hates that. Chris Paul, okay. Chris Paul, he was on the corner with his hands out. Chris Paul, get your big ass down in that block, okay?
Yep.
Get your big 7'4" ass down that block.
Yep. Exactly.
On the three and shit. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these bigs don't even play like bigs.
That's because that's the league now. That's how the league is faltering because you got the same thing with what's his name it used to be with Timberwolves, right? Okay, you're in a championship.
Carl
Anthony Town, yeah. You
Carl
out
Anthony
there.
Jones.
You 7'1", man. You weigh damn near 300 pounds. What the fuck you doing out there with your hands out on
At
the
the
3-point line?
3-point line. Yep.
Oh, let me
Exactly.
get a three. I'm open. No, get your big ass on the block, nigga. Drop step. You feel me? And dunk that shit
Clear the
over that man's
board.
whole head. You feel me? Look, we gonna hit
Clear
you
the
on the
board.
pick and roll. Get the boards. Hit the glass. You feel me? If we miss,
And
you know what I'm saying? Your big ass need to get
hey,
out the corner, shooting them broke ass threes like
I
Kevin
mean,
Love.
what I'm saying is, if you 7 foot something and you out there with your hands out free throw line, basically, to me, you're lazy because being on that block
Yes.
takes work. Okay,
Yeah.
you can draw
Mhm.
say like Wembanyama, he draws 4 people when he gets on the block. Okay,
Mhm.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
does. Yeah, he
Open up other
does.
guys.
Let me get on out of here.
all
Thanks
right,
for
Cal.
having me, BGS.
All right,
I
Snow.
appreciate you, and I appreciate you guys so much. Thank
All
you.
right.
Mhm.
Night.
Nice.
Catch you on Chris Base later.
Yeah, all right, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey
I
Theo,
mean,
how's everything going with the courses?
It's going good. Yeah, I have a good set of students. We have a lot of ideas of what we're going to do in the future. That's for sure.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm
My
pretty happy with them.
nephew's calling it the Jedi Temple. That's what he calls it.
I had a talk with
He
Zulu.
says it's like going to the Jedi Temple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
wait
Theo,
I'm glad.
Say
wait
what?
until he gets to the advanced classes. This is the basic what he's doing now. The real kind of cool stuff is in the advanced course.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
You gotta learn
Theo's
the
Mace
basics
Windu is what he's
advanced.
talking about.
Say
I'm
what?
not waste mid do. No, I'm not. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead. What do you want to think? Somebody was talking. Who was Jesse?
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, it was I was
go ahead.
talking. I was just I said I had a chance to talk to Zulu, who's one of the guys enrolled in your course, and he was looking forward to it. He's really excited about it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. I decided that so the entry requirements for work is changing consistently over time.
Yeah.
So the last class I'm going to teach will be class 9, and that'll be because I'm giving part of what I'm saying to people is, if you don't know anything, I can take you from 0 to hero.
Yeah.
And then get you a job.
Yeah.
Well, the market is changing, and I mean, I can see the trend.
Yeah.
That by 2032, I won't be able to make that promise. So the last entry class will be 2027.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to get about 1,500 guys together, and then I want to train those guys to be the best cloud engineers ever.
Yeah, and once you get a base like that, then they can actually come in and help teach. Once they get
right,
yeah. Definitely seems like a productive space on the Facebook group and stuff like that. I'm glad I just got in. I had just noticed the other day and stuff like that. It took a minute too. I ain't gonna lie, it took a minute. But
my nephew, he didn't think he would enjoy it, but he's enjoying the hell out of it right now. Instead of roaming around. Yeah. He's enjoying it.
It's a good class, and I have ways of dealing with the students, and I teach them hey, look, if you think in a dogmatic manner, I'm going to challenge you. If you're not paying attention, I'm going to challenge you. I have some degree of involvement. You have to participate in a certain way. That's just to make sure that you're not bored and watching spicy content instead of paying attention to class. So yeah, it's good. It's going well. I like it so far.
Yeah, are you speaking from experience? Like you actually caught somebody on the hub while they in class?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I've had that happen more than once.
Jesus
I've had students.
That's crazy because
I was going to say I've had students. I say like they start talking and you can hear it in the background.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm just like, yeah, and I'm just like, so that's well, I understood this a while back that this was always going to be part of the challenge. So a teacher is competing with YouTube, with TikTok, because if you get bored and you're distracted and you're thinking about something else, you don't want to the stuff that I teach is hard. You have to pay attention. So you're thinking about something else. You don't pay attention to that,
It's dopamine. You want dopamine right now. The dopamine from my class takes a long time to receive. So I have to break it in a certain way that it's kind of more entertaining to you while you're actually going through the class.
Niggas is like, I gotta work one off real quick. It's a whole lot of stress. Like, damn, man. It's like at the church, at the school, like it's too taxed. Even on Zoom, like
it's called lack of discipline. They don't teach it anymore. Okay.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah,
None.
it's an issue. Cause I'm a Gen Xer. Like I'm not used to having like these distractions.
Yes.
So I can focus, right? It's not a hard issue because I mean I didn't have YouTube when I was growing up. I had a cassette deck with Led Zeppelin and Def Leppard. Okay, that's what I had. But I mean I had to pay attention. There was no distraction in school. There was no cell phone. There was nothing like that. It was read, and they knew where your eyes were. And if your eyes were wandering, they got on your case. Okay, I understand. But when I'm teaching you from my house and we're doing it over Zoom, I don't know where your eyes are. It's on some other content, you know. So yeah, it's going well. The students are gelling together. They are enjoying the content, and so it's going well. I'm challenging this group a lot more than I have other classes. So your nephew is smart.
He is. He is very smart.
He's a smart man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I knew he can handle it. You know,
he can handle it.
Well, I also put a foot in his ass like 2 weeks before I got to the class. So.
Little nigga, you don't embarrass me.
That's exactly what I told him. That's what I told him. That's what I told him.
You change the family name.
I know you want to fall back on those Pookie ways, but you're too smart for that. So.
Yeah, he has a brain. He could actually pull it off. He can pull off 300,000 a year.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, he's smart.
He just needs to apply himself. That's it.
That's why I keep a foot in it. I told his father the same thing. Keep a foot in his ass, unless you want to keep helping him pay his rent. Okay, because he's too smart for this. He should never be in this position. Okay. And had he been my son, he would never been in this position. Okay, I never let him slip like that. But the thing is, okay, I said this is my last chance for you. Before you mess this up, don't call me. Okay. I told him.
You'll forever be shouted around.
Now, I told my kids, if you want to be a bum, okay, I'll visit you on the corner. I'll give you a couple of bucks, and I'll keep you pushing. Okay. I'm not trying to rescue you. I'm not. Because you have no reason to be there. Okay. Same thing with him. But the thing is, I could tell he's starting to like the class. That helps. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think
he hasn't been around people like you guys in a long time. So I think that was the problem. Do you want to actually go back to your old ways? Do you want to actually do something different? So I think he's starting to like being that. So I'm starting to see that. So shout out to you.
Yeah. I have a certain kind of discipline inside the class. There's a certain way of doing things. I kind of certain guardrails. And if you go against them, I'm soft with you at first. And if you continue, I turn into an animal.
Well, the thing is, I think my shoe is a little bit bigger than yours, Mookie. So you ain't got that. He knows if you have issues with him, he's gonna get a call. So he's on his.
Yeah, I don't have that problem with him. Yeah, he's fine.
No, he's fine.
To tell you the truth. Yeah. So I see him being probably a class leader in about a year.
Okay,
but
good.
He needs to do the fundamentals, go through things, but he's picking up concepts well. He's participating. And that's what we're asking for. We're asking to participate.
I told him I said you need to get flashcards to go through your vocabulary, okay? Because you're going to need that if you want to actually pass your get hired, okay? Pass your interview.
Yeah, it's something I say in the class. Like you can pop in again if you want to, but I say like explain a process to me, and somebody explains it to me. I'm like, wait a minute, you're not using subject, verb, object.
Yes.
Like I need to have an ordering. You need to explain this in English.
Yes.
Like if you're not, then I'm not communicating.
You have to learn the lexicon of the environment that you're in. Okay, especially if it's a technical environment. You have to be able to speak that code. Okay. Like a doctor. Doctors don't speak the way we speak when they're around each other. Okay.
Yeah, I tell the students all the time. Like when I was in Japan. When I got my first day of work, I had to explain everything in Japanese.
Yes.
So I had to figure out, okay, how do they say these expressions in Japanese? like what are the verbs so they're using, the tense, what's the rhythm, what does this sound like? So I had to spend quite a lot of time figuring this out and listening and becoming like a natural Japanese speaker. And one of the things they said about me is that I sounded semi-native, even though they knew I was a foreigner. They're like, yeah, you kind of sound like one of us. I'm like, okay, cool. I didn't have any experience. But I knew how to sound it.
The toughest thing with any language is the grammar. Once you learn the words, it's the grammar. Okay.
Yeah.
The grammar rules, and that's hard.
Culture.
Yeah.
Syntax.
What culture you have to be around. The thing is the biggest the biggest boo boo is grammar. Using the words wrong. Okay.
True.
Yeah.
You can
syntax.
They can still understand you. But the thing is how you use the words, where you use the words, and syntax, all that kind of stuff. They can tell. Okay.
Yeah, that's a big part. That's a big part. Like learning Spanish, like a lot of stuff is flipped compared to English. So it takes a little bit of practice to get used to.
English,
Spanish, Italian.
If you talk to any foreign speaker, English is backwards to everybody else's language.
Yes.
Backwards.
Yeah.
English is a constructed technical language. Okay.
You put the adverb. No, you put the adjective before the verb. For the noun.
It's not even a bastard language. It's actually a constructed technical language from 4 different languages. They constructed English. But the thing is, English is easier. It's hard to speak it well, but it's easier to actually speak it. Okay, it's not that hard because it has very firm rules. Like I'm learning Swahili, right? And basically, okay. I'm learning the rules for English, like the possessives and in past tense with the ed or s. Okay, that shit don't exist in Swahili, right? That shit looks completely different once you start using it. Okay, because them rules. Well, how the fuck did they get this out of this word? Okay.
I've been
like the whole phrase, even with Spanish, like the whole phrase is
because it's not a constructed language. It's actually built from a spoken language. Okay, and how
phonetics, right?
Yeah, phonetics. So like you see a compound word, man. It's like, wait a minute, how the fuck did they make up this word from this? It doesn't make sense. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. It's like 5 different ways to say some shit, and then like one version of it's slang, but it's actually still legal, and then used amongst the people. And there's other version. It's like a whole bunch of
I mean, like basically, if if you see a word in English, it might have a prefix or a suffix at the end, right? But you can still see the word in the middle somewhere, right? Okay. Basically, you see in Swahili that shit changes, man. Completely. You say, wait a minute. Okay, I thought it meant
a different word.
Why does it mean that? So yeah, it's different.
What the hell is going on here?
That's what I said. You know what? I said I'll learn as many words as I can, and then I'll worry about grammar later. Okay.
So when are you moving to Kenya, sir?
That's the same strategy I kind of go for.
Right. Well, hopefully sometime later this year. Yeah.
All right. I'm sure they're going to be very helpful to help you. I'm sure Dr. Marif will be very helpful with that as well. For Swahili.
As long as they don't come and kick my door in and take me away, I'm good.
Damn, BGS, you leaving the States?
Man, it was a long while I was afraid to go to China, man.
Well, the good thing is BGS.
I was scared shitless of going to China, man. You know what?
Yeah. Well,
so you from a real white?
I talk too much shit, man. I don't know if I want to go to China. Someplace I don't want to go, man.
You from a real white? Be a nomad? Be a passport, bro? And get up off the States?
I tell you this, man. Basically, there's lines that you cross to get you in an orange jumpsuit and a black site, okay? And I try not to cross those lines if I can. I could, but I try not to.
What the hell happened? Yes, he ain't did a live stream in a few weeks. What's going on?
Be like Marcus Garvey and get pardoned after your death.
No, be like you never. Be like you in a black site was never seen again. Okay, Marcus Garvey just got deported.
So,
okay,
where do you want to go?
Huh?
Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
I'm probably headed to Kenya. Probably. I'm saying either depending on how I feel. If I feel good and my health is good, Kenya. If not, I'm going to Thailand where the hospitals are. Okay. I'm not going to Kenya. I'm not going to Kenya. I would not. I'm not going to Kenya. And my health is not good. Okay.
But you're moving. You're moving there though. Like you're going there. Like.
No, I'm moving.
Oh
there.
wow.
No, at this age, you don't go. You move. Okay.
Yeah, I heard that. Nigga gotta get acculturated and shit. Can't be doing all that bouncing around and I be doing. You going from left to right.
The thing is, what I'm noticed with most people, most Americans, okay, they go there expecting it to be America, okay. If you go there, number one, if you go there, to any foreign country, number one, remember that you're a guest in their country, okay.
Yeah.
And number two, they're not going. You have to learn who they are instead of vice versa, okay. A lot of Americans
Yes.
go to Africa. They don't do that, man. They think, okay, shit will operate the way it operated where I was at because have this blue passport. You're a guest, okay?
Yeah,
If
you're
you
a
remember,
guest.
if you remember that you're a guest, things will go. Well, most people are actually pretty accommodating if you remember that you're a guest, okay?
Yeah.
And some shit you got, some shit that goes on in their country, you got to. Hey, you know what? It
Let it
ain't my
ride.
country. In my country, as long as they're not trying to hurt me, let that shit go, okay?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
BGS, I will say this: if you are going to head to Kenya, thankfully, because you've gotten well acquainted with my stinking ass, there are plenty of Ethiopians and Eritreans down in Kenya, just like in Uganda.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So trust and believe. If shit goes south, they can help you get your way to Addis Ababa, and you'll be feeling okay there.
You know what? If shit goes south, Dr. Marifa, get me the fuck out of here, okay?
Okay. So where's your bug out bag, BGS? Where's your bug out bag? Make sure you have your bug out bag.
Where's
man.
your passport, sir? I said, well, I'll
Listen,
call a
listen.
couple
Where
of
is your
people.
passport, by BGS? Where's your passport?
Hold on,
first of all?
BGS.
What is the passport?
I'm right now. I am giving you a salute, like a 5-star general. It's been a long time coming for you to get the hell out of the Matrix. So I'm happy for you, my brother. And I hope this helps you enjoy your golden years in life. So
Oh yeah,
salute to you, good sir.
yeah. You know what? My two things when I came online. Two things was help the continent, which I did, okay, and then help the black management, black men, okay, to transition, which I did, okay. So I fulfilled my two quests, okay. So I did it with Africa. I did it with
Hold on. You're making me nervous here. Let me get this straight now. You going to Kenya don't mean that you're going dark, are you? You still gonna
You
keep up
nigga,
the
you
curfew,
retiring?
right?
You hanging up? You putting your basketball shoes up, BGS?
We'll see when I get there, okay.
Oh shit.
Speaking of
The monk
which,
mode of BGS's monk mode will go away.
speaking of
It's like
which,
we're gonna have to hang 23 up in the Raptors again. You feel me? Ain't nobody ever done it like how BGS done it. You feel me? 40,000 points,
it will not
20,000
be as strong like
rebounds.
the Wizards.
Because when I first came to the ministry, I went to MGTOW, right, and then I came over to the black ministry. People said there was light here. No, there wasn't shit here, man. Okay, there wasn't shit here. But the thing is, how can you get men together, change their worldview, and move them from disorganized to organized to a point where they can actually start affecting their own destiny? And I think we've moved there. So. Thank Kevin was Kevin was the breakthrough. But the thing is, I think in secondary with Dr. Neal and black male political independence, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Which he's still, he's still probably paying for doing that shit. But um, we've made a move because basically the shit that you like with adolescents, okay, in the management they never thought that would happen. Okay, they said, okay, we always gonna be this little pocket of online people, maybe a few thousand people, blah blah blah. I said, man, shit. I said if you use it right, okay, and you hit the right angles, you can move the stuff forward, right? And basically the manosphere and our talking points have moved all the way down to the elementary level all over the world. It's so embedded now that they can't get it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, we've also had it's not just talked about this stuff, but we've also talked, especially with Kevin. Because remember, Kevin's background was as an image consultant and everything.
Yes.
And I'm sure Theo. I'm sure when you prepare these guys, they're going to need some more polish and whatnot. Correct?
Yeah, that's what we work on. Yeah, we do work on that.
All right, excellent. Because you want to make sure you got all the bases covered.
We work on a lot.
Yeah, the biggest thing in IT is discipline. Okay. You know,
absolutely.
can you sit there? Can you sit there for 7, 8 hours and do what you need to do? And some people
Oh
can't do
man,
it. Okay.
sitting there in a chair, sometimes, like, especially
Yeah.
like for certain
Yeah.
people, like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
from a
And
Cairo. Sorry, go
well,
ahead.
it's the concentration thing. You can't have the
Mhm.
concentration of a firefly. Okay. You got to be able to concentrate,
Yeah,
and everybody can't do that.
and I'm
And
sure
it's
Theo
hard.
could tell you.
It's not easy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure Theo could tell you that sitting that many hours in a chair can sometimes can take a toll on your body if
Yes.
you're not careful.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's more mental than physical. Okay.
mm,
Back in the day when you had to do a whole lot of coding, a lot of your coders used to burn out after about 7 or 8 years.
Well, physically,
oh
they can
wow,
break you down though. Physically, like your spine will turn to Swiss cheese if you just do that for too long.
It's more okay. Back then, it's probably changed a bit now. It was more about the wrist. Okay, you get
yeah.
carpal tunnel back then. Back in
Oh,
the
Yeah,
day.
carpal
carpal
tunnel
tunnel
is
in
the
the
worst.
shoulder too, right?
No. There's carpal tunnel in your wrist because of the
Carpal tunnel's in
keyboard.
your
Yeah,
wrist, dude. You
yeah.
don't want to play with that.
I
I'm
know a
talking
lot
about like
of
I'm talking about like upper neck stuff. I'm like with the head
no.
forward and
Yeah, yeah.
everything.
Okay,
Oh no,
okay. I'm talking
I
about
asked you.
programmers. What are you doing if you're programming? You're doing what, sir?
Yeah.
Sitting in the
Typing.
desk, in the
And
chair,
what else are you doing?
You're typing.
You're typing.
Yeah.
leaning over the computer.
Where is the weak point in all this? Okay, it's in your
On the
wrist.
inside of the
Okay,
wrist,
a
on
lot
the
of
inside.
it's two things that basically
Hmm.
um, well, the two things that basically burn programs out. One is the typing, which is the wrist, and the other thing is staring at that screen for 6 hours a day. Okay,
Yeah,
7 hours a
that eye
day. Right?
strain.
It will burn you out. So a lot of programmers got burnt out after. Used to be you would know a programmer he had to make his money because he's only gonna be there for 10 years. He's gonna burn out.
Hmm.
Okay.
Uh,
We, yeah.
yeah.
It's probably
So
gotten
what?
better. It's probably gotten better now, but that's what it used to be.
So what we have are standing desks.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
So I have to stand up at relevant, like every 20 minutes I have to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to work in a different position. So put my wrist in a different position.
Yeah.
And then, of course, other guys on my level, they usually have at least a treadmill in their house and then some sort of gym equipment, which is what I have as well.
Yeah.
So if I get to a certain point that work is kind of hard, I just go
Yeah.
down to my gym and exercise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Hey,
That's
hold on, Theo. You overstating that, brother. You don't have no gym equipment in your house. You have enough gym equipment to charge membership fees.
Hey, we talk.
Also,
We talking gym equipment.
Mookie never does anything halfway. Okay.
Oh, no, you cannot ever half-ass anything.
You said you collect.
There is no 75 mile an hour signpost on Mookie. It's 100 miles an hour or nothing. Okay.
You said you collect old Nautilus
Theo is
equipment,
being
right?
humble tonight, man.
Yeah, that's what he
Theo's being
said.
humble tonight. It's like, yeah, you got some gym equipment, man. You could charge them membership fees. Some shit you got over there.
Y'all be just some stability work would be helpful and stuff like that to what y'all got going on, specifically in like calisthenic type exercises, like strengthening, like those joints and tendons and stuff like that. Yeah,
Just so you know,
that's what
I'm opening a private gym here in Austin in June.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
So I'm taking all of my equipment and putting it into a space, and then private. Personal trainers will be using it, charging fees with it.
Okay.
And then I have another $100,000 worth of equipment coming in at this point.
Wow.
Are you not a guy or Arsenal?
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, what I was also I wanted to mention was like, just sitting in that chair for so long, you'd be surprised how many of these guys have to go get chiropractic adjustments, or see a massage therapist.
No, I'm a massage therapist. Yeah, people come see me all the time.
Isn't that why a lot of people they'll like you said, you got the standing desk set up, or like they won't even sit in the chair. Like they'll work with like the laptop and like be like in different like stretching positions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? With like yoga mats and stuff like that. Just to keep that lumbar region just loose. You know what I'm saying? Like the wrists in different positions, like you just said. You know what I'm saying? The whole around.
Back in the 90s, it'd be a lot of guys used to be 10 and out. Okay, they couldn't take it after 10 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
like for the back stuff, there's a lot of fixes for that. I mean, I've never been in STEM per se. I guess I wouldn't consider myself STEM, but I have done tech sales, so it's you kind of in the same position, just like the programmers and stuff. But you got a lot of what's it called, ergonomic stuff you can use for your back.
Ergonomics.
Get a comfortable chair,
Ergonomic
standing
chairs.
desk. Or you can do the I used to have the standing desk, but since I'm more mobile, like as far as travel, I like the like the little stand. I'll just put it on the desk and put my laptop up there, stuff like that. So it's a lot of stuff you can do, and if you need to,
but however, those chairs, like when did they start putting ergonomic chairs? Because back in the 80s and 90s, they didn't have anything built for that.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
we have it now.
No, it was later. Yeah, we got them now. So
yeah.
So if I really need one, I'll just spend like a $2,000 on a chair.
Yeah,
go get it.
Yeah, early 2000s. I could just. I mean,
who's first? Who's talking? Okay.
Go ahead, Pookie.
Go ahead, Pookie. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, early 2000s chairs were horrible, so I can only imagine what the 90s was like. To be honest with you, and then my opinion on like the chairs and stuff like that, that's great, for support and posture. But it's also just better to train these areas like the core and the back, especially if you're not hitting them on a regular basis. So if you're sitting like that, a lot of times your muscles would get cold and tight. You know what I'm saying? And get stuck a lot of times. That's what I was dealing with my L5 herniation. Because I had this football industry. And like it like prevented me from like being able to move like normally for quite some time, but that only made the injury worse. So I had to get used to like just stretching through the pain. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, get regular alignments and stuff like that. And now I'm right. I'm good now. But like I said, like now it's like I gotta just do the stability stuff. Like it can't just be like I'm just in the right posture. Like that's just not enough at this point. With all this sitting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I first started doing remote sales like back in 2015, and so I just was using some some stuff at home type stuff, like one of those those old school dining chairs. And I was after a couple months, I was like, oh hell no, my back is killing me. So I had to invest in some good equipment, man.
Talk about back burning on fire. Like they don't even know why. You think you got a chronic injury or something.
I mean, it was back issues on multiple levels. It was like after a few hours, you start hurting, burning and stuff like that. But then even after you stop doing it, you're having additional issues. Like let's say when you go to bed or something like that. So just had to research. Like okay, what are the best options? Somebody has a solution out there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you do like when you exercise? Do you do back extensions? Like, okay. So I can do for my back extension. I can do about 150 pounds.
Okay.
When I'm doing it. Okay. So that solved a lot of the seat issue that you have. So if you can get a back extension, like it's a 45-degree movement, and you just got to get good out over time, then again. Like if you can do 2 plates, you'll be fine. Sitting all the time, you'll be okay. So that's what I have. I have that in my house, so it makes my life easier.
Like a back? What do you mean like a back extension? You mean like a row or something? What you mean?
No,
row,
it's different.
Row is different. Just with a like a weight in a bench.
No, it's not what a weight. A back extension is basically where your body's at a 45-degree angle, and then it moves like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, with your legs locked in, pretty much, with your legs held in position.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I've done those before. Yeah,
it's strengthening your lower back. Yeah.
Yeah, strength and conditioning coaches don't get enough love, man.
And then sit ups before you actually on the other side. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if you're doing that with like weights, particularly in the morning, it's gonna be a lot easier for you to do things throughout the day.
So, I wanted to ask you, man. Like, what's your equipment? Are you like a Panada guy, Arsenal guy, old school Nautilus? What's your kind of?
I have 3 Arsenal. I had to completely cancel the Panadas because of the taxes, because of tariffs.
Yeah.
I have 5 Gen 1 and Gen 2 Nautilus machines on order right now. I'm going to get them in July. I have a Leico and Prime Fitness, a considerable amount, and then the rest is Rogue.
Okay, regular rogue. Okay.
Well, I'm
Nice.
about to leave this panel, but before I do, I just want to ask. Somebody said they're a massage therapist in this chat.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, cool. How long you been practicing?
Man, 5 years.
5 years. All right.
Yeah.
Now, I personally am. I'm sure you understand how bad the back spasms are and whatnot, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because I can tell you right now, last month, I mean, for the past like year and a half, I was dealing with back spasms and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
However, last month I went to a chiropractor, and I told them also I was dealing with pain in one of my ribs, like they were out of place, and it felt
Mm-hmm.
like it was like grinding into my spine. He said, "Yeah, you got a rib that's out of place," and he just just readjusted that, readjusted my neck, and it only took 2 sessions, and I'm right as rain ever since.
Good.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, chiropractic, it's worth it. Just make sure you just you see a good one.
And a
Yeah,
physical
tell me about it.
therapist, if you can do that too, like the chiropractic, that's good for the joints and stuff like that. But physical therapy is, it's all around muscle and stuff like that. Deep tissue, get you a massage, get on the traction machine, you know, and
Well,
then do
you
like
can ask
stability
More
exercises.
money, more money, more money. Okay.
more money, more
Yeah,
money.
that's true.
Sometimes you got to see an
Well, I mean, if you got
osteopath.
If you got the money, yeah. What if you
Yeah,
don't?
if you
I
got
don't
if you
have that
got if you
money.
got insurance, like I mean, it's not really even crazy. It's just a
Let me
copay
take
and stuff
FSA
like
where
that.
I
$20.
work at.
You know what I'm saying? And then
Well,
at the
yeah,
well, if
but
you're a college student,
And
if you're a college student, it's free.
yeah,
I
So
understand that, Pookie. But the thing is I'm over here, and it's a little different here.
it's a lot different over there.
Yeah, it's a lot different over here.
Different
Excuse
over
me.
there. Mm.
I was just being, it's different here, how how they do it and everything. So it's most of the people like osteopaths and chiropractic
Yeah.
and deep tissue
Yeah.
therapists. They're
And we
mostly
go about 30
private.
more minutes, guys, and we're gonna bounce out of here.
Anyway, I gotta get going. So it's eight in the morning over here. Got to do some grocery shopping. So as
Hey.
usual, I just want to say, y'all ain't shit. You ain't never been
This
shit.
shit ain't
Never
gonna
will be shit. And God
and
bless y'all for it.
and basically we ain't gonna be shit in the afterlife either.
Dan Skippy.
wait a minute. Let's see St. Peter say, wait a minute. You ain't shit, are you?
No, he gonna let him. Since
You
since
sure you're
Charles
supposed
not
to be
here, I have
here?
to say, well, since Charles isn't here, I say, well, BGS, with a cognac in my hand, I say, I never claimed to be.
Lisa. I'm gonna see if I can
I
find
never
that
claimed to be, sir.
because what's her name? She said that. Okay, the one that does the Ashy Blokes. She said never claimed to be, sir.
Oh, that reminds me, BGS.
Yes, Rihanna.
They
Let's see if
should
I can find it.
never have given you bloody old geezer's YouTube.
YouTube. Yes. Yeah, Ashy Blokes.
Yeah.
I go back and find some of that, man, because she was funny, and the way she said with that BBC accent, it was classic.
Yeah, BGS. If you could give your channel like new life.
Mm-hmm.
Pay somebody to just go back into some of those old videos and clip stuff. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because there's a lot of channels, random channels that have grown just off of clipping Kevin Samuels stuff.
Yeah.
You be like, damn, they like 500,000 subscribers and stuff like that.
They used to tell me you don't know Kevin Samuels start producing stuff from way back in the day, like sign language. That wouldn't come from you. Now I'll say, well, somebody found it. Okay, that's where it came from. I ain't heard nothing since about this since I put that short up.
Are you
Now what
still
you
gonna
do
go
is you
back and
create a
are you
Go
still
ahead.
gonna go back and do like reviews of his videos, stuff like that?
You know what? I think I still am because it's because Kevin is a lot nicer to the women than I would have been.
Yep.
I remember one time, man, I was actually on. I forget whose show it was on, right? And out of the blue, she said, what would you rate me?" I said, "Baby, I don't think I want to rate you, okay?" So she insisted, and I said, "Okay, baby, you're a 5." And I was being generous. I think I'm a 10. I said, "Do you get 10 results?"
damn,
Okay.
why you
And
do
we
it
and
like
we
that?
we got into it. I said, "Baby," I said, "I got 2 girls. I got sisters, right? Every woman knows where she ranks, okay? You know you're not a 10.
And yeah, heart of hearts.
Oh, not in your heart. You know when you hit the club. That's it. Okay. I used to say this all the time, right? Okay. Okay, men and women see the club differently, right? Okay, men hit the
Yeah.
club. We're looking for the entrance and exits, and is this club safe to be in, right? But we think about danger and safety, right? Women are looking at where she ranks in the order of the females that surround her. Every single one.
Yep.
If your woman knows your type, and she usually does, she can spot out each woman that's potentially a danger to her relationship.
Yeah.
Say my favorite, one of my favorites from Kevin used to say, chick said, 10 Kevin said, okay, how many modern contracts do you have?
Yes, exactly.
Hey,
And you don't have to
said,
be a 10 to have a modeling contract. You can everybody. But the thing is with anybody that's ever been around a 10 cannot walk the streets walk down the street by
nope,
herself. Okay,
nope.
at all. At no time she's gonna have to have a girlfriend or preferably a man who is escorting her. She cannot walk the streets by herself. Okay.
Hey,
Yep.
everybody, are you a D3 player, D2, D1,
Hmm.
overseas, or are you in the league? Where
Yeah.
you at?
Yeah.
And you know where you rank.
You
You
know
know
where
if you
you
got a
rank.
jump shot or not.
You know where you rank. Yeah. Every woman knows where they rank. Okay. When they say I'm a 10, it's bullshit. Okay.
I'm in the league. You play in Luxembourg. You play
BGS,
in
they are a 10,
Luxembourg. Sit down.
a 10 out of 100.
I'll tell you this, and this is something because I went to a school where there's a lot of gorgeous women, right? And and I used to you shoot models, right? Okay, tens always down. A 10 will never tell you that she's a 10.
Nope.
Exactly.
A 10 will always say, I know I'm really not that pretty. I'm not as pretty as you think I am. Yada
Mm-hmm.
yada yada. She's gonna downplay her looks. Okay, every single one of them. So a woman that says she's a 10, she's probably a 6, probably a 6 or less. Okay, most pretty women are not going to upplay their looks because they don't have to.
Self-aggrandizement.
A 4.5 at best. And BJ, the as they asked you that question, say, baby, you're roughly you're below average at best.
I mean,
That's
I
their
mean,
reaction.
the
Yeah,
vat.
you know that the Soprano said you're
Uh,
average at best. No, I'm
Average.
gonna change for the black man to
And
know you're
he was.
below. Yeah.
She ranked her own self. I don't know why it hurt her feelings. He said, "What do you think you are? You're 5. You're average."
I'll be
Okay.
like Tony Soprano, and I'll be no black man. This I'll say you're below average at best.
I mean, if you're gonna give a woman, you give her a ranking that's accurate. Okay, I can't help you if I can't rank you accurately. Okay, just like I can't tell Muggsy Bogues he's supposed to go in and dominate the paint. It don't work that
Nope.
way.
Doesn't do him any service. Doesn't do him
It
any
does. It does.
favors.
This nigga be jumped up
Mookie can
here.
tell you. Okay, when Mookie is going to teach you, he has to see where you are. Have your intelligence level, your educational level. He has to know where you rank. Okay, he can't teach you until he actually knows that. Nobody can. Same
Yeah.
thing with a woman. I can't give you dating advice if a 10 is going to get a different results than you will. Okay, if you're a 4, you got to go for a different kind of guy. You got to do different things. You got to go different places. You got to have a different skill set than a 10. 10 don't have to have the same kind of skill set. 10 has to keep herself have more filtering. Got to keep herself out of trouble. Okay, because trouble's going to come toward her. Okay,
Yeah.
what money not to take because all money's not good money. Okay.
Mm,
If you're chopped,
yeah.
you're chopped. It is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
think this chick, I think she married a football player when she got older. Thing is, I was out shooting her right in front of a hotel, right? Okay, and this old Jewish guy pulled up in his big ass Mercedes, right? Okay, and got out the car, started working toward us, and his wife had to come pull him back.
That's crazy.
I looked at him like, I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because he just started walking toward her. Okay, he just started walking toward her. Okay, those are 10s. Okay. Those are 10s. I mean, my fiance was an 8, and one thing, if you ever get an 8 or above, right, the best thing is taking around, say like the females at work or the female associates, right, okay, and see them back up, because you walk in with her, all of a sudden.
They know.
They know. They kind of back up. Like, oh shit, I can't compete with that. Okay.
Let me slip my ass down.
Yeah. Or if somebody looking over your shoulder, you scrolling through your Facebook, right, and said, "Okay, who's that?" I said, "It's my ex." And they go, oh.
Oh,
So,
baby girl, you don't qualify.
yeah, you know where you're basically, oh, okay, I got to rethink I got to
Yeah,
rethink my rank here.
yeah,
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Good
it's a,
point.
yeah, so I mean, I've been around beautiful women, a lot of them, right? And look, basically, they, they do not upplay their looks, okay? But thing is, the one thing why I never went for a 10 is because they're gonna tell you how much they cost, okay? What they
yeah.
expect, because they can demand it. One thing, she gonna give it to you free on the low, and basically you guys can just mess around. But the thing is, you want to be her man, it's gonna cost you because
Yeah.
you got a ton of competition. And trust and believe, if you can't afford her, okay,
You'll find somebody who
you,
will.
if you can't afford her, a lot of guys want dimes, right? I want a bad bitch. I want a dime, man. I said unless you that dude, okay, you don't want to fuck around with a dime, okay, with a 10, is because everybody's gunning for you, and every time you step into a club, every time you step out
Dirty
to a
Mac.
dinner, and
Dirty Mac.
there's gonna be not there's a guy that says I can take her, okay, from him.
That's
Yep.
what I'm saying. Dirty Mac.
Now,
He
now
gonna
you
try to
dirty.
dirty Mac on you.
Not the dirty man. He just step forward and present himself.
Bold.
Okay. Yeah.
I got a friend like that. He's white though.
Yeah.
His girl is like one of those like stereotypically like very like thin faced, crazy body white women. And
Yes.
he said he just went to the bathroom.
Yes.
Homeboy, in the 2 minutes he went to the bathroom. Dude was like, "Hey, how you doing? Wooty wooty woo." And he had just went to he ain't been in the bathroom for 2 minutes.
How many times have I told you guys that if she's 8 or above, how do you know that she's 8 or above, right? Go to the bathroom and see what happens when you come back. Okay.
I was like, "That's
Mm.
My baby mama, she's right around 8ish in range, right? Okay. I'm sitting there and guys are trying to, how you sit across from each other, okay?
yeah,
She look on my try to holler at her over my shoulder.
yeah,
So
Mm.
you got to be confident. Two, you have to be able to afford her. Okay.
yeah."
But that ain't dirty Mac and BGS. Like a
No.
man
No,
know, like you in a
that's the game,
relationship,
bro.
bro.
Dirty macking is when the guy knows
He
you.
knows
Okay.
he knows your
And it's talking
homeboy or
shit to
And,
something.
her.
he, and basically, when you're not around, he's talking shit to her about
Yeah,
what kind of guy you are. That's dirty macking. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
If a guy's trying to pull her and he don't know you, that's not dirty macking. That's just
that's just straight up
competition.
shooting
That's the
shots,
That's
bro.
just
game.
shooting your shot. Yeah.
But like,
But that
yeah,
nigga
like you
probably
said,
talking
just
shit too. That's what I'm
no, you
saying.
It,
just
it,
I,
sitting
I
there.
get
it,
what
No,
he
you
doing.
were
I
just sitting there.
understand what you're saying, but the thing is, we have to define terms and use them accurately. Dirty macking is when your boy, whether he's your friend or not or associate, right? Okay, when you walk out the room and he starts telling bullshit about you to your girl. Okay, that's dirty
Mm.
macking. Okay,
Mm.
straight up competition is straight up competition. Okay, you know.
So it
All
is
spread
what it
and love and
is.
war.
And the scariest thing that happened to me, see, because I know a bunch of guys that are like ex-football players and there's huge bodyguards and shit like that. So, and basically, man, you see somebody that's 6'5" and he's like 450 pounds, man, and he's looking at your woman, it's like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
Gonna have to run that
oh
fade. It's
oh
gonna be a
fuck,
crucial one.
oh
And he licked his
fuck,
lips. Oh
yeah,
shit.
he got that gleam in his eye. Oh shit, okay. Okay. And California was not a gun state.
Hey, you
Oh
better hope you
God.
knocked the bottom of that out of that thing last night. You better
It
Oh
hope you
God,
done
nigga, you
knocked
got
it
to
out
tie
because
your shoes, tie
no.
your shoes real tight.
The thing, the one thing about 8 and above, like I said, 8 and above, especially down. Okay, if you lose her, you lose her. That's why you have to get what you're gonna get out of her while you're with her. Okay,
fair
because
enough. Yeah.
if she finds the better deal, has the better deal. Okay, is what it is. Because you pulled her from somebody else. Okay, 9 times
Okay.
out of 10. Okay, unless
Yeah.
you got her when she's like 14 or something like that. Um, it is what it is. So
Mm.
you can't worry about it, right? Like, if she goes out, basically she has to be full enough about you to actually hold your trust and respect you. If she doesn't, she doesn't. There's nothing you can do about it. So say, don't lose sleep about it, okay? Because I remember my ex, she asked me, what if you came home and found me in the bed with another man? I said, give him the keys and the bills and deed to the kids, okay? Because I'm not your man no more.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm not.
Yeah,
I can't fight the
can you hear
world
me,
over you.
BGS?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my bad. I thought, okay, my bad.
Yeah, But the white boy said the exact same thing I've been telling you. How do you know when you have an 8? When you go to the bathroom, you come back, somebody's trying to get
Yep.
your girl's number. Okay.
He waited. He was like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing? You good?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh no, man, he's like, hey, it's all good." They took hands and homeboy
Yeah.
bounced.
And bounce. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You shot your shot, and she passed the test. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I remember KS had said that a dime is she really community
Yes, she
like a
is.
community.
I
Yeah.
said that for years. That's where you got it
yeah,
from. Diamonds
Oh, okay.
belongs to
Yeah.
everybody here. Now, a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
I mean, the funniest thing is, man, I've been on there for so long, right? And I said shit for so long, right? That a lot of guys that follow me say the same shit and forget that I said it.
yeah.
Charles did that the other night. Okay.
Yeah, but when KS said, when I heard him say it, I knew he was right.
Yeah.
Because like the brother, like you was just saying, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a 10
Yes.
and you know you kind of scored out of your range,
Mm-hmm.
you got to just kind of chalk it up as you had fun with it while while it lasted. Now, if that's kind of the norm for you, you just get you another 10. But you got to kind of sort of like just like you said, just chalk it up for real.
But regardless, you got to be okay with it.
What's the name of the quarterback, the football player, the man of the model, Giselle? What's his name?
Tom Brady.
Giselle?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
When Tom Brady lost his girl to that yoga coach, he didn't say shit. Okay, the game is the game. She's a 10.
Yeah.
He just got a younger.
You gotta move on. Okay. Yeah. You know it's
but
a
he's in a
possibility.
position to replace a 10 too, though.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter whether you are or you're not. Basically, that's the game. Okay. You can't get upset about it.
Game.
I mean, she got 1,000 guys shooting their shot at her a day. Okay. Somebody's gonna get her eventually. Okay.
Yeah, man.
So you can't worry about it. If you're gonna play that,
man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, well, in my line of work, man, as a massage therapist, I work with a lot of athletes. I work with some soccer players, just some regular runners. Man, there's some women on my table. I'm like, fuck my job.
Yeah.
I'm like, but there's a couple of them, man. It's like, shit, it make you think, you know what? Losing my license ain't that bad. But
the thing is, you can lose your life. The thing is worth it, man? Because you're not gonna.
That's what I'm saying. It's not worth it. I know it's not worth it, but there's a part of you. It's like, damn, because again, not only is she physically her face, but I get the the body. It's like, damn, that body crazy too.
Yeah.
But when she turned over, you know how a coilovers on trucks are.
Yeah.
The suspension, this thing say, boom, boom,
boy. Yes, I know. I know.
Matt's having a moment. You having a moment,
man. That's my life every day, bro.
That's if you like I said, if you get a beautiful woman, you have to kind of moderate your expectations. She's actually gonna have a whole bunch of temptations. It is what it is. Okay.
You just
be okay with it.
Just enjoy the experience while you're there.
Oh
yes. Yeah. And basically that's why I said the woman 8 and above, she's got to pick you, rather than vice versa. Unless it's a one-time thing where she's just something to play with. Okay.
Yeah, I prefer that arrangement personally.
If she gonna be, but she has so many options. Basically, she has to pick you.
Okay?
Yeah. You got to figure out
either way.
You got to pick her. Why are you here? Okay. Why should I invest in you?
What service are you fulfilling for her at that point?
Yeah. Why you pick me, and basically why should I invest my time, energy, and money into you?
Yeah.
Because the pussy's better with a 4. I'm gonna tell you. Okay. 4 is fuck better. Okay. If it's just sex, 4 is fuck better. Okay. 9s and 10s
they do. You're not lying. You're not lying.
BGS preaching over here tonight. I see.
And some I was talking to a friend the other day because they was running down all these things that they were doing for their lady, and their lady isn't a 10. Their lady is average. And as they were talking, I was like, well, they would think that they were a 10 because of the things that you're doing for them.
Okay.
And it was like, why? And as they was talking, and I done thought about the things that I've done for women. I'm like, a 4 or 5 would would
She
act like a
does.
10.
She can. She will act like a 10 to you. She knows she's not a 10.
No, I know she knows BGS. I'm just saying that the things that I know I do, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other dudes do for women, tens are not even getting that kind of raw treat.
Tens get
So
that
why
treatment.
wouldn't you act like a
Tens get that treatment if they want that treatment. Trust and believe. Okay. Reason 10 doesn't get it because. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
No. A
Now, I
10
was
can
just
get that kind
saying.
of treatment. What kind of guy does she choose?
Yeah, but I'm just saying when when a guy and this is just my
You got to give me some examples instead of just kind
that's
of
what I'm about to
roundabout.
do. That's what I'm about to do. So
hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
What I want to let's go think about what kind of guys she chooses.
That's what I'm about to go
BGS says on this.
I'm trying to understand what he's trying to say, and he's going about it in a roundabout way. So.
No, I'm not. It was
yes,
just
you are. I'm
come.
not understanding what you're saying, but you got to give
So
me
that's
some
what I
examples.
was about to lean into it. That I was about to go into it, BJ. So here we go. So what I'm saying is, if a 10, if she's dating a guy that's used to having 10s, he's probably not going to be as chivalrous as a regular guy. Even dating a 4. So the guy that's dating a 4 may be more chivalrous, hat in hand, opening up car doors and things like that. So that's what I mean by the 4 will probably be getting something that the 10 is not even getting, because a lot of times.
So the thing is, why is a guy that's dating a 10? Why can he get 10s and you can't?
Well, I mean, it could be a various thing. It could be confidence, it could be status, it could be
bullshit. It's either looks or money. Okay, could be status. Okay, why are you dating a 4 instead of 10? You want to date a 4 instead of a 10? Why?
I don't know. It just depends on how I meet her. It depends on how I meet her.
Negro. Let's stop bullshitting me.
No, brother. That's one thing I don't.
No. Wait a minute. So you rather date a 4 instead of a 10?
No, I said no. I said depends on how I meet her.
Would you rather date a 4 instead of a 10?
If I could wave a magic wand, yeah, I would date a 10.
So in other words, basically, guys stay within their range. If you could get a 10, if you could get a 4, you could get a 10, right? So a guy that dates only 10s, what does he have that you don't have?
It could be a lot of different things. He could have confidence. He could have height. It's a lot of things.
Confidence don't get you a 10. Okay.
Don't.
It could be a lot of things, BGS. It don't have to be one necessary thing.
But he has something that you don't have.
He could be tired of dealing with 10s and date a 4. Could be tired of dealing with 10s. It could be a lot of different versions.
So he
So
hold on a second. So a guy that dates 10s gonna drop down to a 4 and treat her like a 10.
Hell no. No,
That's
sir.
possible. It depends
no,
I
know dudes who date 8s, 9s, and 10s, bro.
It depends on
See,
what he has.
no, it does not, man. We ain't talking about the little nuanced person that may be 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. We're talking about the average everyday dude walking the street. Okay. Ain't no dude that dates fucking 10s on a regular basis gonna drop down to a 4 and treat it like a 10. It's not gonna happen. Okay?
Not at all.
I know that because I've dated 8s, and I'm not gonna treat a 4 like an 8. Okay?
No.
She a 4. She a 4. There's a reason you date a 4. What's the reason that you date a 4 instead of a 10? Anybody? Bueller?
I don't know.
You do know. Come on, man.
Not to deal with all that, bro. That's a whole lot of maintenance. It's a whole lot of maintenance, sir.
It's a 10 though. It's an 8, 9, or 10.
That's what niggas say.
What is a 4 gonna give you? Because she don't have as many options that a 10 is not gonna give you. Okay? Cooperation. She gonna give you more help. She gonna give you better sex. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, man. Basically, it's not transactional. But the thing is, it's called return on investment. And women, I've been around too many fucking women, man. Okay, hold on, man. I'm talking right now, right? A 4, it can date a guy that dates 10s. Okay, she ain't gonna go for you. Okay, she gonna date up. If you get a 4, they can the dates a 10. They can give her a 10 lifestyle. She ain't gonna settle for you. Why would she?
Well, most would depend. Again, that's why I said it
Depends on what?
It depends on the environment.
Bullshit.
A lot of no, it's not bullshit.
What kind of environment are we talking about? Where in the world is that?
In the gym, I'm talking about like in the. I see it in the gym all the time.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I'm in the gym, bro.
No, you don't.
My office is literally in the gym. I don't know what you're talking about.
So in other words, so you see a 10 chick dating a 4 guy that's broke.
No. A 4 chick having access to a 10 guy.
Access. No. Wait a minute. Okay. So why is a 10 guy dating a 4 chick? What's she doing for him?
Again, it could be.
No. Ain't no it could be. Ain't no could. No, ain't no could be. Dude. No, dude. Hey, basically, we're not speculating. What do you know for sure? That's average. Okay. Okay, that's average on average. Okay, we're not talking about
the 4 may be more aggressive than the 10.
She might be aggressive. What else? Okay.
Like y'all said, the cooperation. She could have a better body.
Bullshit. If a guy has 10 looks, dating a 4, she paying. Okay.
Nah. Okay.
She must got crazy.
She paying. Okay. Because I've had 4s approach me willing to pay. Okay. She gonna pay. She taking care of him.
Handsomely, nigga. I don't know what you talking about. This shit ain't for free.
Hell no. What you talking about?
No, it ain't Drake, nigga. It ain't happening.
I don't know where this nuance shit came from, man. We do.
No.
We know better than that shit, man. I'm 65 years old, man. I know 4,000 women personally. That shit don't happen, okay?
No.
And brother, when you start over speculating and talking about it could be this and it would be that, like that's how you just know there.
We see the what is it?
The
bitches talk about pretty privilege.
Brother.
Okay,
what
do you do?
It's different variables that go into it.
Okay, what's your outside look like? Okay.
I mean, I live in Washington D.C. That's what my outside looks like.
Man, I live in Los Angeles. It's bigger than Washington D.C. Man,
I understand that, but Washington D.C. is a melting pot too. You got it for sure. L.A. nobody can know.
Ain't no goddamn 4 in Washington D.C. gonna get a 10 dude and ain't paying. Okay?
No, not in this lifetime. What?
Never in life, my nigga. I'll be damned. I'll be damned if I get my body in shape.
I don't know. Anybody got a cap, man? Put a cap on, okay?
Big cap.
Cap.
Any place in the world, man. I don't care where you are, okay? The rules are the same as far as attraction is concerned, okay?
Yeah.
There's a reason. There's a reason that you date a 4. There's a reason that you with a 4. Okay, if a good-looking guy is dating down, okay, to a 4, it's because she's taking good care of him and he's getting stuff that he can't get from a 10. Okay,
that's facts.
It's the only reason he's dating her.
I agree with that.
Okay,
yeah, definitely.
Okay, and same thing. The same thing. So basically, and that chick knows that she got to make up the difference. Okay,
right.
Ask them all them freaking Hollywood stars that married up, okay? Ask what's the name? The chick that married Jesse Williams, okay? She's a millionaire.
Yeah.
She's a fucking millionaire, okay? And as soon as he could do better, guess what he did? He bounced.
Yep.
He left that 4 in the dust, okay? She's still pissed.
That's the game, though.
That's the game. I'm not saying it's fair, but the thing is, that are there exceptions where a 10 can fall in love with a 4? Is love at first sight, and people don't know why the fuck you with together? That does happen, but that's rare.
Amari Hardwick and his wife.
That's called you don't have any character and shit like that.
Amari Hardwick married his wife, and she's a plain Jane white girl because she was with him from the very beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't have nothing, okay? That's called loyalty, okay?
Yeah. Loyalty, that's character.
And
most people don't have that.
And she put in a whole bunch of work to get him where he's at, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 4 working for you.
Yep.
But saying that a chick that's a 4, if she could get a 10 guy with a 10 guy lifestyle, okay? In a heartbeat. If most, why do you think the pretty privileged shit comes up all the time, right? Because them chicks that are 4 want to live the lifestyle that the tens live. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's different.
And
It's gonna be
they
different.
pissed
Okay,
they can't get it.
they pissed that I don't have the goods to get it. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
You can go to the gym, sure.
Yeah, you can go to the gym. The thing is, it's the genetic lottery. Either you have it or you don't. Okay.
Yeah. You can have a 4 face and a 8 body.
I'm 6'1". I'm not gonna get the. I get a different kind of outcome than a guy 5'1". Okay.
Hey, I'm right there with you,
I mean,
BGS.
and it's not that y'all said that I disagree with. All
You've
I'm
been
saying
disagreeing the
is,
whole time. What are you talking about?
I have not,
Yes,
brother.
you have.
No. You asked me a question and I gave you an answer. Y'all disagree with what I said. Because all my position is that
God.
No. I know.
I mean, brother, it ain't that serious. It ain't even that serious. All this huffing and puffing. It is not even that serious.
Hey, man,
It's
calm
all
down.
good.
Hey,
It's all good.
calm down, library. Calm down, okay? Let's go to
It's all
something else,
good.
okay? Let's go to something else, okay? Anybody? You're in, Dr. Marie. What's going on? I mean,
Yeah, man, shout out
I
to
know
the
way
panel.
too many women. I've
And I'm not
hey,
disagreeing with you that
I'm
like that, brother.
talking right now, man. From tens all the way down to twos, man. From chicks that are very wealthy all the way down to chicks in the ghetto. Okay, shit works the same. Okay, no, way too many women. Okay, I'm way too accurate because women actually tell you the same shit I'm telling you. Okay, been through that.
Mm-hmm.
Been through that many times. Okay. I've dated 4s and I've dated 8s, okay? And I know 9s and 10s. I don't date them because they're actually too expensive. They tell you that they're expensive, okay? Because they can get it. My daughter says that. She's about 7, 8ish, right? She walks in, he has people, guys willing to pay for her tires, okay? Just because she's pretty. Okay?
And I agree with all that, BGS.
My baby daughter, who's more average, can't get that shit, okay? Different lifestyle, okay?
And the point that I did make was, depending on where that 10 guy is at in his life, that 4 or that 5, that average woman may have access to him.
Access is not the same.
Well, maybe I'm using.
No, hey. If you're gonna talk through me, okay, that's the problem. You're talking through me, okay? The treatment is not going to be the same. That's what I've been saying. The treatment's not gonna be the same. It's not gonna be the same. That dude that's the 10 and his trash 10 is not gonna treat that 4 the same way that he does his 10s. It's not gonna happen, okay? Doesn't happen.
It's not the same relationship, bro.
It's not the same relationship, okay? It's called balance. Anyway, Dr. Marie, for you in. What are you reading, Mookie? Yeah, anyway. Go ahead, Dr. Marie.
No, just passing through, I had somebody who's intending to move somewhere, so.
Oh, you listen from the clouds. Say what? Little bird. Yeah, I told you if I get in trouble, I'm making that call. Okay. You gotta get me out of here, Doc.
You're covered. You're covered. Don't worry about it.
Somebody said the 7s are the best girlfriends. 8s are annoying because they are insecure. 9s are crazy because they aren't 10s. 10s are cool as hell, but we'll let you know if you aren't good enough and be elegant enough. The thing is, as you ratchet it up, anything above a 7, you start having competition, okay? And you're competing against the next guy. And if the woman loves you, if she really loves you, it doesn't matter, okay? All bets are off, okay? If a 10 woman falls in love with a 4 guy, she's in love with him, it doesn't matter, right? But the thing is, without that special kind of love, okay, there's gonna be competition, okay? Just like I said, if she's 8 or above, you walk to the bathroom, you walk out, so we got asking for a number, okay? It's called It's called choice and competition, okay?
Yeah, so like I want to say, like, when I was in Japan, my late wife, when I was dating her originally, guys would ask for her number if I wasn't around.
Yeah. Yes.
And then when they saw me come out, I'm 6 feet black.
Yeah.
That was it. Just scurry away.
It scurry away. Yeah.
Well,
they shot
never have to worry about it.
They shot their shot. I had to threaten a couple guys, man, because I was, talking to a guy at work, man, and from work, and he thinks that he can come on to the mother of my child while I'm talking to her, man. So, motherfucker, I will throw your ass into traffic. You put your hands on her again, okay? I don't know who the fuck you think you are, okay? And I looked at her. Why you let him touch you like that, okay? And she, ooh, I want to hear it. Don't let it happen again. I
So
understand.
why do you think?
Was it a
So a
Negro?
girl
So what?
who is like again a 9 or a 10. What makes her choose a guy then? Ultimately, what's in her
Up to her.
thinking?
Chooses a girl, chooses a man that's what? Say it again.
Like so, a 9 or a 10. Why do they choose a guy?
Why do they
What's in
choose a
their
guy?
thinking?
Oh, the same thing. Basically, okay, depends on how she's taught, what she wants. Okay, uh, is the if she's a 10, right? Okay, resources, status, lifestyle. Okay, those are the top three things for a 10, right? Resources, status, and lifestyle. Okay, lifestyle is probably number one. Okay, I mean,
Why they flock
I,
to big cities?
how you gonna compete against a guy that say I got a boat, okay, and
You
we
can't.
having a party on the weekend, okay? Or how you compete against the guy that said I can fly you to Paris tomorrow, I'm gonna fly you out, okay? Or to Miami, or to L.A., or to New York, and for a rooftop party, okay? Hard to compete against that, okay? Those are tens.
Yeah.
How do you compete against that? Okay, so in other words, she has not to actually want that lifestyle. So what's the second she's gonna pick you on? Okay, resource, which is comfort. Okay, do you have a big house? Can you buy her a car? Can you uh, fulfill her dreams? Okay, because if you can't, somebody else can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay, uh,
Yep.
and and the last thing is looks. Okay, are you equivalent in looks? Okay, because women pick looks last of those two things. Okay, looks are gonna be last. Okay. Uh, And the one off is she happens to fall in love with you. I've seen that. Okay, well, it's like why are these two people together? Doesn't make sense. Okay, she fell in love with the dude, but that's rare. And even then, that's tough for the dude. Even if she's in love with you, it's gonna be tough for you because you're gonna constantly have that competition with that chick. It's like parking AMG Mercedes in the projects.
Yeah.
People
They
always
want
gonna
to.
fuck. They want to touch that car. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. If it's on the street, park day or night, it doesn't matter. They want to touch their car. Okay.
Tap the windows.
Tap the windows, look inside, that kind of shit. Okay.
Test the door handle.
They will test the door handle. You ain't shit.
Make sure that
You ain't.
motherfucker ain't locked.
You ain't shit. But that is the issue that you have. So basically, that's why I said return on investment equivalency, right? Okay. If you most guys will tell you, and I'm one of those guys, right? Why would you date a 4? Okay. Why do you date a 4? Okay, is because you're going to get more personality out of her. Uh, as far as equivalency in bills, as far as maybe even education, maybe you get better sex, you can get a bit more cooperation because you can always leave, and she knows that. She's got to compete against other women.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going on. Women know that. Women know that she got to compete against the next girl. They know it more than men do. That's how come. That's how. If she's a 4, she. I remember one time because my girlfriend, the last girlfriend I had, she's about maybe 7 range, light skinned girl, got big tits, big ass, that kind of shit, right? So I take her to my buddy's getting married, and his wife is like a 4, and his sister, all the women there were like 4s, right? So I walk in with her, right, and they are pissed.
Hmm.
They are pissed is because I've tipped the scale, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
They
threw off
are.
the average,
I
BGS.
threw off the average, and basically they are pissed. And they were pissed at her. Okay. Well, she ain't nothing but somebody to have sex with. I said, wait a minute. She didn't do anything to y'all. What's wrong? I realized. Okay. She drew attention from them, and attention from the bride. Okay. I've learned that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't do that.
I've learned, which is why which is why I know about Sierra and Russell Wilson, right? Why do you say she's gonna tilt the floor? Okay, she's one of the women that actually tilt the floor. She's gonna draw all the attention to her.
Yeah.
That's why he picked her. Okay, because her being on his arm draws attention to who? To him, and the attention makes him money.
Yeah,
Which is a good pick.
I think Kiss did a whole stream about that back in
Yeah.
the day.
Yeah.
Tell the story about the executive. He had brought an escort to one of the company meetings, and the executives like, hey, you know, Cherry, she's a good girl, man.
Yeah. And then you want to draw attention. What's her name? Amber Rose said the same thing about Kanye West, right? Okay. Kanye West always wants men to actually lust after his girl. It brings him attention. Okay?
Yeah, I said it.
Brings him status.
That was on Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. She said it. She was right. Okay. As soon as she said it, I knew he was right. I said I knew it. Okay.
Wait, what about Shannon Sharp? Hold on.
You got to pay more attention, Pookie. Okay. Kanye.
Yeah, my bad.
Amber Rose was saying to Shannon Sharp that she wanted to dress down, but Kanye West didn't want her to dress down. Okay, because he wanted other men to actually lust after his woman.
Oh, that's right. Because that's why he did the whole thing with his new chick or whatever the other day.
Yeah, it's because beautiful women are a form of status for men.
It's social currency.
It's social currency, exactly. And it is, trust and believe, okay? If you ever want to change the chick's mind, show her your ex, okay? If you got a pretty ex, okay. Oh, trust and believe, they get in line real quick. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and when it comes to business, sorry.
Yeah. When it comes to business, same thing, yeah.
People like, oh yeah, you was with old girl, and they're more inclined to do deals because men are suckers for pretty women.
For pretty women, it's the pretty glow, and there must be something special about you if you pulled her. Blah blah blah.
Exactly.
Blah, blah, right? Yeah.
I'm very surprised about that's even something on the higher levels. You know, it's not just on the ground level. Like, oh man, salute, bro. You know, with your homies and stuff like, hey, bro, he give you props, salute, bro. Man, she bad, you know.
What's her name? What's the chick's name? The crazy chick that used to be Miss America.
Stacey Dash?
No. What's her name? The old chick that just had
Vanessa Williams.
No.
The old
just
chick, let him get it out. The old chick that had what?
She just had a baby, okay, in her 40s. What's her name? Baby. And she always talking shit about men. The bus driver chick.
Ebony K. Williams.
Ebony K. Williams.
She said the exact same thing. I'm here to be the prettiest woman in the room, to draw attention to you. Okay? That's what she said. It's currency. Okay?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'd have, when I was dating my late Japanese wife, I'd have foreigners come up to me and say, how did you land her? And she's gorgeous, and I just thought she was ordinary.
Now I know,
but I was surprised. Yeah.
Right. Now, of course, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure with Simone Biles and her husband is some type of arrangement going on there, right?
Why do you think that?
Well, because of her her stature, being a little, short and small as she is, and then him being, a relatively handsome dude.
From the story I heard from them, okay.
She shot her shot.
She shot her shot.
Right, that's what I was gonna get to.
And he liked her. He liked her so much he actually fell in love with her. That's what I. The story I got.
I believe that.
He genuinely likes her.
If you see the wedding, he's actually crying at the wedding.
Yeah,
it's rare, but it happens. Like
it does happen. Yeah, when I heard the story, that okay, I believe it. Okay, did she shoot her shot?
Yeah, I believe that, but that and so that's, and I'm not trying to just say that my point is right, but I'm asking for clarification because to me I think she's cute, but she's just small. And obviously.
She's not in his caliber of looks and status. Okay,
right?
Yeah, she wouldn't.
But I felt like they even each other out because she has more status than he does.
But he doesn't care about her status. Status doesn't really mean anything.
Well, in other words, what other gymnasts do you see marrying football players like that?
I don't know any.
You don't know any, exactly, because there's a reason for that. Even the ones that have money. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, if we're talking about the American, we're talking about the American market.
Because I looked at it a few times where it might be a more attractive guy. You might maybe fall in love with the personality.
It happens. Yeah.
Especially in the black community, you see some big athlete guys with kind of heavier set women.
Yeah, because women are upset with her because they thought she dated down. And no, baby, she dated
Nah,
up.
she did
She
date
did it
down.
way up.
She's way up.
What?
Yeah.
No. What? That man's like 6'3", 200 pounds.
No, he's
Yeah.
6 feet. But what I'm
Oh,
saying
6
is,
feet.
what I'm saying is, the black women thought because of status and all that kind of stuff, she should have dated up. She couldn't date up. Okay.
She
Right.
couldn't date her.
She
Right.
That is
If
up
you
for
would
her.
have
it is
Right.
if
up
you would
for
have
her.
seen the social media comments from women,
Oh yeah.
just in the
Well,
last Olympics, it
Yeah.
was just like,
Yeah.
well, now
come
here's the
on, man.
thing. I think if he was a bigger athlete, he might not have chose her because he'd have had more access.
Maybe not. Because I've seen athletes that fall in love with women and date you. Say, why are you married to her?
Right.
Give me-
I
You know who
got that.
Saquon Barkley's with? That girl is plain as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the white that's
I mean,
That
look
little white girl,
at
she plain as fuck, bro.
look at Patrick Mahomes' first wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She worse than plain.
All of them.
Lame.
RG3, all of them. They all pick terrible looking white women.
Yeah.
RG3, no, RG3's woman is bad.
I mean,
now. I
they're
ain't gonna
not
let you be there.
terrible
RG3's
looking.
woman is bad.
I mean, they're
They're
not
not terrible,
but they're
but they're
average.
not. Yeah, they just not all that. Like,
I think it's a reason for that. It's a reason for everything. Like a lot of times when guys go down and looks, it's like what we said earlier. More cooperation, less maintenance, stuff like that. So
I think Phaedra.
you gotta think
Getting
about it.
her
Even if you're a
husband-
millionaire, it's like, do you want to, some of these
deal with that.
really attractive
Deal with
women
that.
have super high expectations in terms of maintenance. So
Who you talking about?
not every athlete wants to deal with that.
Yeah.
Somebody got a lot of background noise.
So Phaedra Parks, when she got married Apollo, always felt like she paid for him.
She did.
Yeah. She did.
Right.
A big, swole, light-skinned dude for a country.
I got it.
Yeah.
Right. And
I got to drop, guys.
And all that.
All right, Mookie.
Drop.
I heard that people saying the class was fired today, Mookie.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I worked hard, so I'm glad I was good. Although they liked it. Anyway,
Hey, when you opening your gym, bro?
My gym, I'm opening in June.
Okay, what's the name of it?
Then,
So if I
no, it's private. It's only with private trainers. But I'm actually opening the real gym in Brazil next year.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
All right,
Talk to you
take
later.
care, man.
All right, Mookie.
Yeah.
Mookie is similar bios. His gymnast, her face is plain, but her body's probably crazy under the tights with things. What is the average gymnast marry? Okay.
Yeah,
Even
I mean
the
other
famous
little cute
ones.
chick, she
Dominique
the
Dawes
other American
married a
chick,
white
she
dude.
hold on, bro. The other chick, she married a daggone, what is it, like a paraplegic? So what's the people that's like they handicapped but they
Yeah, the white guy.
Yeah, white guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the white.
I mean, Tara Woodall.
So think about the distance from a handicapped white dude to a black guy that's in the NFL.
NFL. Yeah, it's big. There's a
Three-
big
one of
Huge
what,
difference.
300?
Yeah,
One of
yeah,
like
about
300 or 1,000 or
400.
something like that.
Yeah, about 400. Yeah.
So yeah, huge difference in status and accomplishment in terms of that. But those chicks are delusional. It just that stuff was annoying when I seen all those comments.
Yeah.
You had people talk about, oh, this is Jonathan Biles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're mad. Yeah.
Just stupid, boy.
If
And
they-
then she over there. I salute to her because she was definitely defending her man against the sisterhood. So
Because the same
when he was on the
sisterhood that's
pivot.
dissing him would have snapped him up in a heartbeat if they met him.
Absolutely. And when he was on the pivot and made the comment about being the prize or something like that.
Yeah.
Because he is. He light skinned, tall, and he in the NFL. Get out of here.
And she was sitting right there. She said she booked me. In other words, she came after me, and she did.
Yeah.
Because she drove 45 minutes and all that. Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
Simone
shout
Biles
out-
is cool,
shout out-
man.
shout out to her.
I like Simone Biles.
She looks like a sweetheart, man. She reminds me of this chick I dated. So that's like certain black chicks that's like like a predominantly white school that just have a kind of different personality type. See, she reminds me of this chick I used to date. She was raised by black parents, of course, but she just had a different personality. So like her dad was a military man, I think he was like a sergeant major in the army or something like that. They just have those little sweet personalities, It might be on a dance team, gymnast. She's cool, man. She has a nice little sweet personality.
And I always thought she leveraged because, like I said, she had black parents, but she grew up in a white world with being a gymnast.
Well,
And I always
so
thought
Simone Biles actually, she was raised by her black grandfather and her, I think, Mexican grandmother.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
know her grandmother's
I know she was
non-black.
adopted or something like that.
Yeah,
But
by
I'm saying,
grandparents.
but I'm saying with the gymnast world, which is predominantly white, I looked at it as she got game from being around them white women and even being more, aggressive. With,
Let me ask you, what's the typical guy that a gymnast, even with gold medalists, marry?
Wait, I didn't hear it because you faded
What's
away.
the typical guy that a gold medalist gymnast would marry? What's the typical guy?
I would say probably a white dude.
Well, white dude or athlete or what?
Okay.
Yeah.
You said athlete.
Athlete or what? White guy, is he an athlete? Is he a high profile white guy?
Nah, I wouldn't say so. No.
Big difference. I don't care who you are, right? She dated white guys. She could have had a white guy. She dated a black guy. Okay,
right.
Doesn't matter. They didn't have the profile that he did.
Right. I'm following.
Yep. So yeah, I don't think from the male perspective, her status doesn't. To me, I don't think it really has much to do with anything.
No, and at the end of the day, she's 4'8". Okay.
Yeah.
She ain't 5'8" or 5'9". Okay.
And I believe Jonathan when he said that he didn't know who she was. I believe it.
Yeah, the people didn't believe him. The women didn't believe him. I believe it.
You don't have time for that.
I didn't know who the hell she was until she started winning all them damn gold medals.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If she wasn't a gymnast and she was just a regular girl, he wouldn't have dated her.
No.
Just off looks.
Exactly.
Because they met on Raya. They met on the famous people dating app.
Yeah. She would have to have met him in college.
Okay.
She couldn't have met him after he got to the NFL. No, that wouldn't happen.
Right.
Nope.
So that's what I'm saying. She was able to leverage being who she was. Right?
Yeah, she got to have something, man.
Against her size. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because 4'8" and 6 foot, that's the crazy size difference. As you see it in person, it's a crazy size difference. I wouldn't even feel comfortable. I don't even care if she was a 10. If she's 4'8", that's bad. It's chop for
Nah, Shaq's 7'2", and his girl be 5'2".
Yeah,
that's good. That's good on him. That's good on him. I'm good.
Though. This girl ain't, she like 90 pounds.
It don't matter. That's still too much of a size difference for me.
Yeah.
Like she damn near like prepubescent. Like that's like damn near like my little sister or some shit. You feel me? I'm about to like give her a nuggie and put her to bed. Like it's bad, bro. And if I really punch that shit, bro, I may put a hole through hole punch her shit.
That's why most gymnasts don't marry upscale dudes, is because their height and their size.
Physically, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those guys are trying to create some athlete kids. So
yeah,
I'm surprised that's the only thing that makes me surprised that he wiped her up is the size difference.
No,
he's gonna be an athlete, just not gonna be tall.
Yeah. When I heard the story, I said okay. Yeah. When I heard the story, I said okay, I get it. I get why he got with her.
Yeah.
Well, that's the main thing of being an athlete.
I see it all the time. If you're like a chick give you peace, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I mean that's usually I always say this. Like usually if a chick kind of comes at you, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be a lot better treatment.
Yeah, and her having money didn't hurt either. So.
Yeah.
And my opinion also is that they had a real conversation about what she knows he probably could get versus what she actually is.
Yeah,
and it's also like
and she's got
it's like the same.
She's got money, so that helps a lot.
It's like the same thing with sales. Like if you, it's much harder to close a cold lead than it is like a warm or hot lead. Mm-hmm. Like if that prospect comes to you, it's way easier to close than if you reach out to them.
Yep, because they're already interested in your product. Yep.
It feel good having somebody that won't, feeling you too.
Yep. And not just feeling you on a sexual level, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, but more than that, more than that. You could
Right.
tell, like, you know, they have a genuine connection.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could tell that she views him as the prize. To be honest, if
Mm-hmm.
you,
Yeah.
because you got a little Netflix special. If you watch that little Netflix special, you're like, okay, yeah, yeah. She definitely feel like she struck gold with old boy.
Yeah,
So
she
that,
did.
I mean, I think that's the
She
best
did.
situation
And
to
she
be in
said it.
as a man.
She been
Mm-hmm.
consistently said since the beginning. Yeah.
Cause it's like hell when you gotta convince a chick that you that dude. I mean, that's a terrible situation, man.
The thing is, why? If she don't want you, don't want you, man.
Yeah.
Well, but I've been around too many pretty women.
Have you seen
No mean no.
remember
No means no.
Hey,
Okay,
you
then.
get fatalistic about it.
remember what's the name of that Dame Dash movie from back in the day? I think it
Paper
was I
soldier.
think I think it might have been Paper Soldiers with Mariah Carey, where she
Mm-hmm.
get off the plane and she just cussing him out like, "Mother, you better be getting me a new bag," and da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just taking it.
Nah,
You
nigga,
know,
that's that one with Benny Siegel. That's that one with Benny
State
Siegel in
property.
it, where
State
he was
property.
paper
yeah, state
paper
property.
soldiers. Paper, yeah,
That's
yeah, stay private. Yeah.
yeah. That's why. That's the first thing. Okay. I don't care what she looks like. You can't do that to me. You might as well go find another man, baby.
I
But
crash
Yeah,
out.
she did.
Hey,
She
so
had.
I seen guys that marry nines and tens and take that shit though.
yeah,
So
yeah.
let
Hey,
me
I couldn't
let me
do it, man. I can't do
let,
it.
let,
I seen guys. They call it in the South. They call them high dollar woman.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I
so
don't
let me
even
ask you
like
this, B. Oh,
the maintenance of it to me. So keep it real.
They do whatever they do can do to keep her because she's so
Yeah.
pretty. Yeah,
All right,
Yeah.
y'all boys. I got work in the morning, but y'all take care now.
yeah, yeah.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me play this clip real quick, BTS. You
Go
gonna
ahead.
see. Hold on. Let me get the ad. Went to the ad. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Right, Carrie.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I remember seeing this as a kid. Like hell, nah.
I need all the dough. Some call me greedy. I call myself a cakeaholic. So I do all kind of things and make all kind of money. You should already know I'm a super duper big cat. So of course I pick up about 100 of them things from the airport, and I do it in style. I got the baddest chick on the planet delivering it to me. She'll do anything I say. A real soldier. I tell her what to do and she does it. No questions asked. She loves me to death.
Hello? You gonna make me carry the bags by myself all that way, motherfucker? First of all, you promised me a G4, not a Challenger. I might as well be flying coach. That's like $1,000 fine right there. And second of all, that freeze-dried food, you better be taking me to Mr. Chow's for some squab, like right now, because that shit was disgusting. And by the way, look at my boots. These are my favorite boots. I got water stains on my boots because that dumb ass flight attendant spilled Evian all over my boots. That's $2 more grand for the boots. You know what? Step your game up a little bit. You taking me shopping.
Nice to see you too. The fuck in the car.
Yeah, under your breath, get the fuck in the car. Okay.
Yeah, whatever, nigga. You wasn't saying
That's
that
what
was
you
right into you.
say. That's what you got to deal with some of these high maintenance chicks, man. I could do it. And she talking shit to you when you
Yeah,
paid all that money.
yeah.
I like how they had the cha-ching effect.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Cha-ching.
because that's how you got her. You got her with money.
so BGS. So
Mm-hmm.
you out Cali,
Mm-hmm.
and my position with Cali has always been the cooperation with women is a little different out there because of the competition
Mm-hmm.
versus on the East Coast where the level of beauty is nowhere near the same.
Okay.
So when you could get an average chick, especially black. Now let me go a little bit more detail.
Okay.
On the East Coast,
Mm-hmm.
you only have access to black women mainly. Yes, they're white and Asian, all that, but you can't really date them the way you can out in California. Like it's
Okay.
common to see a black dude with an Asian chick in California versus out here
It's not
on
common,
the
but
East Coast.
it's not
Well,
common, but it's more common. Yeah, it's not
it's
common,
more
but
common. Right.
yeah.
It's more common. So the cooperation on the East Coast with average chicks, they bucking because they
Why?
know
In
that when you going
DC got to be the easiest place for a black man to date.
they it,
DC, Atlanta, and
it,
Houston. One, two,
it,
three.
I feel you. That I would have to go deep into that, but what
Nah,
my point? Now
okay.
let me just make my point. Let me make my point.
Well, make your point, man, because you're not making it. You're going around or you're doing the scenic route. Go ahead, make your
Well,
point.
the point I'm making is on the East Coast because you don't have the same access to women like you do out in California. You have more access to all the women,
You
regardless of race.
talking about the
Versus
better
on,
looking women, or what are you talking about? Because there's plenty of women on the East Coast.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, like on the West Coast, you could date interracially with no problem, and you could
Okay.
date an attractive woman interracially with no problem.
Okay.
Versus on the East Coast, it's not the same. You really only have access to black women
Okay.
on
Nigga,
the
is it
East
Jim
Coast.
Crow over there? Like,
Okay.
what you mean? Like, it ain't the
So
same.
okay. Okay. You only have
Maybe New
access to
York,
black, but the thing is that
maybe New York. You
the
can.
black women outnumber you. So why do you have a problem dating on in a place
And
like
the East
DC?
Coast. Yeah, that's a good question. Why you
Yeah,
have
Why?
a
Why?
they outnumber you, but they still want you. You know, women still want what they want, as far as money and all that. You still dealing with that element too.
In
So
DC, what you're dealing with is basically you have women that are highly educated, earn a lot of money. Okay.
That is what you're dealing with, 100.
Okay.
percent
So this
Trent,
it's about status. Okay. That's why. The thing is, guess what they will do on the low low. Okay. Fuck you.
yeah, they will suck
Absolutely,
your dick for free.
Marrying you is different. Okay.
absolutely, I agree,
Okay.
100%,
There's plenty of chicks in DC taking care of dudes. Okay.
exactly.
100%. They
So
love dudes coming out the feds, 100%.
yeah, why you think they love dudes coming out the feds?
I
Niggas are
mean,
controllable.
No, because they got good
control-
dick. Okay.
they looking good coming out.
No,
Yeah, it's a
They
lot of
they
That
got
too.
they
fuck them.
got good
The
dick. That's
fuck
why
that.
right,
they're disposable. But
right.
the thing is that dating on East the rules still the same rules still apply. Okay, now you might have to adjust the standards a little bit. A 10 in California is not going to be the same as a 10
Right.
in Washington D.C. But the
Absolutely.
same rules still apply.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Same rules still apply. I don't know why it's so different. You go to Brazil, same rules still apply in Japan. Okay, same
No,
rules
I'm
still
not
apply.
content. No, I'm not back. I'm not back on what we were talking about earlier. I'm saying the dynamics between East and West. With again,
Where you're in the DMV area, right? It's easier to date in the
yeah,
DMV area than it is in California.
Exactly.
yeah. I would think it would be. I would think it would be opposite.
You think? Let me have a comment.
Yeah, I
No,
would
it's
think it would
not.
be.
I'm telling you, it's not the opposite. And we know that's been the way for a very long time. It's much easier to date in the DMV than it is in California. Much easier
Yeah,
because the
because I
number
would think the competition is.
because the numbers are in your favor in DC, especially amongst black women. Same thing
Yeah.
with Atlanta. Okay. Same thing with Houston. It's not the same way
Nah.
in California.
Nah. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
Ain't no $100,000 chick gonna be dating a low level dude in California. It don't happen. Okay.
Right.
In DC, it does. It's because
Yep.
the pickings are slim. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So have you been in California? Have you been to LA? Have you
I
been to Southern
haven't. No,
California?
I haven't. No, I
Well then
haven't. No.
you don't know.
Yeah,
But
no shit. No shit.
No,
everybody
I just know.
knows.
But I'm not.
Everybody knows for dude dating the three hot spots are Houston, Atlanta, and DC.
In
Okay.
DC, right? And
Why
maybe
do you
New
think that
York,
is?
right?
New York's different, but thing is, the three hot spots for a black man to date to
For
get the
black
best
men,
success
right?
is
Right. I agree.
Houston, Atlanta, and DC. Okay,
Well,
it
what
ain't
I'm
Los
saying,
Angeles.
well, what I'm saying is because why I use Los Angeles for example is
Mm-hmm.
because out here they know that for the most part you can only date black for the most part because
Okay.
the way it's set up.
Okay.
Versus when
choice.
you
That's
go out,
choice.
Okay.
versus when you go ahead.
But it's still your outcome. What's your dedicated? Your outcome is going to be better in those three spots. I don't care whether you can date out or not.
Yeah, I'm saying with the cooperate. I'm saying with the cooperate with the things that you run into in DC. Because
Like
it's a
what?
lot of it's
Like what?
the cooperation.
What does that mean? Okay,
It's
cooperation can
not a
be a
lot
lot
of
of things.
cooperation out here. You running
What
into a lot of nonsense.
what is cooperate? You don't run into a lot of nonsense here. What does cooperation mean?
I mean,
What do you
just
mean?
the rigmarole of the dating process.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, I
Don't tell me
don't really
nothing.
have the
Give me
words.
give me an
I don't have the.
example of what of non-cooperative females. Give me an example.
I can't honestly. I can't think of one. Yeah,
Well, then you don't have no problems then, okay?
I can't think of one.
Exactly. Like what kind of behavior patterns are we talking
I
about
mean, just
specifically?
the
What are they
typical,
actually doing? Like
the
if
typical.
they're if they're
Just the
like
gold
In
standard.
LA, the black women don't bow and scrape with you, man. They throw fists just like everybody else, every place else. Okay.
Yeah, but okay, I got you on that. But what I've even heard black women say because black men can date the way you can date out California, that they looking kind of crazy out there. And I'm looking at them like, well, if they was on the East Coast, they might have better opportunity on the East Coast because dudes on the East Coast don't have white girls and Asian girls and
Are these
Hispanic
black
girls
women
to date
fat?
like that.
Yeah, but who are they competing against though?
What on out here or out there?
Yeah, in DC, who are they competing against?
African blacks.
Other
They
black
ain't
women.
Yeah, other black women, right?
And there's more of them. Okay. There's not as
True.
many of them in Cali. Okay.
True.
Yeah. Remember, outside the black population, you're gonna compete against the Latinas.
Right.
Yeah. That's the biggest change in California is black men dating Latinas.
Long hair, sometimes big booty, big breasts. You know.
It's not even about the long hair, big booty, big breasts. It's about treatment. That's the basic thing. Because
including
my son, that's all he dates. Okay, and they're not superstars. Okay. In fact, his half black wife was probably the prettiest one he had. She kind of looked like Brittany Renner.
Oh, he lucky.
He was. Well, he didn't keep her though.
Well, if she was like a Brittany Renner looking like, yeah, you're right.
He didn't keep. Yeah, she kind of acts like her too, but that's a different story. Tragic mulatto.
Yeah, the mixed red bitches. Yeah, I see you got that white mother blood in you. You should be more freak. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, the thing is, everybody knows the easiest place to date for a black man is one of those three cities. Okay, LA is not one of those. Okay.
Right.
Expectations are pretty high in LA. Okay.
Okay.
So nigga,
Yeah,
if you doing bad in that market, I don't know what to tell you.
They're
Like,
not
it is what it is.
Most people guys in the DMV, man, they always got a chick, man. They ain't doing that bad.
No, it's not that. It's not a. I was just making the comparison. I'm not saying that you can't get women out here. I'm just saying the cooperation level is different
because she making more money than you, Negro.
Exactly.
Right.
Stop being broke, nigga.
Hey, wait a minute. If she's making more money than you here, you're not gonna get cooperation. What are you talking about?
Exactly, it ain't different, nigga. He had to like he enslaved over there and some shit. BGS. I'm like, what you talking about, bro?
It ain't my brother.
You in the Atlanta educated force in the DMV area, man.
Well,
ain't no women in Atlanta.
Black men. I'm in DC. All I asked was the dynamics of being in the city where you have access to more of the women interracially.
Mm-hmm.
Is the cooperation different?
No.
Versus
No.
Because if she got more money than you, don't matter if she backing up.
I got two daughters. It's ingrained. No. Okay. I've lived here all my life. Right? No.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. No. You probably get better cooperation on the East Coast. Okay.
Boom.
Okay.
If you want cooperation,
There ain't no women in Atlanta.
If you want cooperation from a DMV chick, marry a chick that makes less than you. Okay.
Exactly. where she needs you.
Instead, because I know you fuck with them educated fours to make a lot of money, don't you, man?
100%.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Check
why you don't get no
check one
cooperation.
two. Microphone check
So
1 2.
so if you fuck with
Yeah.
boss bitches, what kind of cooperation are you actually gonna get?
None.
Oh, you right. Yeah, no, right. Absolutely.
Exactly. If I fuck with boss
Absolutely.
bitch in L.A., guess what I'm gonna get? Okay.
Taken care of.
No, I'll get taken care of. But guess what? I'm not running shit.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right,
I have
Well,
to.
she needs some dick.
I have to cooperate, not her. Okay.
right, right.
Hey, BJ, you know what the pimp said, or what the saying goes, bitch, all I got is dick for you. That's all.
Hard dick and bubble gum. Yeah.
Bubble gum, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Take that.
Yeah. If you're a pimp, if you're a pimp and you can do it, then you know. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, I can. Dude, if you date nothing but boss bitches, I mean, you can go to PG County and pull you a girl.
Right,
It's good
right, for
looking,
sure.
okay, and pull you a girl. But guess what? She's gonna be educated, probably gonna make a lot of money. You talk a lot of shit.
Yeah, I mean, what I do for a living, I work with kids, so most women gonna make more than me, unfortunately. So,
Well,
yeah,
and thus is the dilemma, sir. Okay, I
yeah,
could have told you
yeah.
You
that.
gonna have to shut up and take it, nigga.
Right.
And it is what it
But I ain't
If
is.
gonna,
you
yeah.
if you dating a black woman and she makes more,
Right.
okay, that's what you
Shut
do.
up and take it, nigga.
And she's
Don't
Yo
say
yo
educated.
nothing.
yo.
Most of them chicks have masters and above that you date, don't they?
The last,
Yo,
well,
can
I'm
you
gonna
hear me?
say yeah, but
Hold
the
on.
last girl, no, she just was in IT, she made more than me, but I just had to work too. I made about 100 some thousand at that time. I'm making a little less now,
Uh huh.
but I had two jobs. She
Okay.
made 125 with one job,
Okay.
and
So
she
how,
still
what
made more
so
than me.
what kind of cooperation you get from her?
It was we ain't together. I just say that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
will just
Why,
say
yeah.
why
that.
can't
Sounds
you
about
y'all
Anyway,
right.
y'all were both making over
so
$100,000? Why
so
can't you
so
get
so
along? That's
so
crazy.
basically, I have called all your shots, have I not, sir?
You made over a
I
hundred
mean,
thousand dollars. You can't get
I could
along.
go. I mean, I'm
Y'all made over a
to say the
quarter
thing
I
million
about it.
mean,
dollars and you
Hey,
so
cannot get
hold
basically,
on.
all
along.
the
In the
questions
sake of
I've asked you personally, you
in
have
the
said
sake
yes
of,
to.
but that's in the name of not wanting to go back and forth with. I mean, just respecting overall what you're saying. I can go into the dynamics
You
of
can
it,
go
but
to
yeah,
dynamic, but basically, I asked you, you're
I was
in
getting cooperation. I just didn't see it going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, could I still been in it 100%? But I just didn't see it going anywhere. And this could be because she was making more than me or didn't see a future, whatever. But I was doing a lot of the work.
So how old are you?
you were doing a lot of the work,
How old was
okay?
she?
How old
No,
are
Yeah,
you?
Nigga,
a
you.
lot of the.
so you were doing a
I'm
lot of the work,
46.
right? You were doing a lot of the work, right? Well,
Yes,
you
How
yeah,
old were
you
you?
yes. I just said I'm
Come
How
on,
old
46.
are
man.
you?
in other words, basically, man, it's the same dynamic, man. That's the balance, okay? You got to do most of the
I
work.
just was dating somebody that I like more than they liked me.
I wonder why.
That's it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
But y'all made over $250,000.
I feel you.
but the thing is that meet in the middle, man. The cooperation, as he says, okay. There's some things that you're gonna have to take when that chick makes more money than you do, okay? And you can like it or not like it.
She only
Okay?
made what, $10,000 or $20,000 more than
I
you
don't
It
care if
was
it's a
yeah,
dollar.
yeah, yeah.
I don't care if
And I'm
it's a
gonna tell you why
dollar.
that's true. I'm gonna tell you why that's true because when I explained to her, I said, you can't outwork inflation, right? You at some point you're gonna have to join your resources with someone else. And it was like I just was talking to a brick wall.
AL, the link is right above you. I don't know why you keep saying link, please. Okay.
I mean, she keep getting
Cameras on, AL.
certifications, not necessarily.
I can see I can see that Indian hair that you got, man. What I'm saying is, man, the thing is, man, I dated all these chicks. I know chicks that have daughters. I hear what the mama says. I hear what the daughter said. I hear what the baby said. I've heard all this shit, man. So what you're saying, I can pretty much, well, listen to you, I can pretty much tell the relationships that you had, okay? Just by listening to you. Just by listening to you.
Once
I
again,
mean,
fellas,
you,
BGS is right.
The
Yeah,
thing is,
what?
you're trying to overcomplicate it something that's fairly simple.
I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, BJ. It's just more.
No, it's not.
You simplifying something. You simplifying
It's not.
something that you don't know all
It's not.
the
It's you
nuances.
don't have
That's all I'm
to.
saying.
It's not. You don't have to. Okay, I'm talking to what? 200 people, right? I can't.
Right, right.
I can't micromanage or micro detail
That's true.
200
That's
people,
true.
right?
Right, right,
Basically,
right.
for the broad strokes are pretty much the same in your
Right,
case. Okay.
right, right.
I don't know what this is about. Okay. Now, Cali recently is because the men are dating out. Okay.
Right.
But you don't get more cooperation from these chicks. Okay. Just because the men are dating out.
I mean, I'm not. I'm with
Exactly.
you. I'm listening.
Now, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They all the
Yeah,
same.
absolutely. I think you might maybe my tone or we haven't communicated
No.
in the right. I'm not bucking.
Yes, you are bucking.
I'm not bucking.
You are definitely bugging, my nigga.
No,
You
brother.
sound just like
If
You're
I was
bucking.
bucking, I would say
He
I'm
said
bucking. I'm
bucking.
not
He not
bucking.
bucking.
bugging. BGS. He's bugging.
He's
He
bucking.
said
He's
bucking.
bucking. Bucking.
B-U-C-K. B-U-C-K.
I'm not bucking.
Okay. Y'all listen to him. Does he sound like he's cooperating?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He sound like he's
my
trying to
God.
be humble. He's trying to be humble with it.
Nigga,
No.
that ain't
No.
cooperation. That's humility.
What I'm saying is, I say this is what it is. He said no, but.
What have I said? No,
You just
no.
say
Wait,
no.
come on,
Well,
that BJ.
you
You
know,
just said it.
it's not all. It's not
That's
all
not.
the way in
That's
that
just the term
case,
I'm using. That's just the way I
depends.
talk.
It depends on the environment, and it depends.
It could be, and it should
It could
be,
be,
and
it
would
should be.
be.
Y'all.
Well,
Nigga,
first
come
of
on
all,
now.
I'm
You
gonna
sound
understand
just
with a bunch
hold
of
on,
people.
brother. Hold on, brother. You sound just like my brother. He from New York, talking about he thought he was gonna take his ass out here, and the market was just gonna be wide open for him. And now it's a whole lot of minds. He confused. You sound just like that nigga, man. Y'all don't know what's up with you
So
East
I'm
Coast
on the
niggas. Think
stage
y'all
with
gonna
a
come to
bunch
the
of
West
people
Coast
that
and it's gonna be easy.
I
I'm on the
don't.
stage with a bunch of people that's agreeing with just
What
BGS. So
what
I'm
I'm what
going
I'm
against that.
Right.
what I'm
I
saying.
He's
know I'm
giving a
not bucking
rebuttal.
because that's
He's
not my
giving a
style.
rebuttal.
The thing is, if you're accurate, that's fine.
Right.
If you're accurate,
But you
that's
can give
fine.
a rebuttal
Against what?
Nothing. He
against something
did.
that you don't agree with. You don't have to agree with everything that somebody giving you in a
But
conversation.
rebuttal, you have to prove that you're correct. Okay. In a
Okay,
rebuttal.
he
No,
is
he's not. No, he didn't.
okay.
No, he didn't.
Bro. He's trying to.
Everything that he said has literally been countered. How has he proved what he
But
said?
you can
He's not
counter it
giving us
all.
anything objective.
Hold
He's
on.
just
We've
not gonna
told you objective
agree
things.
with everything somebody else says. He's not
Okay.
gonna agree with that.
Have you been when you rebut somebody? That means you have better information than they do.
Hello.
That's a
I
Exactly.
rebuttal.
mean,
That's a
Wait. Can I say
yeah,
something, BJ?
you're right. You're right.
there's a lot
You're right.
that's a rebuttal. Okay, he hasn't done that.
You're right. You're
BJ,
right. I
but
mean,
just because, but
I'm
if
just
it's
listening, but but he has something to say. He's just really giving you conversation.
Yeah,
He's
he's
really
saying
giving you
something. It just
conversation.
don't mean a whole lot. That's the
And
problem.
Right. There you
in
go.
other
There you go.
words, there has to
There
be
you
some
go.
kind of agreement. Okay.
Right.
Basically,
Right.
it's not conversation. Okay,
Right.
BGS,
Right.
but what? Okay, what's different? Okay,
BJ,
what?
it
Yeah.
started with the
Right.
four. We started with the four as
Okay.
far as getting it as far as a four. And I use the word access, and that maybe I used the wrong word, but I was saying a four being able to talk to a 10 dude.
Okay.
Right. And you say that go
But
ahead.
you misunderstand what I'm saying. What I said, you said that a 10 is going to treat a 10 guy's going to treat a 4 the same way that it actually does a 10. Does he?
And what I was saying, depending on
Does
where
you got you stick to the question? Does he? Does this 4 get the same treatment as that 10? Does she or does she not?
Simple.
no,
Yes or
they
no
they,
No.
they don't
Yes or no?
no.
Thank you.
No.
End,
But you
end,
making me
end,
answer
stop.
a yes or
There
no
go
with
that butt again.
nuances
There
to
go
See,
it.
that butt again.
okay,
You
okay.
making me answer the question yes or no.
What is the? I asked you a direct question, okay?
And
You beat around the bush.
you're telling me to answer it yes or no. So I answered it. I
He,
answered it
he
So,
no.
said
so,
no.
where is there a rebuttal to that?
No, it was just
When I
conversation.
said
He was giving you more conversation.
Okay,
He said
I
no.
said we depend on
it-
where
of-
he
Okay,
Okay, go
it
ahead,
depends
BG.
on
Go
where
ahead.
he meet her. What's going
Where
to
he
change?
meets her at in life.
Okay, okay.
And see, I
So,
see what he's saying
no,
maybe in that right there, because see, he's young. They had $250,000. They couldn't
okay,
even get together. They couldn't
okay.
stay together. So
Let me
he's a
ask you.
young cat.
Let me ask you this, okay?
How old is he?
Ask that to Jesse Williams, who met his wife when he was in college. Okay, ask that. Okay, what happens when they got older? He got access to better women.
Right.
She got more
Okay, so
insecure.
that means that they met at a certain time in different areas, just like Buddy just said.
And,
He could have been in a certain situation, a 4 and a 10, but they met in different situations in life, like you just said.
even if she meets him early, okay, why does a 10 guy choose a 4 woman even at that point?
I mean, it could be different reasons, like you said, but
Like
it
what?
depends on
Give
where
me
you.
one. Give me one.
Okay,
Give me one.
I'm gonna give it to you again. It depends on
Okay.
where you are in life.
No,
He
no,
was
no.
telling the truth.
That's not a reason. That's not a reason.
Well, like you said
Stop.
earlier,
Oh,
BGS about the cooperation.
and
About
if my grandson is 12, okay, okay, you know the difference between a 10
Let's
chick
be
and a 4 chick.
realistic. Don't say
Okay,
that. Don't
hold on,
say
no,
that.
no, no,
Don't say
hold
that.
on.
That's
No,
not
what?
realistic.
It is realistic. What's
Don't
going
say
on right
nothing
now?
about no 21-year-old
You didn't
woman
even.
that he
Hold
12.
on.
No,
You didn't even
I
listen
didn't
to the
say that.
whole.
You didn't let me finish, okay?
Okay,
I
go ahead.
my grandson is
Did you
12. He knows the
comprehend?
difference between a 4 chick and a 10 chick, okay? At 12 years old.
See, now, if you would have listened to all that, you would have been able to
I
comprehend it.
know, no, he didn't comprehend it.
You sure?
He's looking at me.
Oxygen. You
You
kept
sure
butting
about
in.
that?
let me.
Are
Okay,
you sure about that?
when you were 12, did you know
Absolutely.
the no? When you do you
Are
know the
you sure he
difference?
ain't but 12 now?
Oh,
He 12
shit.
years old. He know the difference between a 4 and a 10.
I saw his girlfriends. Once he chose, once he didn't. Okay, I see the difference. Okay, when you were 12, okay, did you know the difference between a 4 and a 10?
Absolutely, he
I'm asking
did.
him. No, I'm asking him. He's in the chair. Did you know the
100%.
difference? Okay.
No, I
You
didn't.
did.
Yeah.
You
No,
didn't.
uh-uh.
Okay,
Oh, that's
bet, bet. So
No,
all
I
now it's
didn't.
cap.
the
Now
girls,
that's cap. Now that's
all the
cap.
girls at
I
your
was too
school looked
young.
exactly the same. You're telling me all the girls
No,
at your
no,
school
no.
looked exactly the same?
He's you know difference between
Really,
a 4 and a 10 at 8 years old, man. Stop the cap. Stop lying.
bro? Stop it, bro. You're.
Not at
Come on, man.
12.
You're
Not
dragging it
at
out.
12.
You're dragging it out.
So
Walk on, put the
Not at
prize in the
12.
bag, bro.
so you didn't know the ugliest girl versus the prettiest girl in the classroom. They're all the same to you at 12.
Now, who you talking to? Bro, you talking to me?
Him. I'm talking to him.
Okay. Okay.
No. At 12, yeah. I knew the prettiest girl in there. Yeah, at 12, I did.
So,
But
nigga,
I
why you
wasn't
boy?
dating. I
Why
wasn't no girlfriend
I
and
didn't
boyfriend with him.
did I ask you about boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yeah. You're right. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Okay.
But
So in
you're
other
right. You're right.
so
You're right.
in other words, okay, you pick the 10 for a different reason than you pick the 4. Do you not? If you think about going steady with a girl, okay, at 12,
Well,
okay.
you talking about you talking about looks. Now I'm talking about something else. We talking about another
I
situation. When you talking about looks,
no. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Listen to
okay.
what I'm saying. Do you pick the prettiest girl versus the ugliest girl for the same reason?
I mean, I would pick I don't understand the question. I pick the
Yes, you
prettiest
do.
girl.
Why you pick the pretty? Do you pick the prettiest girl and the ugliest girl for the same reasons? Say you pick the ugliest
Oh
girl. Why you pick her? Oh,
no.
why?
No.
Why?
Because of body wise, she can have
Tell
a
me
nice
more.
body.
Tell me more.
Yeah. I'm telling you what you want to hear.
No, I'm telling you. I want you to what's accurate. Okay, what you would do.
Yeah, no. I'm telling you what's accurate. It's just, I understand what you're saying
So so
because I
so
would put
so
a
so
bag on the ugly girl face. You understand what I'm saying?
so why would you pick
And the one with the big butt, the one with,
why would you pick the ugly girl over the pretty girl?
because I don't like ugly women.
No. Okay, say you did. Say you were willing to accept her. Why would you pick the ugly girl over the pretty girl? Why would you do it? if you had to do it, why would you do it?
Because he got a bigger butt or something, a nicer body.
Okay, all right, I know. Anyway, y'all got anything else, man?
Womp womp. Put the fries in the bag,
Y'all
little
got
bro.
anything else? Y'all got anything
Welcome to
else?
Chili's.
Yeah. I can't do it. I can't do this anymore. This shit is obvious, man. I can't do this shit no more, man. Go ahead. Anybody else got something else different? I don't want to argue about
I
this shit
mean,
no more.
did the question go that far over my head?
No. What I'm saying is you don't want it. The need to be right is strong with you Negroes, man. Stop. Okay. It's not that. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. It's not that serious, man. It's
you're right.
most dudes, 99.9% of dudes on the planet will pick a pretty girl for her looks and the ugly girl for cooperation and other shit, personality, all the other stuff.
Character.
Okay, character.
Yeah, money.
Most guys pick the ugly girl because you actually give you pussy.
Cause she got money too. Yeah.
No,
Especially
because the
at
pretty
that
girl is
age.
not gonna give you no pussy, okay? Because you don't have
Especially
to.
that age.
Yeah.
Especially at
At that
20.
age,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
She's
Especially
gonna
Yeah.
make you work because she's moving around life and every day off of her
the
vanity.
ugly
She's
girl parent.
in a vain state.
The probably ain't
The
never
ugly
home.
girl knows she has nothing to
She
give other than
the
her
ugly
ass
the
and her
ugly
big
girl had
ass.
to give you what you want, okay? The pretty girl does not, okay?
Right.
Right.
That's
Right.
why. That's
Right.
the difference. That's why I dated fours, okay? I'm gonna get what I want, okay? Versus the eights or nines or tens, okay?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
that hard. Look, my grandson's going. Because he's an entertainer, right? Because he has all kinds of chicks chasing his ass, right? I've seen the chicks line up trying to get him, trying to get his attention, right? The fours don't get his attention, but the one that looks good, guess what? All day long, he's 12. He's chasing
What?
her.
Oh, he go? What? He going directly? He going right for the tens?
Yeah,
He going for the tens? Is that what
she,
you're saying?
I don't know if she's a 10,
Of
but she's an
course.
8. Yeah, I mean, if he could,
Of
he would.
course.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Like, let's be realistic here. Like, stop acting like everybody walking around with a heart full of gold or something.
Why do you date this chick? Well, why are you messing with this girl versus this girl that's your friend? She's picking you up. She's getting you lunch. She's getting you gigs, all kind of stuff.
Right.
Why don't you actually get with her? You can tell the difference, okay? And their mamas are trying to set my grandson up with him, okay? But he ain't going. He picked this chick, okay? Just taking it on through all kind of crap. So I said, I know what it is, but it's okay. Okay.
He gonna learn eventually.
Dang.
Well, he might. He sings and dances. He's gonna have his pick. So the thing is to keep his wear something to keep him from having babies. That's all I'm worried about at this point.
That's what I was gonna say. So as he gets older, and after he going through all the bullshit with the pretty chick, he ain't now saying, you know what, I'm just gonna give me an average chick because the pretty shit, I'm tired of dealing with that.
It's because she's gonna do what he wants, right? That's why you do it. That's why you would go. That's why you would go down
Yeah,
the
that's right. At the end of the day, you're right about that. At the end of the day, because she do what he wants.
In other words, she has to give him more of herself than a 10 would. Okay. Because I got tired of that shit. You gotta do what I want because I'm pretty, bitch. Please.
Right.
Okay. No, I went to school with you bitches. Bitch, please stop.
Just like a fork.
It does. I'm not. I'm not going for that. You can bounce if you want to. Go find you another guy. Say it in a heartbeat. But it is what it is. Anyway.
So BG,
What's worth getting her if you're gonna lose your self respect in the process?
It depends on the guy. Man. I see guys do this shit all the time, man. Sometimes for less. Okay.
And they going outside, but it's all good.
Yeah, well, that's them, man. You know, my best friend, man. He went out, all in for 4. That's what he wanted. Okay, I wouldn't have.
And where was he at? Well, I mean, as far as status himself.
He was. They were equivalent,
Okay.
He was older, but they were equivalent. Well, I thought he could have done better, but that's up to him.
I mean, you know what?
She tried to set me up with her friends or sister. Nah, baby, I ain't him. Okay.
If you stay around the four, hey, check this out.
No,
Hey, check
I
this out.
said I ain't him. Okay, go ahead.
If you stay around the four for a long enough time, you know what? You'll learn to love that motherfucker.
The reason you with her is because you love her. Okay.
No, you don't love her at first, but you be around her so long, y'all will just become just best friends and shit like that.
I mean, the reason we would have because she gives you what you want. You fall in love with her. Okay.
Yeah, man. She ain't gotta be. So you saying your argument is that she ugly that she can't be falling in love with? That's kind of like shallow. Like, come on, man.
That doesn't mean you're gonna lust after her, but you know.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
but I
love
mean,
her.
I ain't gonna wake up with the same heart on in the morning for 10. But
you can grow into that chick. I'm not saying that you can't, but
That's right. You can grow into a four. You
I'm not
can't.
saying that I'm not saying you can't, but you pick her for different reasons, and your results are
Right.
going to be different.
Yeah.
The
You
challenges
right.
are going to be different. Okay.
Yeah.
Ain't no
right.
big ass 600-pound dude gonna challenge you 4-4. Okay, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. If you want to buy a car for a splash to look good in, are you gonna buy a 2006 Honda Civic, or are you gonna buy a Lamborghini?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if you got a four, you ain't worried about 100,000 dudes hitting at her. Okay, you're not.
That's right. You right about that.
Okay,
You right. Because she ain't going. She ain't going nowhere. That four ain't going nowhere.
I mean,
Yeah, just like that Honda Civic, it ain't going nowhere. It go A to B.
she ain't gonna have the same opportunities as that 8, 9, or 10. Okay.
You right. Yeah, that's right.
Nobody wants to see the Honda Civic at the car show.
I have a pretty
You right.
daughter. That's why I know I
Right.
see the shit all the time. Okay, I see the shit all the time. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I saw her do her mama do the same shit. Okay,
Mama teach daughter.
what
What you say, BGS? Pretty girl problems.
pretty girl problems. People wondering where I get that from, right?
She didn't have those problems. She didn't have those problems when she was under 30. Oh, she had every choice in the matter to reject every man she wants. Now she's in her 30s. She can't be
She's in
choosy.
mid-30s. She can't be as choosy. It's
So
going
She that
the
old
clock's gonna run.
Cadillac, right? BGS.
She
She that
gonna
old Cadillac.
she run the clock's running out. Go ahead.
I'm right quick. I just this
Yeah,
is
you
another
right.
thing too, because my meter, my beauty meter can be questionable.
It's skewed.
So,
It's skewed. We already know it's skewed. So
Okay. Go ahead,
my
man.
beauty.
I mean, if you date enough fours, your beauty meter will get skewed, man.
I find beauty. I find beauty
Hey.
in just. We probably will agree on what a 10 is, but my point is, I want to know what you consider a 10. I mean a 4.
What's her name? What's her name? Bowser. What's her name? Kim Foster. She's a 4. Yeah.
I was thinking about her too. Damn, I was thinking about her too.
Hey, but
where would you rate her?
A 10 go.
I was thinking her as a 4.
She's a 4. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wouldn't date her.
Steph Cole's a 4 too. She's a 4.
How come you wouldn't date Kim and Nicole Foster?
I don't think she's attractive. Yeah,
doesn't matter. But she's educated and she makes money.
Yeah, but I wouldn't date her.
So
hey man, that 10 gonna turn into a 4.
So where's your floor at? And the 10s don't turn into 4s.
Yeah, that's I guess shit. Maybe
10s do turn into a 4.
No, they do not. No, they
don't, bro.
Turn into a 4.
No,
shit,
it's never that
turn
low.
into a 4.
Where
the Lamborghini will never. Hey, the Lamborghini will never find itself on those pre-owned lots.
So what happens?
Indians be running.
What happens with the 4s when they get old?
Shit, they just get turned into a 1.
And it's called age levels, man. Okay, so
yeah, you're right. That 4 gonna turn into a 1, so that 10 got to turn into something.
We talk into prime. We talk about primes now. Okay, we're going way afield. Okay, 10 gonna turn into a 4. Yeah,
because see, when that 10 get a whole lot of miles on it, it's going to the used car lot.
If you go out and get other 10s, then yeah, probably so. Okay. That's why Shannon Rawls said once they get past 30, start looking to trade them in.
Yeah, because he got a lot of miles on him. She got a lot of miles on her.
Is because
Still high maintenance.
because they can go out and
Oh
afford to get another one
still
just
high
like her.
maintenance.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Look at Leonardo DiCaprio. This man, every time she
turn
turns
25.
25, he
They
gets
gone.
rid of them. He don't pay. They cannot pass 25 for him at all. So what does that tell you, bro? What does that tell you? The defenders of the force. Because that's how you've been doing is defending the force. Because you've been so skewed over the years at your beauty and what you look at. And then
Guess what he said?
You know, brother, let's calm down all that, man. It ain't it's not.
He just
It's not even. You talking?
he's
calm
defending the
down all
fours and
that,
wouldn't date
man.
a four.
Calm down all that, man. Come on,
He said he wouldn't date a four. Okay.
Calm down. Calm down all that, man.
Anyway, all right, y'all. All right, y'all. Enough.
So what is Neil Long? What is Neil Long? Neil Long's a 10 to me.
When was Neil Long a 10?
From the beginning.
When?
I would give her.
From
She
the
was alive when
beginning.
she was on guys.
She's about an 8. She's about an 8.
Oh man, come on now.
8 that's then moved down to a 6. Have you seen her? She's in her 50s now.
Yeah.
One time.
The fun thing about this is the problem with our black man. You look at every black woman as 10, regardless she fat, slim, ugly as fuck. You label this chick as 10. We got that's what we pick. That's where the lowest, like Charles Foster said, lowest of the data pool when we pick these type of chicks.
What about Gabrielle Dennis? What about her?
Gabrielle Dennis is a 7. Gabrielle Dennis is about a 7.
Okay, that's about my range right there.
Okay.
Some men look for
Gabrielle Dennis has gotten better with makeup. She's actually better looking with makeup. She's upgradable. That's what thing about Gabrielle Dennis. She got that kind of face.
She may be a 10 to you, but she ain't a 10 to the world.
No. What's your name? Amber Rose.
Some men date from the neck up.
Does compare Amber Rose to Neil Long? Okay.
At what time period?
When
Neil Long all day.
Hold on. Compare ages. Comparable bullshit.
Neil Long all
is
day.
crazy.
No, I don't know where you get your meters off, man.
Yeah, you meters off, my nigga.
Last time she was close.
Oh, mine?
Yes.
She did Friday.
Oh my God.
She was nice.
Oh my God.
I ain't say she wasn't nice, but basically, there's no way that Neil Long looks as good as Amber Rose. They're not in the same class, okay?
Oh come on now! I just don't really do Caucasian women like that.
She's mixed, actually.
She's mixed, right? Can we do somebody that
I don't really like no
is
Caucasian.
around the same complexion? Because I think that's what
yeah.
That's where I'm kind of.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. I don't
take like what's your name? The model's name, Naomi Campbell.
Okay.
She may be like a 5.
Naomi Campbell. I'm talking about at her peak. At her peak.
Nah.
Oh, at her peak, she could have been an 8, but she was never a 10.
Okay, but she's better looking than Neil Long. What's your name?
Yeah, come on now.
The chick that's dark. The chick in black that was in Black Panther. Okay.
Oh, I was thinking about her, Lupita. Oh my God.
Lupita Nyong'o.
Oh my God.
Okay, even darker. She's better looking than Neil Long. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say Lupita all day.
Oh, she was. That's not the one that was in Black Panther though. That was what's her face?
Lupita Nyong'o was in Black Panther.
Black Panther. Yeah, she was in Black Panther.
Lupita Nyong'o. Yes, she played
the first one.
Yes, both of them.
Oh right. Yeah, okay, she was the girl. Yeah, my bad. You right.
Wait, what you smoking tonight, Pookie?
My bad. You know I'm smoking. It is what it is.
All right, nigga. Keep it together, all right?
Yeah, it was so fine to me when she was in when she was in 12 Years a Slave, and I told my homegirl about. I said, "Am I wrong?" Because she looked like a slave or whatever. I was like, "Am I wrong?" But Patty in 12 Years a Slave, she kind of like that. And right after that, she started coming out, made with the makeup on and red carpet. And I was like, yeah, I knew she had something.
Okay,
that's the first time I seen her in 12 Years Slave.
That nigga like I was trying to get her in the barn looking ass.
Man, yeah, I thought I felt fine.
And she, I think she had to lose like maybe what 30 pounds to
Oh, to
20,
play
30
that
pounds
role.
to play that
Oh,
role. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we
Is
get
it?
it.
And not to change the subject, BGS, but you saw that movie, right?
Which one?
12 Years a Slave.
Most of it, yeah. I
Okay.
try to
So do
avoid
you
slave
remember
movies.
the scene? Because I was trying to find a scene online, but it's counter to, I guess it's counter to one of the points that you've made about just our sexual nature coming out of slavery. But do you remember the scene when I think they was on a slave ship and she got the slave, the fill on her?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy because I couldn't find the clip and I didn't want to watch the whole movie
Oh,
for that one little.
she raped him. She raped him.
She got lonely. I mean, that happens all the time.
Yeah. Oh, but
Took bro
I don't
cheeks.
know who that. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but she wasn't that fine though.
Who?
That the one that was trying to rape the dude.
Lapita.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. It's good, bro. Appreciate you,
Yeah.
brother. Your
Yeah, she wasn't
contribution is
that
very
fine,
valuable. It's good, brother. It's good, brother. If that's your taste, brother, then I understand what
brother.
your
Oh
dilemma is
man.
at this
Yeah,
point in
we all
time.
got different, but we all got different tastes though. We all have different
Yo,
tastes, man.
nigga,
It's supposed to be that way.
nigga, your
My taste
taste
is
is
not
fuck
bad.
is
I don't got
calibrated.
bad
I mean,
taste.
Okay,
you guys want some? You guys wanted somebody to obey the same complexion. Okay, I gave you one. Okay.
Now let me.
And
I'm
you
gonna
said
go
she
out.
wasn't even on that.
Now
No,
I
not at
know she
all.
wasn't. I know this person I'm about to say. I know y'all about to kill me. But when I was young, and this was kind of my introduction to looking at women. But I used to think when I was young, Whoopi Goldberg when she was young. I used to think
Really?
Whoopi Goldberg was
Oh,
attractive.
come on. Well,
Really?
no,
Yes,
I'm not even
sir.
gonna go there.
Yeah.
She
I ain't
had a
even gonna.
nice
Yeah,
shape
see,
though.
now see, his radar
She
is
had a
off.
nice
Whoopi
shape.
Goldberg with a nice shape? Are you kidding?
She did have a nice shape. You ain't seen her
Crazy
in
Oh
work.
my
Sleeping Beauty?
Crazy
Have
work. I'm
have
not even gonna
Oh
hold you.
have you
my.
seen Whoopi
You know
Goldberg's
what?
legs?
Have you seen her in Fatal Beauty when she was coming out with the towel around her?
Oh
Who?
man. Oh, I can't believe it.
Bro, you're
You know
a
what?
nasty
Oh,
nigga.
Yeah.
You're a
you know
nasty
what?
nigga. I'm not gonna hold
Hey,
you.
you gotta
Man.
remember
Hey,
You're
this.
a
I
whole
was young
different
too.
level,
Don't
brother.
you remember when she came out?
Whole
He
oh,
probably
I
like,
be
She had a
Okay,
okay,
one
towel
man.
time,
around her?
one
uh-huh.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoopi
He
Goldberg
probably like, oh,
when she first came out looked like she was on drugs. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
BGS and me are like this. Niggas look like three of my lifetimes, and we are like on the same page, bro. You are lost, brother. You are
Hey,
lost. There's
you
no
got me and
way in this universe that Whoopi Goldberg is
Whoopi
some hot
Goldberg,
shit.
when she was
That's why
smaller,
talking about grading women with black men, they're all over the place. That's why Charles said black men are
Yeah, you
the
right.
average man
You
of the
right.
day. Okay.
Garbage the dating
You
pool.
right.
Or the dating pool. Okay.
You know,
Uh-huh.
it's worse than that
Uh-huh.
with BGS.
Because
He has
Yeah.
Mr. Magoo glasses on when he's looking at women. Because the way you judging
when
women
she was
from
younger,
just flat
she had a little shape on her when she was
hold on,
young.
bro. You just
I ain't
okay.
talking about her face.
When you grew older, what did you think about it once you grew older?
Oh, you know what I thought about it when I grew older. You
Exactly,
know what I
nigga.
thought. I
You
just
probably
thought
still
Stop it.
like him.
I
Stop
always
it.
thought that she had a nice shape on her. I
Whoopi
Oh,
always
come
Goldberg?
thought that.
Oh my
on, man. I
god.
can't get
Yo,
past the
bro,
face.
you're different. You're
When?
a
I can't
different
get past
animal,
the
bro.
I
face.
mean, no,
I couldn't
in
get
this
past
saying
the
all things
face
considered that she's not all that attractive.
at
I thought
all.
all things considered
At,
that she had a cute little shape.
at what point did Whoopi Goldberg ever have a body?
I'm saying.
Bro, I'm gonna say this is gonna sound fucked up,
No. I
bro. But
want
when I was
I want to
younger,
hear. I want to hear. At what point did Whoopi Goldberg have a body, attractive
And
body?
like I said, in the 80s,
No bullshit.
in the 80s, when
What
she was
movie?
smaller, we ain't
You
talking
like
about her face.
you like skinny women? You like really bony women?
No,
He got to. That's what it is.
135. 135.
That's a bony
Whoopi Goldberg.
woman, really, 135.
Whoopi Goldberg was a
Depending
bony
on how
woman
tall you
back
are.
in the 80s. Okay.
Wait, say it again.
Whoopi Goldberg was a bony woman in the 80s. Okay.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah,
say bony,
like a
but
little
I'm
girl.
with you.
she gained weight as she got older. But the thing is, when she was younger, when she first came out in
When
the
she was
in
doing
the
stand up,
she was standing when she first started doing stand, we actually won her Emmy. Okay,
Yeah, she was bony. She was like a
she
stick.
was,
right?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, you
The
know
women
what?
that
You
won
right.
and
You
movies
she
know
looked
like
like
what?
a
You right.
man.
You right.
she did look like
You
a
right.
man.
You right.
That's exactly what I was
Oh
about to
my
say,
God.
BGS,
He's
bro.
a
When I was
badass.
younger, bro. When I
I
was younger, bro, I used to think she was a man, my nigga. And you're sitting here
You
talking
right.
about
You
how like,
right.
she's
You
some
right.
fine shit. Stop it.
He
Just
was.
take it all the way back, even in her prime, even at the best, bro.
that's
Stop it.
why I don't talk about looks with black men because you
Black
guys are
men are the worst.
all over the
You
place.
You
right.
are
We ain't.
cooked,
But
We
you
my
not
not
nigga.
gonna see
disagreeing
that.
on how
He
she
might
look.
he might want to date a man. He want to date a
I
man.
know
He
I don't
might.
think we do, but we ain't going
Yeah.
that far. We ain't going that far. I
Yo,
don't think.
chill, chill, bro.
Chill out,
Chill.
man.
No. I
It
didn't
ain't
mean it
getting
that way. I'm
deep,
just
brother.
saying it's different.
Hey. You can't say
Yeah,
okay. You cannot say that on the internet, man, because they're gonna clip this shit. It's gonna go someplace else. Okay. You gotta be
oh,
careful what you
okay.
say. You're not.
All
We're
right.
not in a closed room, right? We have
Okay.
150 people watching.
This
Okay.
is not
All
the
right.
barbershop.
Chill.
Be careful what you say on my streams. Okay. Because
Okay.
you're gonna have that man. They're gonna say something about that man that's not true. They're gonna clip it. They're gonna use it. So you got to be careful what you say. Okay.
Okay.
So I tell you guys to chill out a little bit. All right. This is not a closed. It's not a closed session. Basically, you have a whole bunch of people watching. Okay. So chill out a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm not.
but Whoopi is
Yeah.
chopped, my nigga. She's chopped. So just kill it. It's good.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I'm
Even in
not.
her
I'm
prime.
not gonna.
Whoopi had
I
to
ain't gonna
pay for
debate
her
it.
men. Whoopi had to
I
pay
ain't
for
gonna
her men.
debate it.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not going down the hill with it. You know, I said
And
what
she
I
had to
said.
pay for a white man. Let's get that
She
straight.
had to pay for two white men, but that's beside
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Ted Danson?
Yeah, the one was there for
Yeah.
years. Okay.
I ain't going
And she
down the
like
hill with it. Y'all
and
got it.
she like them because she's unattractive. That's why she like them because she's unattractive and she know it.
If she gonna pay, she might as well get what she wants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I would say.
Did she date Tom Selleck too?
I don't think so.
No, she did.
I don't think so. Tom Selleck. I never seen Tom
Damn.
Selleck with a black woman.
I think
Did
Tom
she?
Selleck's got more self-esteem.
No, I've never seen Tom Selleck with a black woman. If he did, it wasn't public.
On the low, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Huh?
Most definitely.
Hey, but you know, Diana Ross never dated a black man. Even the Star Wars man, George Lucas' wife is black.
I understand, but guess who her first kid was by?
Who?
Barry Gordy,
Oh yeah. You right. She did date Barry Gordon and
Who is
had a
she?
kid.
and had a
Who
kid.
But
is
she
this?
didn't have a kid. But she had a kid with the white guy though. She didn't have a kid with no with a black man though.
Barry Gordy's white. I didn't know.
No. I'm talking about the
Exactly.
light skin. I'm talking about the light skinned girl daughter that she has
I
is
understand.
from
Yeah,
a uh-huh.
Her
you're from a
father's
Jewish guy.
white.
Yeah, I understand. But guess what? Guess what? Her first kid's by
Barry Gordon?
Barry Gordy.
Okay. Okay.
And
She
where's
dated black
Diana
guys.
Ross at? What would you say?
She dated guys before, black guys before.
He already said she's
Right.
a 6, 7 at best.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Swimming
okay.
at
And
best.
then,
Yeah,
hey,
that's.
and
I give
well,
her
let me
some at
hey,
I
best.
give her.
let me ask,
She's a
let,
six. I've
so
seen her
what
without makeup. Yeah, she's a
I
six.
gotta know
Yeah,
this.
without makeup, probably. Yeah.
And what do you guys think about Tina Turner? What is she? A 4 or 10 or what? What is she?
I've seen Tina Turner. Tina Turner's
He's
closer
average.
to a 7 when she was younger.
Oh,
I
okay.
think she's like a 4.
4? Where you?
A
What?
four? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is
A,
cooked. This
a 4.
conversation is over with, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
This
she's
What?
a
this
4.
conversation is literally over with. No point.
Class. Not
No
across
Where?
point.
the
Where in the world
class.
has where when Tina Turner was younger? Where was she a 4?
And then Tina, if I may say, Tina never dated a black man neither.
She was
What?
married to one. What are you talking
What?
about?
Oh
What is
my god. Yeah.
Tina
Goodbye.
Turner dead.
Goodbye.
Tina
One
Turner
more,
dead.
brother.
Where do you think
Tina
the
Turner
Turner?
dead, right?
Where do you think the Turner name came from?
Okay.
Ike.
the,
That was the
Yeah.
the
first
first
one.
T
Press
That was the
the
came
first
from
press the
one.
power
But she
button on
didn't
your
date no
phone,
more
brother.
other.
How
But she didn't
long
date
was she?
any other black men. She
How
didn't date
long
no
was?
other black.
No,
She
But
she
she
went to
didn't have no
Paris
children
and
by him,
married a
though.
white man.
she had two sons by black men that were not. It
Right.
was not Ike. Okay,
Right.
Okay, but didn't
two
she
of
go to
them.
Paris and marry a white man?
But she never. Yeah, she never had children with
After
it
she
though.
divorced Ike.
Yeah.
She spent the
Yeah,
majority of her marriage with Ike Turner, brother. But
I
guess what?
went to
yeah.
school. I went to
Come
school.
on, man.
I went to school with three of her sons. They all black, sir.
We're dealing with
Where you got the? Where do you think she got the inspiration for a lot of them later hits, bro? What the fuck? Nigga, she was
Yeah.
getting beat up. She
So
was
I
taking them
don't
lefts
know.
and them rights,
I don't
bro.
know. I don't know about your black history, man. Where you think
Hey,
the Turner name
but
came
Tina,
from?
hey, Tina's dead though, right? Did she die?
yeah, now
What
she's dead, but
what does that have? What does that have to
she's
do with
catch up on
anything?
money.
Oh my god, yo, bro.
No, no,
Come
no, no,
on,
no.
man.
He said
The
he
need
said something to the effect of how she's doing now. But Tina Turner's dead.
Nigga, wasn't
oh,
nobody
okay.
too. We talking about in a prime.
All right, man. All right,
No,
dude.
I'm
All
just
right,
saying
dude.
she just died. What I'm saying, she just died.
All
But what
right,
I was
dude. All
saying
right.
Ain't
was
nobody
she
talking about
be
her now.
What don't tell? Want to
yeah, I
tell?
know, but
What are you
but
talking?
what I'm saying is
What are you
you
talking about?
you think she was a four from the beginning? You think
Where?
Tina Turner was a four?
Who said
Have
that?
you not
You
seen her
did.
No.
face?
Who said that?
She said she was a
You
seven.
did.
I said she.
She no, say it was a seven. And you said I
Oh
thought you
no no
said
no
she
no
was a four.
no! Man, I'm going crazy, man. It's late, man. I
Yeah,
said a
brother.
four.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
brother.
a
Just
four.
relax, brother.
I said a four. I'm going crazy, man. I said a four. But
Just relax, brother.
yeah,
All right, man. Anything else before we go? Got anything,
I
Dr.
would
Reefer, before we go? Okay.
What's
oh
hey,
wrong,
Okay.
hey,
Alex?
You got about maybe 20. You got about 20 minutes. Okay. What, man?
you
okay,
sent
yeah,
I
yeah.
sent some I don't know how good my credibility with you BGS anymore, but I sent
No.
you an
You can't.
email.
Uh huh.
I sent you an email about the movie How You Like
Hey,
Me Now.
Okay.
And I
Yeah.
want you to check it out.
I saw clips of it. I saw clips of it. Okay. I'll look at it.
Yeah, why I'm pushing it
What?
is because it's
Why are you pushing it? Because I got a lot of
yeah.
stuff I have to look at.
Okay, that's cool. Just because it was based in 1992,
Okay.
and it mirrors everything that's going on right now. Now it's a low budget movie, and the
Okay.
acting and all that you're not gonna get none of that. But the
Okay.
message is spot on to everything that's going
What
on.
what was
It's kind of
what? Give me a synopsis of what it was about, man. Give me a quick synopsis.
okay. Okay, so you had the main character
Mm-hmm.
that was dating Sally Richardson.
Okay.
Sally Richardson wanted this lifestyle. This,
Yes.
she wanted to
Yeah.
live in a high rise and all of that.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
brother couldn't produce it.
Yeah.
And so it just bled into their relationship,
Okay.
even sexually.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't satisfied with him sexually. She
Okay.
wasn't satisfied with nothing that he was doing.
Yeah.
So her gay friend encouraged her to go out and date. She ended up dating a white dude.
Okay.
And the white dude was kind of telling her all these things that you want don't just come abracadabra. You got to work
Okay.
for it. So she
Okay.
started to realize, like, damn. And then she also was running into some racial stuff with the white dude because he was
Yeah.
saying a lot of. So she realized that the black dude that she was dating, he
Mm-hmm.
just had it rough in life, and he
Mm-hmm.
just didn't have the same opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time she tried to go back to him,
Okay.
he was with another chick that he met on the job that was his supervisor
Mm-hmm.
that was more encouraging because he was slacking on the job after Sally Richardson left him.
Mm-hmm.
So she started to encourage the brother, and he got on it.
I'll glance at it. I mean, the sound of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cheesy
it's
stories I listen
definitely
to all the time.
it's worth it.
That's a tale as old as time, sir.
It
Wait,
is.
what
But I
was
just
it?
thought
What
it
was
was
it?
interesting because it was based in '92, and
Yeah.
it mirrors everything that we still going through
It
today.
it
That's
it it
why
it, it's a tale as old as time, sir.
What was the movie, brother?
it was
It
called
was how you like me now. Okay. Yeah.
How You Like Me Now. Yeah,
Oh, how do you like me
it's
up?
on
Yeah. Yeah.
YouTube. It's on
Okay.
YouTube. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a low budget film. I glanced at it. Yeah, thing is, why was
Okay,
Sally Richardson dating this guy? That's the thing. It's a
right,
movie
right.
though.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
we got
yeah,
to get
yeah.
your standards together, though, brother.
No, it's
Like
okay. It's okay.
everybody.
Well,
Yeah.
this is
How about this?
no,
I put my chick against the baddest chick you dated. We'll figure out a way to swap pictures of the baddest chick you dated and the baddest chick I dated, and
I
then
wish
we'll see.
I
Bro,
wish
leave
I
me
still
alone, bro.
I wish I still had a picture of
Uh,
my fiance
Yeah,
though. all
Let's
my
do
exes
that, and
tore
then
that up.
we'll see what my
Your Pam
fans do.
Grier lookalike.
If you talking about Whoopi, my nigga, I don't
Hey,
know if
you
you
know
want to
what?
do that.
Hey, I was just thinking about her titties, man.
Like I
There
said,
you
if
go.
we can
There you
figure out a
go.
way to
I
change
mean, I mean,
female,
I mean,
and
I
we can
mean,
do it.
Look,
I mean,
Whoopi Gold.
she had Playboy quality titties, man. It's like, God damn, I still miss them bad boys. Okay?
What'd you say? They were
I'm
professional
so,
Those
titties
are
you had.
professional titties. I said, are those yours? She looked at me
my
funny.
brother,
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg is in your Hall of Fame, my nigga. You don't want this
We can
matchup.
run with that. Big man, we can run with that all day. I can give you my email address, and we can do it.
We don't.
Chop, my nigga.
I can find
Chop.
beauty in any type of woman. That's all. I just said I
But
know
that
you
don't
like a
mean
nice
she
shape.
conventionally
I
beautiful,
said
my
I
nigga.
know
She
you
could
like
be.
a nice shape. That's it.
What I'm saying, you can find beauty in every woman. The thing is, with this, you have to have a standard to rate when we talk to other people. Okay.
But BGS, I said, and before I preface it, I say I know y'all gonna knock my head off. I'm not dying on the hill with that, but I
Okay.
will on the
But yeah,
hill with giving my email address, and me and my man, we can exchange, and you got to be in the picture with your
The
chick.
hers is
You
cool.
got to
That's
be in the
cool.
picture.
I ain't tweaking.
I have one daughter that's a 7+. Okay. I got one daughter that may be a 6 on her best day. Okay. Vastly different outcomes. Vastly different outcomes. Okay.
And whoever,
Yeah, bro.
whatever man that they meet, you gonna get them hell, BGS.
Vastly. You know what? I. The thing is, my daughter likes men that she can control. That's the only thing. That's her only problem. She got that from her mother. Otherwise, she could have dated, you know, wherever. Okay.
But
But she likes.
what did she get from you though? What did she get from you? Cause you gonna run a nigga, you gonna run a guy through the dirt, man. I
I'm not
can
gonna.
As he
already hear it
should.
in your
If
voice.
she can choose whatever she chooses, but if
As he should.
she's got to pay the price of choosing who she chooses.
You got to echo, brother. You got to
But
echo.
I don't think you ain't gonna let her choose no BS though. You ain't gonna let her
That's
choose
a,
no BS.
she's in her
I know
30s. She
that.
can choose. She can choose who she wants to choose.
It's
But
him,
you
Robert.
gonna have
I
some
mean, BJ.
Are you telling me how I run my family?
Oh, I know how you
Bro, you
run
got
it.
to close YouTube. Close YouTube, Robert.
I know. It's not a wrong thing though. If you got the gift of gab and you know what you're talking about, I can't put that down.
She
I can't
is
put
a
that
grown
down.
woman. She's a grown woman.
Yeah,
She can choose whatever she wants to
yeah,
choose. She knows better.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. She knows better. I know that. Both of them, I know
She ain't
that.
gonna listen to BGS
But
no way,
that's
regardless, even if he says it.
but that has nothing to do with the point I was trying to make.
What point were you trying to make?
Exactly. Anyway, yeah, Maurice, you got anything?
Oh, BJS, let me tell you,
Well,
you're
you
very arrogant. You're
you
very arrogant. And I see that. See, that's why I know your family. Because you very
Arrogant.
arrogant.
Come on, man.
I've been very patient with you, sir. Okay, I've been very patient with you. I let you get your stuff off. We've gone back and forth. I've been very patient with you. Okay.
On that note, he's not even worth it. It's over 4 hours. You need
Yeah,
your rest.
it's time to
I'll
go.
see
Yeah,
you later on tomorrow
yeah.
sometime.
Jesus Christ, man, we've been going back and forth with this bullshit for what, 3 hours, 2 hours? Come on, man.
Get you
Yeah, I
some
don't know how
rest.
you do it,
No, no, no,
BGS,
no,
and
no. We
talking to
go
niggas
back and
like
forth
that.
for over an hour. It's not been
No,
that
more
long.
than that. At least 2 hours, man. We're going back and forth about chicks, okay? And I'm arrogant. What are you talking
Good,
about? What?
Literally, bro, like, literally explain the whole situation, but because his standard don't match your standard, niggas is all of a sudden just being uppity and stuck up and all this other shit, arrogant. Like, how? Like, come on, we just being objective, bro. Like, come on, just be real. Like, stop acting
But
like niggas is walking around with hearts of gold and stuff like that. It's just
but
not the case.
what I'm saying is they go through the same things that I'm describing, okay?
yes.
I don't know what this is. Like okay, y'all go through a different reality. No bullshit, you do.
Just raise your hands, all you gentlemen, me included. We are the garbage men of the dating world. It has been proven. You can't get around this. I know it upsets you to hear this, okay, and it does something to your internal idiosyncrasies and insecurities, but guess what? Get over it. History has shown us and proved, dude. You case in point, Mr. Magoo glasses. You up here trying to rationalize to us whoopee this, whoopee that, and everything.
Exactly.
Okay, so
What
no,
I'm saying
no.
is that we asked you about Kim Foster. You said you would not date Kim Foster. Okay, she's not
And
attractive.
she's on the same level as Whoopi Goldberg.
So boom, right there. Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Good night, boss.
Anyway, Dr. Reef, you got anything before I go?
No, no, no. This was this was okay.
I
See
don't
what
know
I
how
go.
you do it, old nigga.
See what I go through, Doc.
You know, Salchi says it. You know what he says.
I know what he says.
Jeffrey Chief.
I mean,
it is what it is.
I don't think what I'm saying is that difficult to comprehend, man. I don't. You know. And then you guys start agreeing with me. It's like, what are you guys disagreeing with? What are you guys talking about?
Well, there you go.
It was the whoopee for me. Like, come on now.
I know.
Like, how is she in the Hall of Fame? Like, talking about she got a body? When?
What's her name? Steph Cole, right? A lot of guys, I date Steph Cole. She not that bad looking. I said, oh yes, I can't deal with y'all. Okay, I can't deal with you guys.
Yo,
I
yeah,
can't
y'all
deal.
selling this out, man. Like, come on, brother.
And I
You
said,
gotta do
well,
better than that.
is Neil Long a 10? Okay, no. Okay, does she look as good as Amber Rose? Oh, got to be same
No.
skin tone. Okay, they're approximately the same skin tone, really, if you think about it. Neil Long and Amber Rose are pretty close. Okay, Amber Rose is not a dark. I mean, Neil Long's not a dark woman at all. Okay, never was.
She's black enough.
Huh?
Damn, plus I mean, the root gives it away when Ember Rose got all them like tramp stamps and shit on her body, and she still looks better.
She was a stripper when he first met her. Okay, and
It still looks better.
and she still tried to be. She was actually signed to be a model. Okay, so she's a 10. That's why I said what I said. Give me somebody that's comparable. Amber Rose and Neil Long. Are they compare? All of a sudden, you can't compare them. Or they got to be the same skin tone. Get the fuck out of here.
That you tell us, damn, do you colors too, man? Why do you have to be?
No, what I'm saying is you ask for a comparison. Now we got to go through all these little slices and shades and nuances, right? Okay.
He should admit to himself, man. I just like her body. That's it. Oh, that's cool. You don't like her body, but now make that they're 10.
Neil Long has always been cute. Okay. Beautiful is not that. Okay. She's not a 10. Okay. She never has been that.
Never been a 10.
Never been a 10. No, not in my book. Okay.
Definitely, she got it going on, but like, let's not be crazy. Like, if she was a 10, then she would be modeling. Bro.
She's a strong 7, right? Look at her in Boys in the Hood. She's a strong 7. Okay.
Right, maybe on her best night she gets confused as an 8, but for the most part, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The 7 quality.
So they said, okay, give me a comparison. I gave them a comparison. Okay, well now we got to go into all these qualifications. Okay, come on, man.
Exactly. And all these excuses and what it could be, what it should be, and what it is on the East Coast. And like, come on, bro.
I'm saying, I mean, I thought this was a conversation.
Is Neil Long better looking than Sierra? Okay, they're comparable, right? No.
No. I'm saying.
Not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, Neil Long's a very strong 7. Okay, same. Like my upgradable 6 is the chick that plays piano.
Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys. Yeah, she's upgradable 6. Okay. Without makeup, she's a 6. With makeup, she blows up to an 8.
To 8. Yep. Correct.
Beautiful woman with makeup on. Make her up right because her cheekbones and her eyes, shit like different chick. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I used to be a photographer. I actually look at cheekbones and all the shit. Okay, what's she gonna look like with makeup and all that kind of crap. So, I'm pretty strict about how I actually rate women.
Yeah.
Like symmetry is so important when you're talking about objective features and attractiveness, stuff like that.
Symmetry, ears, lips, eyes, nose, color, all that kind of stuff all adds up. Okay.
How things are proportioned, all that. You know what I'm saying? Height. You know all that. All these different details and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
know, factor in.
Yeah. There's a
Like,
reason. There's a reason that the Halle Berry is going to look better than X, Y, Z. Okay.
Yeah. Holly Berry.
Yeah, that's why she wasn't too good on a different world. She was better looking than all the chicks on a different world. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
hey, you talking about Whoopi in the '80s? Like she had like a little pinball type head, bro. Like, I don't know what she was on, bro. She was looking like Jack Skellington.
I ain't say nothing about
I ain't
what
gonna
she.
lie.
Her facial features.
Whoopi looked like
Nigga, her
she
whole body looked like Jack Skellington.
Whoopi did shoot dope, so that's probably why she was so skinny. But Whoopi did do that shit back in the day. Okay?
She be taking that white powder, my dude.
She did. Whoopi did shoot up. Okay.
She
She was
smoked
kind of looking like that. She was looking like Devin Haney on the scale.
Yeah, but
At 35. Come on, man.
But I mean, you go look at her color purple with his mid-80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
that's prime Whoopi Goldberg right there.
Yeah, look, all in like a nice dope addict. Say, damn, baby, you look like you've been doing some hard drugs, man.
And what your homegirl said, you show is ugly. Okay, I'm not. It is what it is. Okay.
Yeah, there are beautiful people and there are ugly people. Let's keep it real. That's just the facts, And you see, black men only can be honest. That's why black women can't be in the room and compare themselves because they know they're in competition with each other, but they always try to make everybody feel even because they say, if I said this chick was ugly, I'm gonna have problems.
That's why I don't like talking beauty skills with black men because it's all over the place. It's always got to be And then when you get down to the bare bones, though, it's pretty close to what the standard is. Okay, it's fairly close with a little wiggle here or there. It's pretty close. Okay, you see, like you said, okay, this chick's a 10. Okay, compare it to this chick over here. That's actually a 10. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Exactly. Right. Come on now. She can't. Like I said, birds of a feather. Like you said, BGS. Birds of a feather flock together.
Like Nicole Murphy, right? Okay, compared to Nicole Murphy. Well, Nicole Murphy got green eyes and she's tall and yeah. Get away from me, okay?
Chatting, just chatting at that. It's just semantics at that point. It's not even like it's just theater. Just theater. It's like you're not even being real.
Now, beauty queens. I know that me and Scorpio, me and cousin Tito go back and forth about that. Are beauty queens 10s or not? Okay, but 10s are very close. You know a 10 when you see one. Like what's her name? What's her name? What's her name? The chick that married, got pregnant by the basketball player. She's probably close to like an 8 or 9. Okay.
Talking about Jalen Green.
Brittany Renner. Yeah.
Brittany Renner. Okay. Yeah. Brittany Renner. Yeah. Come on, bro. Like, put side to side, BGS. Whoopi Goldberg, Brittany Renner. Come on now.
Come on,
man. Come on.
That's night and day. That's night and day. But you got Whoopi in the Hall of Fame like she Shaq or some shit. Like, stop it, bro. Like, she is all in Muzzy Bowl.
What I'm saying is,
that's not what I was saying.
Yes, you were.
You were like 9 or 10 when that happened.
You trying to hold me to that? I don't play them type of childish games, man.
Come on, bro.
All right.
Nigga, this is all recorded.
How old were you, man?
And I won't compare those two, man. Stop being a child, man.
We ain't gonna do this, all right? I'm not here in the middle of the night to hear this kind of shit. Stop, okay? Both of you. Right? If you want to argue, you have YouTube. You can open up your own stream, go there and argue. If you actually want to argue.
I put my email in the chat.
If he wants to go argue with you, you can do it. Okay? That's fine. I don't know what you guys fighting over. Okay? About how a chick looks? Come on, man.
I just saying don't put words in my mouth. That's all I'm saying. Let's be grown about it. That's not, I didn't compare her to anybody. I just said what I didn't think that I thought she had a cute little shape in the 80s. That's it. You talk about I'm comparing her to Brittany Renner. Come on,
Okay.
man. I don't play those type of games, man.
Yeah, never mind. Anybody, y'all got anything else before I go?
Dr. Mifflin,
That's why I don't like getting into this. People get sensitive about shit like this, okay? Because people want to be right and all this kind of crap. Because I could do that all day, okay?
Yeah.
I could get arrogant and get pissed off and holler at people and call you all kind of names. I don't want to do that shit, okay? Stop.
Oh, something that came to mind. Cause you said Dr. Omar since like back in 2010.
I've interviewed him, Dr. Umar, like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, since 20. When I first talked to Umar, 2007 or something like 2008, something like that. Why?
Oh, 2008. And you interviewed like multiple times. When last time you interviewed him?
My grandson was in the 4th grade, so in the 8th, about 4 years ago.
Okay. Oh, that's good. If I was like in 2013
if I can find it, I'll put it up on page if I can actually find the interview. Okay. So
4 years ago.
So what about him?
Okay, yeah, because I noticed he made the pushback with the belt, and a lot of people said yes. We follow you, Dr. Omar, and all this stuff. You find we're gonna fight because you now see the light. I said I don't see this nigga.
Why would you? Why? Okay, why was that? What did I tell you about Dr. Umar when he first came out doing that shit? What did I say about him?
I forgot, BJ. I had to go back.
In other words, he's trying to make money. He's grifting. Okay. I told you that from the very beginning. I've talked to Dr. Umar. That's not him, okay? He's paying a character to do what? Make money. Now, some of the stuff he says is accurate, right? Because he is Pan-African, he is pro-black. But the thing is, he's trying to appeal to women. To make what? Money. Because how you make money. That's why I can't do it. Because I can't appeal to women like that.
Because you don't bullshit around. You can't take
I can't hold my tongue like that. I've had my shirt tail pulled many times because I disagree with a woman. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they get to yelling and hollering and all that other kind of crap. Okay. That gynocratic shit. Okay. And they hey man, just let her go. Let her go. Okay. Fine. That's why I know how it is.
Okay.
So what about Dr. Umar? If you guys want to follow him, that's fine. I mean, basically.
I only glimpsed him. I was following him years ago before the kind of back this. Yeah. But after I have interviewed with my good friend Mary on his platform like 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, I think. Yeah. If you did 4 years ago, it's not far off from what we did, Brahman.
Basically, because I have partners that do the same shit. They go off and they give the speeches and stuff like that. They do the smiles and they'll nod to the women, stuff like that, because they're the ones that pay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't make money in the pro-black business if you don't cater to females. It just is what it is. And I know that. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, BDS, if you do plan to leave us and go to the Far East, I'm hoping you release your book before then. Hopefully, but most like you said, if you're still in the writing process or you still have other things, you're not gonna probably finish it before you leave this Western Hemisphere.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is, about debating or conversating, okay? I conversate about stuff that's accurate, okay? With accurate information, okay? I don't like to slice stuff that's not accurate, okay? Because I've been, like I said, I'm in my mid-60s. I've been around too long. I've seen too much of shit, right? Of all different classes of women, different looks, different grades, all kind of shit, okay? I know what's accurate and what's not accurate. I've seen it too many times, okay? So people trying to tell me, well, it could be this, could be... Come on, man.
Okay.
Just like tell the women, come on, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, man. It depends on where you met her. Come on. There's only one reason you dated for over a 10.
Yeah.
It's because you get cooperation. Same thing with the athlete that gets with a 4 or 5 when he's in college. He doesn't have anything. Okay.
Yeah.
And she built him so he feels loyal to her. If he could have got a 10 to do the same thing, would he got her? Yes.
Yeah.
He was banging the 10s. Okay, look at what's his name, Derrick Jackson. Okay, what did he marry?
A 4.
She's about 5, but yeah,
she averaged at best.
She
averaged best. She was not fat, so I can't really.
Yeah, she's an average chick. You look at her face, she's average. Okay, but the thing is,
when she had to make one, she kind of closely to a 6, slightly, but nothing much.
Yeah, what I'm saying is she's an average chick. Why he get with her versus
cooperation, man?
the other chick? She's doing his homework. Okay, that's how he got through school. She
And a lot of
stuck with
people
him.
got mad
She's
at him.
loyal. That's why he married her, right? But it was actually banging. He was actually banging chicks that either had money or better looking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it too many times. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why they're debating with this.
I don't know.
I think Negroes nowadays want to be right, and that's cool. But not all the time you're gonna be right, niggas. Let's keep it.
What I'm saying is,
you gotta take an L one way or the other.
That's what I don't get. What are we arguing about? What are we discussing, man? It's not that. It's not that difficult. Okay.
Yeah.
Physical compatibility is not everything, but it's definitely important, bro.
I mean,
most definitely.
I asked the brother, did you know the difference between the ugly girl and the pretty girl? Yes.
And he said, prove it. And then Lobert said, oh, my God.
So why would you date the ugly girl over the pretty girl? Because she's going to do what I want.
And bro said no. He said no.
He said no what? He said no, he wouldn't date her?
Initially, he said no, that he didn't know the difference between the ugly girl and the pretty girl.
Oh man,
come on, man.
Okay,
every girl just looked the same, bro.
My daughter was playing park basketball, right, on the boys team because I was coaching, right? Okay, little boys was trying to get her phone number at 8. Okay,
yeah,
they know the difference. Okay, I knew the difference. What are you talking about?
Like, stop it. Like,
stop
who
it.
you trying to fool, bro?
People know the difference between the girl that's not attractive versus the one that is. Come on, man.
And I bet you, if we were in the same, dudes talk like this all the time, and it's really just like, to me, it always sounds like some virtue signaling, because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, when we get in these club environments and these different scenarios, situations, dudes always seem to find their way around their prettiest chicks. Like, all of a sudden, the chick that they just get the most connection with is just a chick that's attractive.
Yeah.
But come on now.
What is it? I always get, you don't know my life, you don't know my scenario, you don't know my environment. When I actually acid test to you down to what you really pick, same shit. That's what I want to get. Same shit. Whether you're in Memphis, Tennessee, or L.A., or New York, or D.C., same shit. The exact same stuff. Okay. That's why I don't like even talking about it. We're going round and round with this stuff for. Come on, man. You know the difference, okay? There's a reason that somebody gets a modeling contract versus somebody that doesn't.
We're kidding ourselves. Like, come on now. Stop.
That's why the real beautiful women make billions of dollars on their looks.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian, if she was a force, she wouldn't make $1 billion, okay, on her looks. She wouldn't. Same thing with, what's her name? The other chick with Fenty. What's her name? Rihanna, right?
Yeah. Rihanna.
Okay. She ain't gonna make $1 billion if she's a 4 on her looks.
And they got her from humble beginnings. Beginnings. You see her when she was back home. She was chopped, but the potential was always there.
But the potential's always there. Okay.
Always there. Like, even me, I ain't gonna lie. Like, right now, I'm chopped right now. I ain't gonna hold you from my standard, but the potential was always there. You're not gonna tell me that a brother that look like a 4 and me and a chick look at that and it's just the same. Stop it. Let's stop kidding ourselves. I'm not trying to brag, but come on now.
Are there some 10s that don't buy into the beauty standard and take advantage of their looks? There are a couple, okay? But they're so rare, it's ridiculous, okay?
That's like one. That's literally like 1 in 1. Like, be honest with you, that's like one person. That's not even 1 in a million.
I've seen it, but it's so rare. It's like you stop and said, this doesn't make sense. You actually start, this doesn't compute, okay? But it's what it is, okay? Anybody else before we go?
No, I'm just gonna be heading out. So,
how's work coming, man?
Oh dear God!
Oh, hey! The tariffs are eating you alive, are they not right now?
Oh, this is Liberation Day, all right. I'm well.
We can talk about it on Sunday. Yeah, talk about it on Sunday. But the thing is, Yeah, oh God.
It
Well,
could be well.
we actually knew that it was actually going to basically upset the turn over the table. I think that was the point. They actually turn over the table, get a new deal.
Yes, well, let's just say, when what happens when you turn over a rock, you see all sorts of creatures, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, but the thing is, the face up is not doing what you want. So you got to do something, right?
Well,
So,
like I said last year, times have changed. So
well,
times
yeah.
have changed.
I said that 3 years ago. The times have changed. Okay,
Times have changed.
times
So
have changed, and
um,
so
I, I'm not seeing. Well, it depends on who you ask, I think. But there's quite a varied response on this issue. I think the biggest people who I'm seeing complaining, let's say, complaining is not the right word, but the biggest reactions I'm seeing are from the typical so-called allies,
yeah.
which was expected. But
I was kind of
it's
surprised that
interesting.
he did them too. But then again, that's Trump. He's trying to. I said he's trying to turn over the whole table. And I think if they had went along with the ceasefire and the Ukraine deal, they probably would not have done it. But I think they wanted I think he had something to prove to the allies.
Yeah, and also, like as you well know, this a lot of these people are implicated in making his life miserable anyway. So,
Oh, that's true.
it goes way beyond that. I mean, and to be fair, his vision of the world is completely different from the establishment vision. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying
this is part
having
of
a
it.
hard time. It's between the realist and something else. With the realist, he got a realist aspect to his vision, and then there's something else. I don't know what it is. I haven't figured it out. Maybe you know.
Well, I have an idea,
Okay,
but that's
if you probably can't share it, but go ahead. But
yeah. Like, remember what we always say. I can sort of point to this. Remember what we always say. Behind the realism, there's always the worldview.
yes,
Once you figure that out,
yes,
then the rest kind of becomes that sort of those tactical steps.
yes.
Um, and so, as far as I'm concerned, I wrote a paper about this, God knows, 8 years ago.
Really? Okay.
so, and I was fought like hell for it. So this was very predictable. But it was, as you know, with these things, you can say something 3, 4, 5 years ago, and then it happens, and then even when it happens, people don't realize it's happening. So
Yeah, and then they really didn't you say something about this 8 years
mm,
ago and what did you say back then?
yeah, one thing we know you won't get is the BGS was right thing, right?
Every now and then I still get one. Okay.
Well, you got the biggest one, so after that, doesn't really matter. I got my flowers. That's it. Everything else is bonus.
But what are y'all talking about? Y'all talking about the situation with the Ukrainian conflict? Oh, the terrorists.
The tariffs right now. Yeah.
Okay.
And why is
Okay.
he doing this? And what's his end goal? And
Yeah.
the end goal is kind of murky right now because the steps he's taking, like, okay, I kind of get it, but I don't get it. Okay, so
Yeah, but also, as much as and this is not to say none of these people are amateurs, as we know, but there's also an element of it's not chaotic. It's more like building as you fly it in a way.
oh yeah, build a plane as you fly it. Yeah,
So
that is
yeah,
Donald Trump. He believes in that.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
So he's kind of also making his stuff. It's more coherent now than, let's say, this first week. But even he himself, I won't say from where, but he's also, um, not making it up, but articulating himself more clearly as these policy decisions go on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but regardless of that, this is part of something much, as we know, much larger. If you look at WHO,
Yeah.
this what this has done is basically this is WTO, bye bye WTO.
You think it's gone? You think it's gone?
Well, WTO has been in basically in a bit of a freeze for God knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
Um, for geez, almost 20 years now.
Yeah, these things don't die very easily, though.
Yeah, they're exactly, and because the WTO was the premier
Yeah.
international institution. So,
Yeah.
but this basically appends that whole logic of that whole institution. So from here now, it's there, but it's
So
just
how
like
long? All these dollar holdovers like IMF, WTO, World Bank. Um,
okay.
What kind of lifespan do you think they still have?
So I'll separate them into a couple of categories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the IMF, the Bretton Woods guys,
Yeah.
IMF, World Bank, because those ones operate to the side of the WTO framework.
Okay.
So, and they have a slightly different purpose. So they are much more enduring, because they are not institutions of like international. They're not creatures of the UN.
Okay.
So the U.S. foreign policy has much more control over those Paris Club institutions, the Bretton
Yeah.
Woods. Those are
Yeah.
Paris Club. That's
Yeah.
a complete. Those ones will stay for a while, because they have far more influence over global economies than the WTO.
Okay.
The WTO, on the other hand, effectively was to proliferate and design global trade in a way that works for the US economy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? As we know, that architecture has been built particularly in the 50s, 60s, 70s, that
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
But as the profile of global countries, and China is probably the biggest symbol of that. But it's not just China, but China is the biggest one, the most obvious one. As the profile changes, then all these institutions are in crisis, and the WTO was a big deal. They had a big fight between with the United States over the appointment of judges.
Yeah.
To the appellate body of the WTO. I've been, all my colleagues are all over that, and myself been there for years. And the thing is, this, particularly as competition started to increase, and the United States influence in the global economy has been reducing over the last God knows how long.
Well, yeah, since the banking crisis, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine. So the initial idea to try and reshape this, use these institutions to kind of force reboot the global trade system, right? That really didn't work out as expected. So for a long time, even Trump himself has not been a big fan of this WTO type institutions. So, when I look at tariffs from the sort of negotiation standpoint, but I also look at it also from this other larger global framework standpoint. And those two seem to me to be aligned. And whenever I speak to, I've already been having chats with all sorts of people from everywhere about this. And that is the primary interpretation. It's not so much about the tariff. They expected the tariffs to come in anyway, for some.
Yeah.
Well, let's not even talk about the African guys.
Well,
my colleagues, I mean, that's different.
But tariffs are always been unpredictable about their turnout.
Yes,
always.
absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
as you fire that gun, it don't actually know where it's actually going to land.
Yes.
What is
Yes.
actually going to go. So tariffs are
Yes.
actually risky.
Very
especially
risky.
at this
Very,
level.
very
Yeah,
risky.
so.
Very risky. All of them are saying it. This is starting off something. We don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
And how it's going.
I
know for a fact.
I'm sure he knows that. I mean, he's not stupid, so I'm sure he knows that.
Yeah, but even then, you have the veil of uncertainty. still, because you
Yes.
can't predict the behavior of other economies.
Yes.
I mean, with the best intelligence analysts, you can have the best models, as you know.
Yes.
But nobody predicted
We we
BRICS would
we
be doing what it's doing.
Yeah,
So
we fought a whole civil war with tariffs. So yeah, you can never predict
exactly,
where it's going to go. Yeah.
exactly. So what I can see is already we are seeing some sort of reorganization in Asia,
Mm.
and ASEAN is going to be big for this one. Where ASEAN goes, the first indications, I look at ASEAN.
Okay.
Where ASEAN, look at how ASEAN behaves. That's gonna be a very good indicator of where things, how the rest of the world, particularly the big economies that we talk about, the important ones, the emerging ones, how they behave. ASEAN is a very, very good barometer to look
Yeah.
at. So
Yeah.
if I was to give a hint, I'd say look there.
Okay. All right.
Look
Well,
there.
they're
Look there.
not fond of this what Trump is doing. So
No, they're not. But at the same time, they've had this very interesting relationship, balanced relationship with the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So, like Vietnam, given with the 40-something%, oof,
Yes.
The Europes and the Australias, those ones are predictable in terms of they'll complain, they'll do this. Well,
The,
they've
the,
kind of made their bed.
yeah, they'll come to an agreement. Yeah.
Yeah. But the ASEAN ones are very, very that's gonna be get your popcorns out. You're gonna enjoy it. From what I'm already hearing, you're gonna. In fact, I think over the next few weeks, I think we're gonna be discussing that with a few colleagues of mine from. I can't mention places, but yes.
Yeah.
About
I'm sure. I'm sure it's going to keep you
responses.
very busy with this.
But like the thing I also um, whenever I hear those conversations, sometimes it's almost as if I hear your conversation as well. So I appreciate
I
your level of
appreciate you.
analysis. It's yeah, it tends to be thereabouts. So you're a credible source. That's what
I appreciate you. I mean, so are you. You actually validate what I'm saying. So, because I'm here, I do this in the dark, so I don't really know until maybe 6 months later that okay, it did turn out that way. So
yeah.
I'm just following the tea leaves. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. So, but you validate
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Even I've been caught out sometimes, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't see this coming," because
Yes.
the world is moving at such a speed right now. It's insane, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, free fall. I think we're in free fall
Yeah,
right now. Yeah.
this is almost end game time. So
Yeah, that's what Biden said before he left. We're at a nexus, right?
oh, that guy. I get PTSD whenever I think about the campaign.
But he was right. We're at a nexus.
Yeah, yes.
He told the truth. The thing most people didn't catch it. I said, I know what you mean, man. Okay, that's why you want to
Oh
stay.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
And
Yeah,
that's why you
absolutely.
wanted to stay. So.
Yes. Yes. And I always, there's always that caveat, like, oh, it could have been way worse. And the other guys got what they wanted. I'm like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah. I think most of the
anyway.
Democrats are backing up, letting Trump do his thing to clean house. So he can take the blame for it.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I just hope he doesn't do more damage than it's already been done. Because he's a gambler. He will actually roll the dice. I think that's what he's doing right now. He's
Oh
rolling the
yeah,
dice.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's what I'm getting from my colleagues in the Middle East.
Yeah.
That's the understanding. Even in the Eastern Europe issue, that's the understanding. But yeah, there's a lot of rolling the dice here. So
Yeah. Because I said, when the way he's doing it, I said, man, this is awfully risky. Okay. You're gonna
yeah,
have a whole bunch of pissed off people.
yeah.
Including your allies. I said, okay, I hope this works out. I'm waiting for the next step because I don't think it can be permanent. Otherwise, you're gonna
No.
put up
This can't be
barriers, and the whole economy will actually start to flatten out.
No, this can't be permanent. And also
Yeah.
for him, like at some point he has to, and you know, make himself a little bit more. I don't want to say predictable, but to stabilize um, his policy approach a little bit, because then you end up undercutting what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because the U.S. economy is so big, you can't afford to.
Yeah, but it's big. But the thing is, it's fragile right now.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
If
I
you
heard
shake it up
Rand.
too
I
much.
heard Rand Paul complain about the same thing. Just
Yep.
did you hear that piece that Rand Paul did?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had that. I had that too. But yes. Anyway, I know it's very late for you, sir. So
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you as usual.
All right. I
And the
probably talk
gang.
to you on Sunday if you're available. There's no telling what you have to do now and then.
Well, at least, well,
I hope they're paying you very well for this, man.
uh,
Or I hope you've been compensated. Let's put it that way.
I'm getting I'm setting up my crib for somewhere in Mombasa somewhere. You go ahead and then I might join. You know.
Are you eventually going to go back home, or are you going to stay in Asia?
Um, I think at some point down the track, I'll want to close out my days back home,
Okay.
somewhere in Africa, but not necessarily Kenya. It could be somewhere close by.
Okay.
Um,
Maybe Tanzania will be more developed by then.
I hope so. you know, I'm with that homeland, man, I deal more with hope than optimism.
I thought they were
I
on a
hope,
roll for a second because they had all this money coming in, and all of a sudden it kind of went whoop flat. So I don't know what that is.
yeah, because and the funny thing is, like, structurally, when you look at it, almost, well, I'd say most of those governments, economies, the state, the machinery of state,
Mm-hmm.
structurally, they're like, you know, the fragility of just the reliance on things like official development assistance is insane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Malawi's capital was basically built on aid.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
so when you have sort of states built like that, you know, um, you wonder sometimes just how optimistic we try our best. I mean, that's the thing. You try your best to help.
It's
But
built. The foundation is built on sand. It could shift at any
yes,
time. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, and sometimes, and as we're seeing now, some of those structures are being torn down.
Yeah.
So some will have to be torn down to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There's a lot of chaos
Yeah.
over the next 20 to 40 years in that continent. So
Yeah. Yeah.
if
They'll have
they
to get
come out on
used
the
to.
other side, they'll do well.
They're gonna have to get used to foreigners in their midst. I think that's the
Yeah,
problem that
and
they're
sort of,
having. Yeah.
and also figure out how they want to organize themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
up to now they haven't done that, and that would mean almost, reorganizing the entire elite cadre of the elite circle, which is very difficult to do.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
I'm not that okay.
I try that's going on in Ghana right now. It's like, ooh,
Oh
the
yeah.
young guys, the younger percent, it's gonna get done. But it's okay, man.
Yep. So that's a very, very fragile process, as we are
It
seeing
is.
already.
It is.
So if they come out of the on the other side,
Mm-hmm.
at least the critical mass of countries in that continent, then we might start saying, okay, let's see,
I think. I,
we
I
have some,
think. I
but
think.
we're trying.
I think if, people wanting things will actually overwhelm the old guard. Is because people want, you know, They want their internet. They want their cell phones. They want their nice houses. They want their electricity 24/7. They want their clean water. Okay, that's going
Yeah.
eventually that's going to start to catch up with them. Okay.
Oh yeah, it is. I
Yeah.
mean, Ruto is under serious pressure right
Gosh,
now.
that dude.
You're seeing that across the
That
continent, from
dude.
South Africa to Egypt. There's a lot of pressure right now because of
That
what you
dude.
exactly just said.
That dude. I would ask you what the Chinese feel about Ruto. Uh, are they quiet about him?
Well, they're just waiting for him to leave. To be
Okay.
honest.
I forget Chinese have the long view. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they don't play the short game.
They don't play the short game. Okay. He's only
Because
going to be there 8 years max. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then someone else will come
He's
in.
going to
And
be
what's
in.
happening actually right now with the tariffs, with the retreat from aid and all these things, they're actually working really, really well.
Okay.
So they don't have to do anything. They just have to be like, oh, okay.
That's true. That's true. That's
you
true.
know,
They just sit back and
just
and
sit
not
back.
get drawn into a war. That's about
Nope.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
I
They're
think
not going
that's
to get into some sort of diplomatic fight with the Americans
no. They're trying to.
over Nairobi. No,
Yeah. Oh no,
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 no.
no, no, no,
They
no,
just
no,
keep quiet.
no, no.
But there is a lot of I know there are peace fillers being sent, peace envoys being sent to say, hey, listen, remember what you said yesterday, we didn't mean it. Come back to the table.
We see Kagame ran out of money from Europe, man. He had to back off. So
yes,
the money dried. USAID money dried up, and the Belgian money dried up. So he's like, okay,
Yeah,
y'all have to settle it on your own. Okay, we're out.
and they're now under serious pressure to pay back the euro bonds and things like that.
Ooh. Oh,
So big pressure, big time. This is collection time now. So
yeah.
the squeeze coming from Paris club, and these are also like private. They borrowed from private European markets and things like that.
A Paris
So
club and a Club of Rome. Yeah.
yes,
Oh, okay.
and
Hmm.
oh man, at the terms that were just crazy. So the pressure is on big time.
The thing is, how does Paris Club and Club of Rome collect though?
Well, like you remember what Van der Leyen said, we have tools.
Good
Yeah,
point.
the thing
Good
is,
point.
those
Good
tools,
point.
those tools, well, that, may or may not have designed some of them, but
I don't know if you saw it, but somebody Adrian sent me a couple of articles. I forwarded them to you. Okay, about
yeah,
the UK and their mercs that they want to send down. They
hmm
wanted to sit down in I think 2023 or
hmm
2024. Yeah. So I think that's what you're talking about. So.
yeah, there's those ones.
Mm.
The World Bank has some really, really good tools as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with they have this funny, very shadowy mechanisms that um, they used to bring governments to heel, and they're very effective in doing so.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also because with the Russians and the Chinese, the Iranians who have been out of the system for such a long time,
Yeah.
you may have maybe limited effectiveness, but where you have like most African economies are so deep in this sort of
Yeah.
mainstream system, you don't actually even need to do much. Just
Yeah. Yeah. Because you're gonna upset the
activate
balance.
a certain clause somewhere.
Yeah, but upset the balance of the whole economy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you can just exactly. So it doesn't take much. So they're much more vulnerable in that sense. If all you have to do is just say, okay, we are cutting back 15% of official development assistance,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll have people streaming to Washington and waiting they literally wait in the corridors, literally. Like those clinics,
More like the U.S. embassy with the lines waiting for them to
Yes,
get visas.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Out in that hot sun.
it's amazing. It's amazing. It's an amazing sight, I can promise you.
Yeah.
But anyway, that now we're going to territory that.
Yeah. It's behind the wall at best.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
but,
Dr.
yeah.
Reefer.
All right.
Appreciate
Have
you.
a good night, sir.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Hmm. That was interesting.
Hmm.
Not everybody's still up. Damn. Everybody's
If
still.
you if you know, you know.
You know. Everybody.
Okay. If can't go into too much detail, but if you know, you know.
No, no, no. I don't think I'm able to digest it. I'm dry. I'm dry drawing. I'm feeling it right now, so I can't really.
Yeah, but you have to have a certain background to know what we're talking about. So.
I mean, I listened, but I just kept quiet. I'm me, BJS. I don't speak when needed, so I just sit there listen. But I mean, at this time of hour, I could probably absorb it. I'm about to go back and listen to it personally. So,
Ego, if just remember some of the details, and they'll show up later about what you
yes,
talked
correct,
about.
correct.
That's what I would say. It'll show up later.
Yeah,
It's not going to show up now because it's too early, especially with the tariffs. It'll show up
yes,
later.
yeah.
Anyhow, y'all, let me get out of here. Let me take my.
And I think he was going to go through with it, but it looked like it went through. So we got to see how the effects now next.
So with the tariffs, okay.
Yeah.
He's unpredictable. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's good about him. That's what's bad about him. You can never tell.
The trade agreement that what president made one? Was it Clinton?
Which
the free trade agreement?
Talking about NAFTA.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah. There's been several.
Yeah. Okay. What was that? Was that similar or that was something totally different?
Similar to
what? The tariff.
No, the free trade agreement is actually to reduce tariffs and taxes.
Okay.
That's why I call it free trade. There's zero tariffs and taxes going between certain countries.
Got it. Okay.
That's why a Mexican truck can drive across the border from a port in Mexico, tax and tariff free. That's the free trade.
Now I don't know.
The AGOA Act was another one under Obama, which is to actually facilitate trade between West Africa and the United States. There's been a bunch of them. Depends on which one you talk about.
Okay. And I don't know if you mentioned this, or I might have heard it. It probably was from you I think it was about the Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have been from you because you the only one I've been listening to lately.
Mm-hmm.
Were you the one that said that the arrangement that they had is up now?
I think the lease that the Chinese companies have on the Panama Canal is going to be ending within a year or two. I think that's what I heard. I have to go back and check. I've been trying to find it. I haven't really found it yet, but I think it's 2026, 2027 that the lease is going to be up.
Okay.
And right now, I think the Americans are trying to buy them out of the lease, and China refuses to let the companies actually sell the lease to the Americans as we speak. So there's a big kerfuffle about the Panama Canal and the Chinese companies that actually lease the canal.
Right.
But I think they had a 25-year lease. I can't know exactly what the dates are, but I think it's going to be up. I think that's how come Trump is talking about it right now.
And what does that? I mean, I know you're trying to go, but what did the lease consist of when the Chinese had that lease? What did that consist of?
They control and they collect the duties from the use of the Panama Canal.
Oh, okay. And it just went more to their pocket than anybody else.
It's just like you renting a building, okay? So in other words, you run it, you run it, you run it, you collect the duties, and you pay the rent on the use of the canal, use of the building. Right. That's what they do. But the Chinese control the comings and goings and stuff like that because they're the landlords of the building of the canal.
For now.
Yeah.
For now.
Yes.
Right. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So, I got it was on my list. Then I heard you mention the book.
Mm-hmm.
Gold was it Gold Power?
Gold Dollars and Power. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got it today.
Oh, you did? Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I had it on my list, and then but I never got it. And then I heard you mention it one time, and I said, well, damn, I guess it is a legit, something to get.
If you want to understand the IMF and WTO and the World Bank, okay, that's the place where it's just yes you want to read. Okay, they'll
Yeah,
actually explain all those terms to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got that today, and the mega memory joint. But yeah, okay. Yeah, because I had it on the list, but it was just on, I just had it written down. I get to it one day, but then one day you mentioned the book, and I said, well, shit, I might need to go and get it then.
Yeah, and it'll also explain the thing with NATO because Eisenhower actually wanted to let NATO go. It was unnecessary back in the 50s. So it's been an ongoing thing, and there's a reason they kept it. And it also explain why we got off the dollar in 1971. So it does. That's why he never promoted the book, and actually got he actually got a promotion, got transferred to MIT, and runs his own nonprofit right now, um, because of the Council of Foreign Relations, because of that book. They actually don't want him to actually promote the book. So
so kind of got him in trouble in the sense.
It'll explain a lot. Okay. It's, why we got out of the Vietnam War, all that kind of crap. Okay.
Have you read the it's a long title by Alfred McCoy, the CIA complicit in was it heroin or opium trade? I can't remember. It's by Alfred McCoy. It's a blue cover. Okay.
About the heroin trade in the 70s? Or 60s, coming out of Vietnam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By Alfred McCoy.
Never read that one.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I can go on and on and ask you a bunch of questions about books. Have you read the Urugu?
I read parts of it, and I didn't agree with her. I didn't agree with her premise, so I put the book down.
I read the I read the whole book. Urugu.
Yeah, a lot of stuff I didn't agree with her, so I read a few things. I said I can't do this, so I might pick it back up again.
Okay.
I do have the book. I just I didn't agree with her premise, so I didn't finish the book.
Okay. But what's the name of that book again? The book again, Gold Somewhat.
Gold, Dollars, and Power by Gavin.
I looked up. I don't know if I found a PDF of that book. Let me see. Gold.
If you can find it, you find it. You're good because they pretty much scoured that book. Okay.
Gold, Dollars, and Power. Okay. All right. That's it. And gold.
If you can find it, you're good because
I got it off Amazon.
You can get it off of Amazon. You can buy the you can buy the book, but saying is trying to find it online, it's gonna be hard. Okay.
It'll be very difficult. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you can, you're good. But that means they softened it up because they pretty much keep that book very. I found it by accident. Just happened to look it up and about Germans and Malays, and that popped up. I said, wait a minute, what about this book? Okay. Another book is called The Splendid Blonde Beast. It's another good book.
What's that again?
The Splendid Blonde Beast.
Okay.
Talk about Bank International Settlement and there's a couple. Depends on what you want to read.
Yeah. I know you can go all day with the name of books.
Mm-hmm.
I know, and I don't want to. I know I had said something about and you just kind of agreed, but you didn't, because a lot of people was asking you questions about
Is it by Francis J. Gavin?
Francis J. Gavin, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I found something. But okay.
You found the PDF? You're good.
No. I found something. I didn't say I found PDF. I found something. That's
okay.
All.
Okay.
About Richard Greer's character in Pretty Woman, and I had asked you Richard Gere. You kind of asked it, because it was a Ask Me Anything Day about Julia Roberts carrying his animal, and you kind of agreed with it, but you just kind of brushed over it. So I just wanted to see not brushed over in a disrespectful way, but just
it's because he couldn't feel his own emotions, and she brought that out of him. Yeah.
So would you say that she did?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. Now you answered it, but I was like, he might have more to say to it. Let me ask him again.
Yeah. In fact, his business partner got upset, okay, with him because he fell for it that way.
Right.
Because
Yeah, I'm just
all of a
still
sudden he
trying to
started
get
feeling
a
his own emotions. Yeah, go ahead.
right. Now I was just saying, I've asked you this question several. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding. That's all. And when I thought about that movie, and I was like, damn, I wonder if that's what he's talking about.
Yes, that's part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
example of it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's an example of it. Yeah, the
Okay.
perfect woman outside of his own body. So that's
Right.
that's the anima, her carrying the anima, the image of his perfect woman.
Right. Now, what about her knowing how to drive that car versus him? Was that you think that was a hidden message in that? Or just him not being able to drive the car? That was
Basically, it's him not being able to drive the car. That means that's how they met. That's an accident how they met.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
That's how they got to come together and know each other.
Right.
But in other words, she's useful to him, so that's part of it. But yeah, but the thing is, that's how they met. How do these people actually meet? You know, and why would he pick up a hooker off the street? Okay.
Exactly, because he wasn't trying to. Yeah, because he wasn't trying to pick her up. It was the car situation.
It's
Yeah,
car situation. Yeah, that's why.
Exactly.
Yeah. But in a sense, yeah, that's I mean, it's a tale as old as time. So it's basically a Cinderella story. Same thing with Cinderella. Okay, she carried his heart, the prince's heart. Okay.
Right.
So, and that's
I was just trying to get an understanding because I never heard of that anyway prior to me hearing you mention it.
Unless you into into esoteric psychology or something like that, you probably won't hear about it. It's very very rare. Okay. In fact, I teach astrology. Okay, that's part of the thing that goes into it. But that's why I was taught. So.
Yeah.
And people that's when people say anima and carrying anima. People that actually know will say, where did you learn that from? Because it's not common.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never
my daughter
heard
got
that.
a degree in psychology. She don't know about it. So where you get that from? Okay. I say,
I'm gonna ask one other person that I think might know about it. I don't even think they know about it.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there. I used it to. I taught it to my MGTOWs, and I taught the reverse to my women about the animus, in the yin and yang and that kind of stuff. It's not that hard. Once you break it down, it's not that hard to understand. Okay, that's why I try to simplify it, because you can get into all the details and the background and the essence and all that kind of crap. You can actually break it down to the let's say the T90 bit. Okay, but the thing is, I try to simplify it to where you can actually grasp it, because the underlying point is it's not that hard. You actually want to get complex about it, then it's a different story.
Right.
So when I say things, when we say I simplify things, that's why.
Right.
Because I could, like I said, we can get the women, get into class, you can get into upbringing, get the culture, you can go to all kind of shit. The thing is, we try to simplify it. Okay.
Oh no, definitely. I even when we was having a discussion earlier, I was thinking I will always kind of think about the dynamics between and I like to use movies because everybody pretty much seen the same movies, but House Party with with Tisha Campbell and AJ Johnson.
Yeah.
Now, what's her name? Even though her peoples had money, but she had, because her folks was never home.
Yeah.
Even though she was the good girl in a sense, nobody was never home.
Okay.
So he could kind of get at her in the way he couldn't get at old girl, even though she was maybe a little hotter, but it was somebody. He made that point. Somebody always home. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like you said, it could, you can go different places with the conversation.
I mean, I've been doing this stuff for so long, man.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
The times that I'm wrong is so rare that it's at this point it's like oh, it very seldom happens.
Right.
I've been doing this too long. Like I think Charles talked about the 40-year-old versus the 20-year-old. He actually forgot that it actually came from me.
Right.
About the car, because I told the story so many times. And because the women get it immediately when I say it. Oh, because they drop the subject immediately because they know. You know, no matter what they say. When I talk to them, they know. They just drop it. They don't even talk about it.
Well,
Because they
even
know.
with me, even with me, when I'm talking to somebody like yourself, to be honest with you, yeah, I got my opinions. I'm in the world too, but I'm more trying to learn or listen than anything, because I wouldn't even be up here if I thought you ain't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now trust me, I wouldn't even. I mean, it's 5:00 in the morning, East Coast, and I got to get on the road in a couple hours and go to Norfolk. But now and not to say, if I listen to somebody, it's nothing but respect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have my opinion or whatever, but
Yeah. I mean, over
that's
the last 40 years, I've studied this stuff for so long. It's like old hat. I mean, I actually studied this stuff, okay, and read about this
right.
stuff, and actually said, how come this works this way, and this thing works the other way? So I actually studied this stuff. Why do women
Right.
do certain things and women don't do other things? Okay, I actually read about it. And sometimes I usually be able to tell you the exact book where I actually got it from. A good book is probably Lucifer Principle by what's his name?
I got it in my because I got it from you, but I haven't bought it. But I got it in my the Audible.
You probably can find it on YouTube. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But the thing,
Matter
if
of
you
fact, you
listen to that,
can. It is on YouTube. It
you
is.
will actually understand female nature in a way that you hadn't before, if you listen to it.
Okay.
Okay, because he talks about bacteria and chickens and eggs and stuff like that, and how females are different from males. Okay, and what their impetus is. Okay, going from a bacteria all the way up. So if you listen to that, that's when I said, oh shit. Okay, it can't be this simple. And it's 99% of the time it's that simple. What is their biological imperative? That's where it starts. Anyhow, y'all, let me get out of here.
All right, cool. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
What can I say? Mamba out.
Muzyka Denis 7.